Learning and innovations go hand in hand. The arrogance of success is to think what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. A very famous quote said by William Pollard. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the dignitaries from different time zones across the globe. I, Dr. Radhika Bansal, extend a warm welcome to you all on behalf of Center for Teacher Education, Institute of Professional Excellence and Management to the International E-Conference 2022 on the topic Innovative Trends in Teaching, Learning and Assessment. Organized by Center for Teacher Education, IPEM, in collaboration with Global Educational Research Association, GERA. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Now, I would like to call on the stage the respected Director of IPEM, Dr. R.K. Singhal, and Principal of Center for Teacher Education, Professor Nishi Sharma, for lamp lighting. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Now, let me briefing you about our institute, IPEM. IPEM was established in 1996 by late Dr. B.S. Koyer in the heart of Ghaziabad under the aegis of Laksh Educational Society, registered under the Society Act 1860. IPEM has emerged as an epitome of world-class education with the vision to produce professionals who would pioneer future revolutions. The amalgamate curiosity and dedication to ensure that all our students are self-driven towards learning. IPM has been awarded by Indian Achievers Award 2021 in Excellence in Education, Best Academic Excellence Institution in NCR Award and Shiksha Bharati Award. IPEM conducts various programs in education, management, and computer application with the approval of National Council for Teachers Education, NCTE, affiliated to Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. The Institute of Professional Excellence and Management is an ISO 9001-2015 certified institute serving as a premier educational institute since its inception. Now, moving towards the introduction of the conference. It has been observed these days that every student and educator in every classroom deserves the tools and skills that set them up for success in building the future they want for themselves. The present education system comprising digital literacy, online learning, blended learning, smart classes, podcasting education, application of various learning management, etc. may provide students with the foundation of skills and knowledge they will lean on for the rest of their lives. But when the world around them changes. The education landscape need to shift in relation to the recent trends and innovations in teaching, learning, and assessment. IPM group of institutions recognizes the need of innovation approach to education and thus organizing one-day international conference. The conference aims at integrating principles and innovative pedagogical practices with specific reference to teaching, learning, and assessment with the theme entitled Digital Literacy and ICT, Inclusive Education, Pedagogical Innovation, and Learning Assessment. We will start our conference with the welcome address by Dr. R.K. Singhal, Director, IPEM, Ghaziabad. Working as a director at IPEM and previously worked as professor and head at ABES. Dr. Singhal holds the position currently as Associate Chief and BOS Convener at AKTU Lucknow since 2016. Dr. Singhal is a BTech, PGDPM, and a certified in supply chain from IIT Kanpur. He has worked at industry and academic field and having overall experience of more than 41 years. And now I request you, Dr. Singhal sir, to welcome our participants.
Thank you, Radhika ma'am. Welcome to all. I, Dr. R.K. Singhal, Director, IPM Group of Institutions, welcome you all on the behalf of IPM family on this international e-conference on innovative trends in teaching, learning, and assessment in collaboration with GERA. I welcome our chief guest of today's conference, Professor Rahul from Kettering University, Michigan, USA. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Das, President and Vice Chancellor of Kushal Das University, Rajasthan, India. Professor Krishna Kant Dave, Vice Chancellor, Pacific Academy of Higher Education Research, University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Dr. G. Janardhan from NITTR, Government of India. Our guest of honor of today's conference, Dr. Ferry Attorney, our Secretary Sir, Mr. Atman Goyalji, Dr. Sugandha Goyal, Dean Academics, Colonel A.S. Palhotra ji, our DG at IPM, Dean Outreach, Dr. Dolly Phillips, Dr. Nishi, Principal of Education, faculty members, researchers, guests of today's conference, HODs of other departments, students. I once again welcome you all in today's e-conference. Dr. Radhika rightly set a tone of today's conference, mentioning the importance of teaching, learning, and assessment process. Theme of the conference is very relevant in today's context, particularly in academic context. And to me, it's a very hot topic of discussion today among all faculty fraternity across the globe. The reason is very obvious. We have recently faced the pandemic, which normally comes after each 100 years that we have experienced last 4 centuries. A lot of innovation happened in last, I guess, 1.5 years, 2 years time. And we developed many new norms to survive and to excel in the academic. Well, to me, teaching, learning, and assessment is the base of all types of education, whether it's a primary, secondary, or higher education. I like to touch upon the historical development of teaching, learning, and assessment processes. If you look back at the Vedic period, you will see the oral system of teaching and learning is more prominent. And it happened in the Brahmic age. Students were made to practice self-study. Education was given through the discussions and debates. If you look at 18th and 19th century, we have understood the importance of formal educations, and schools became more common, and communities started sending their kids to schools for reading and writing. Look at 20th century, we as a teacher have practiced teacher-centered approach. We have fragmented curriculum. We practiced passive learning style. We have time-based delivery, and most importantly, we were focusing on memorizations. That is the bottom parameter of the Bloom taxonomy. Now, if we look at the 21st century, the teaching learning is focusing on outcome-based education. And the outcome-based teaching learning process, which primarily included learning by doing methods of teaching, like we practice, project work, labs, internship, and many more, and make students learn the classroom teaching is practical know-how in all disciplines of education. Dear friends, the pandemic have trained each one of us across globe in the use of ICT, the teaching, learning, and assessment process, where assessment is most crucial aspect, as because it creates a base for the measurement of outcomes. Therefore, all institutions, primary, secondary, or higher education, is greatly emphasizing on educational technology, which encompasses e-learning, instructional technology, information and communication technology in education. The essential objective of education technology is to improve the quality of education and therefore enhance the learning process of the students. Today, in the conference, we have eminent speakers across the globe. And I'm sure we will have a great learning in today's conference. With this, I welcome you again. I thank you very much to be the part of today's e-conference at IPM, organized by Education Department. Thank you very much. Over to Madam.
Thank you, sir, for your wishes and highlighting the importance of organizing this e-conference. Now, before we proceed to introduce our presiding speaker, I request all the participants to kindly keep their cameras off and their microphones on mute for a smooth progression of the conference. Also, if any participant has any query regarding topics discussed, kindly write down your question in the chat box. Also, mark the name of the speaker while asking the question. Your questions will be answered after the ending of inaugural session. And now, with the opportunity to introduce our presiding chief guest of this international e-conference, Professor Raghu Chempathi. Professor Raghu Chempathi is currently a professor of mechanical engineering at Kettering University, Flint, Michigan, USA. His academic and industrial consulting experiences span over 4 decades. He taught at several universities in several countries, including India, USA, Germany, Thailand, and New Zealand. He received several industrial internship, teaching and research, and professional society awards. He has published over 170 applied research papers in peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings of repute. He recently wrote a textbook, Primer on Automotive Lightweighting Technologies, published by CRC Press in April 2021. Now, I invite Professor Raghu to kindly share his knowledge and thoughts with the participants.
So thank you very much. I really, I'm honored to be here today. Thanks to all of you. What I'm going to do is to share my screen, if it is possible.
Yes, sir.
So, can you see the screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
You can also hear me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so should I maybe turn off my video or is it okay? Maybe turn off the video, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can turn on your video.
Yeah, you saw me, so that's fine. All right. So I know that most of you are waiting for very serious lecture, but for some reason, I can't be a serious teacher. So, so the front slide shows you the teaching, learning, and assessment, which is TLA. It's very, very, very difficult. That's all I can tell. So again, I want to thank you. We are celebrating 100 years. So ours is a engineering and management institute, predominantly undergraduate and some graduate. So I just wanted to thank Professor Singhal, who just spoke, and very nice to hear him. Professor Viditi, Nishi, Sharma, they put a lot of work in addition to the volunteers from the committee, many participants, and also organizations, GERA, Professor Bawa, and other organizations. So quickly about, I'm already introduced. So my expertise, ours is, as I said, engineering education, primarily undergraduate and some graduate in engineering and also management. And I was very fortunate to be associated with you as I taught in Delhi IIT for a few years. I know Ghaziabad pretty well. And so hopefully when I come this time, maybe next month, if I get a chance, I'll definitely visit your college. So Michigan, for those of you, we are surrounded by Great Lakes. Michigan is 2 parts. It's called Upper Peninsula. I taught here at Michigan Tech. And then we got Lake Superior. It's a freshwater lake. That's probably the largest, maybe first or second largest in the world. And we got Lake Michigan and about 5 lakes. They're called homes, H-O-M-E-S, homes. So we are somewhere here in Flint, Michigan, okay? So anytime anybody comes here, this side, Illinois, Wisconsin. Many of your students study in adjacent states, more than welcome to come here too. Okay, particularly your management. I'm interested in collaborating with your management, part of your university. So let's see, again, Flint used to be the 5th richest city in United States in 50s. So this is where they assemble, manufacture cars, CARS cars, and also the school buses, and also the big trucks, pickup trucks, etc. They're all assembled here. They're all manufactured, different parts, but assembled here. And but now it's a little bit rough city because of the GM has actually moved out to different units. We still have many plants inside Flint. So as I said, we got engineering and also the Master of Science in Data Science, engineering management, and I'm interested in talking about that and also maybe possibly engineering for any graduate student opportunities. So ours is a co-op school, what you call sandwich program. Our students work in industry and then they come back to school and then go back to industry, come back to school. So they alternate between work and school terms. So it's a practical education. So I wish I was here long time back to do that. I really love co-op way of learning, sandwich learning. We do have that in Crumpet in Chennai, long time back, PhD college, and many schools now, they do have some kind of internship. But ours is a required co-op, undergraduate students. Grad students do get some opportunities. So again, the career, almost all the students, they get jobs here. There are many job opportunities now in India. So I definitely respect that. Those who want to stay back, I think India is a big country. We all vow to return our services back to India. That's why I'm associated with many of you in organizations. So, but there are a lot of opportunities here, including the education opportunities. So the conference is on IECIT-TLA. It's already spelled out. What I liked, there are many themes here, many tracks. There are 4 tracks. And what I liked, obviously, is emerging technologies, which is a new one, Discord, not CARD. So there's a scholarly teacher.com post. So if you want, you can, I don't use this, but I read about it. It seems to be a good tool. And then inclusive education. The strongest point, I saw some papers, titles. So I request conference organizers, because I won't be here, so past midnight, I won't be able to attend all the sessions. So I would request you to send me the papers if possible. Not only this theme, okay. Connecting guardians, and they're called the stakeholders. Community involvement is very, very strong, very important. Oftentimes, we as teachers, we're also parents, but our kids may not go to the same school. Mine is an exception. My elder daughter went to Kettering, our university here, and that's how I came here. And I taught her 2 classes. And I have some other family member who also joined. I happen to teach them. Normally, we don't allow it, but I don't grade their exams. But I'm like a mentor for them. I think it's gave me a very good experience to get involved with student learning, okay? And then the life skills and workforce preparation. I already talked about internship. And in education department, my wife, she's sleeping, but she was a substitute teacher in kindergarten and also middle school. And she went through extensive training that we don't do that in engineering. I'm a professor, but I never took training in talking, teaching, understanding life skills, understanding psychology of people. So most of the time I was not people oriented. So I'm only looking at from a pure teacher perspective, that's not good. It's not good at all. So I learned a lot from primary school teachers, and then college teachers in education. You got to learn a lot. And then I like the student-led learning. So it's very, very powerful. Students learn from students very quickly rather than from a teacher. So, and then adopting the learning and assessment tools is very tough. So those are very important tracks. I'm really impressed when looking at the papers. The ICT, so the acronym stands for two things. I'm not sure which one, but I'm assuming integrated core teaching using the information communication technology. So this also is ICT. So I know that the second part, very important, is now part and parcel of the distant learning education using communication tools. But if I just emphasize a little bit, if that's not the theme, then I may be excused. But this is a very powerful technique too, integrated core teaching. So you now have two or more teachers, team teaching in the same, using the same curriculum, in which more than 50% of the class is, they experience a challenging, enriching environment. We call them general audience. And then while the rest of them used to be before special education. Well, there's no need for it. But how to integrate two different kinds of learners? That's not easy. I think there are some papers on this. So I'm very interested in reading those papers. So we call them Society of Alternative Learners. I learned a lot. We have a group called Society for Alternative Learners. Okay, we don't use the word disabled people or ADT. We don't use those acronyms. Well, they're true, but we call them alternative learners. So the so they learn in a different way. Now, if you club these two students, those who think they are ordinary people, ordinary students, they think we all think like that. But we do have always some limitation in learning. Okay, we always have some kind of learning limitations. But when you club these two, then there's a student-student interaction. And then the students can help these IEP students, so individualized education plan students. So that develops self-esteem and higher order thinking skills, and then higher order expectations when included with their peers and those who are general audience. They feel proud. They feel very happy that they helped other peers. So I think it's very, very powerful technique. So I hope there are a couple of papers I would like to read those. And we all know Nerd Horman's 4-quadrant model. So it's very difficult to be balanced with all these quadrants. Initially, most of us, me, was analytical. And I'm also practical, experimental, So what if scenarios? But then it's very difficult slowly, that 4 quadrants. So if you won't have a balanced mind, because that's how people learn. And students predominantly fall in one of those categories in left and right brain quadrants. So the instrument, there are many instruments like this. It's only one example. I think it's better to use it if you're not using it, okay? So it's called the dominant. You need to know how students learn. I think we all know that in psychology. So I'm not sure what your expectations of this course. There are students, there are fellow faculty, there are administrators. So there are all kinds of mixed audience here. So there are some of the things that you might be looking at. You might be working with other universities, but whatever your expectations are, all I can conclude, all I can tell you, it takes time to teach, to learn, and to assess. It takes a lot of time. There are so many models. I'm not going to discuss those because you are experts. There are many papers in it. We all learn it, active learning, pedagogical teaching, etc. I'm not going to teach that today. So we all know those. You're supposed to know those. So, but all I know is teaching, learning, and assessment is like a production. It's a teamwork, like an onstage drama. If you're used to it. I have seen many on-stage drama in person versus a movie. Both have challenging advantage, disadvantages. So not many youngsters have seen on-stage drama. I'm sure you might be having some cultural activities. You know, it takes enormous amount of time and coordination in an on-stage drama. You can't go back when you're in front of audience like a teacher, like a learner. Okay, so cooking versus DoorDash. So now it's a human behavior finally, rather than technology. It's going to enhance the learning. That's very important. The behavior is very, very, very important. I know some of your research scholars. I'll be very glad to help you reading your thesis. Okay, although I have engineering degree, we have engineering education. So I don't claim that I'm an expert in it. When I taught in Thailand, that's what I taught about, information literacy. So if you want me to read any of your thesis, help you out, I can do that. And then again, it's a trust, self-confidence, self-assessment. They help you a lot. Now, I mentioned here, it takes time and repetition is very important, okay? So there's an acronym, there's a phrase we use, tell what to tell. It's like an objective of a paper, okay, like a class. And then you tell, that means you now elaborate, and then you conclude. That's for tell what to told. So that really helps a lot, the repetition. So there are a lot of books on it, and listen without nagging, reminding, yelling, right? So one more time is always useful. The best examples that you saw in the conference today. So the best example without any offense is Dr. Viditi. She sent us so many times reminders about this conference. I'm really impressed with the reminders because she doesn't want anybody to be left out. So all the audience are 100% present today. So thank you very much for that. I really thank you because I was about to sleep. I got a cup of coffee here. Okay. So we all know, I hear, I forget. I see, I remember, I do, and then you understand. If I teach, then you learn, you become a little more perfect. So because you got 2 years, you listen here, it's very easy to get it out, right? But you need to keep in between in your brain what you're learning. And that's a tough one for the students and also for the teachers. So again, we know these phrases. It's not what you eat, what you digest, and then that makes you strong. And then you can complete the other 3 or 4 sentences. If you don't, I can help you with that. So mind or course map in teaching helps a lot. That brings us connectivity. You tell some topics, but sometimes they're not connected. So the mind or course map is a powerful tool in education. So that makes things better. There are many examples of mind maps, people mind maps, course mind maps, and I think you all teach these things. And this is just one example. It's very complicated, but then I think you should basically collect and then combine between classes, between the knowledge domains, different domains, how to integrate those. That's very important. So we all know Bloom's taxonomy. So most of the time we stick in these two, but you need to push the students. Don't think this is in engineering. This is for every class, psychology, economics, any class, liberal studies, education, pedagogical, whatever. So you need to push them up to the higher level. And usually it's very tough, the Bloom's taxonomy. There are many other taxonomies similar to that. So normally a picture, again, it's not engineering. Also in engineering education or simple education, there are many pictures. A picture is worth 1,000 words. We always show these things, videos. You do that too. Graphs and tables, powerful technique. And you also use those in your classes. Okay. And then discuss the merits and demerits of a certain product or a process or a device. I think students jump at it, and you do that in active learning. So we need to teach less, 5 minutes, and then let them discuss. You do all those things. And then you can always compare the different techniques that you use in discussion with the students, not between faculty, within the classroom. So that is a very powerful technique. So active learning, the what do you call the think, pair, and share. So all these techniques you can discuss with the students and then see which one do they like. For some classes, some of these techniques are more useful. For other classes, some of the things are, the students have seen different classes. We're only teaching one class, but the students are taking different classes. They got more experience. So in conclusion, I'm sorry it took a long time. This conference focused on 4 main themes. I only addressed the attraction of the different topics, and then reiterate again what you tell. It's very important. It takes time. Remember, our mothers, that took 9 months to conceive us. 9 months is a long time. Patiently, they waited for a long time. There are many creatures in the world that take maybe a little bit more time. Most of them take much less time than human being. It takes a long time to digest. Remember that. So we need to be with the students. Show real life examples. Involve the community, other stakeholders. It's very difficult to do that, but it's very powerful to do that. I'm sure that you do it not only on some occasions, Independence Day, etc., but inside the classroom, because many parents have expertise. They know how their kids learn. And then you can always invite one at a time, 5 minutes. It changes the entire scenario. So knowledge is only powerful, obviously, if you share it, right? So with that, all of us should conserve energy, very important. Conserve energy in terms of teaching, learning, and definitely we need to save water. It's very important in our society. If you got any questions, what you are noticing, the student grades seem to be getting higher and higher compared to the pre-pandemic situation. We don't know why. So maybe if you have any comments or like to listen to it. But otherwise, just enjoy your day. You might have some nice things coming up at the break. If you got any questions, I will more than glad to answer that. I'm going to stop sharing and I'll share the screen. I want to thank you very much one more time. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for widening our horizon of knowledge by discussing sandwich professional programs where the student get regular exposure to industry while their course of study. You suggested us to use four-quadrant model of instrument, Harman Brain Dominance Instruments, HBDI. You have also taught us about IEP, Individualized Education Program, Mind Map, Bloom Taxonomy. As far as you're concerned, we will provide you the links and the soft copy of conference proceedings. Thank you, sir. Now, I take this opportunity to introduce the eminent speaker and GERA representative, Professor Sanjay Kumar Das. Professor Sanjay Das is an alumnus of Utkal University and Kurukshetra University. He is currently associated with SKD University, Hanumangarh as Vice Chancellor. Prior to this, he has served SGT University and NIMS University as Dean Academics Affairs, Director Research, and Advisor IQAC. A senior professional with more than 26 years of experience in academics, allied activities, and administration in higher education sector. To his credit, he has published dozens of research papers and articles on contemporary issues in education. He has authored books on educational studies. His Google Scholar Citation Index is 14,000 plus with H index as 52 and I-10 index as 297. So I would like to invite Professor Sanjay Das to share his experiences with all of us. Sir, are you there?
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to deliberate. And I'm really privileged to be here as a representative of the Global Educational Research Association, which is a mega organization in itself. And I thank to the Board of Management of GERA, IPEM, and Sri Kusaldas University to enable me to deliberate on this platform. Jnanam Paramam Dheyam. Prior to deliberate, I bow down before Goddess Ma Saraswati to enlighten our path of learning. I would like to mention that the photograph of Professor Dubey was shown when the anchoring person was introducing me. Anyway, there were some technical difficulties. GERA is really a vision and the mission of eminent educationists and visionaries of Professor V.K. Pasi, Professor S.K. Bawa, the then Dean Faculty of Education, Lovely Professional University at Jalandhar. Back in 2010, Professor Bawa, in collaboration with Professor V.K. Pasi, had a long vision to connect the budding educationists, the researchers in India, to give them an opportunity to be capable of delivering their research, their teaching potentialities at the international level. She had a different vision, which was really in a different, it would have been translated in a different manner, but that appeared in terms of Global Educational Research Association, and it was in collaboration with some professionals from UK and USA. Dr. Bawa had a long vision, and these visions were translated into the realities by Professor V.K. Pasi, eminent educationist who has a long stand in UNESCO and international organizations as well as at the national level. The Global Educational Research Association had its own aim to provide an international forum and creating the discussions that brings the amicable solution to the problems that is existing in education sector at the national level as well as at the global level. It has a plan and it has already been conducting the workshops, seminar, conferences, and then on educational research. It has a long goal of disseminating the findings, educational research. It creates a connectivity with the educational policies and the practice. There was a wide gap. Professor Bawa, Professor Pasi. Later on, my teacher, Professor S.P. Malhotra, who is the president right now, and Professor Suhasini Pasi, they became instrumental in transferring the visions of the founders to the realities at the GERA platform. So there was a wide gap in India. We have all felt that there is a wide gap between the practice and the policies. So in order to minimize this gap, GERA stands very firmly today, and it will continue to be in the future too. It has a long plan of publishing the journals, monographs, and developing the literatures that are on demand to promote the educational research. As I said, it is a mega organization. It is not an organization. It is an organization of organizations. That's how we work at GERA. I'm really thankful to Professor Bawa, Professor Pasi, my teacher, Professor S.P. Malhotra, to identify me to represent in IPEM's international conference. Really, I'm thankful to the Board of Management of IPEM as well as GERA. Let me speak a few lines on my universities where I'm working as a Vice Chancellor. This university, known as Sri Kusaldas University, is established with the mission and vision of making learning joyful and making life meaningful. We don't claim for a job here. We make our learning joyful. And it was established in 2018 by Sri Guru Gobind Singh Charitable Trust and approved by the government of Rajasthan and recognized by UGC Envisioned with the Millennium Goals, the university encourages the character building, transforms dreams of youth to realities, influences learning through effective teaching, provides multiple pathways to the career, enables students to mastering competencies needed in the field of work, and focuses on holistic development to serve the humanity. The university is emerging as an exemplary landmark in the field of higher education and learning towards an innovative center for modern research, teaching and learning at undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral levels at various disciplines from agricultural science to architecture, health sciences to human sciences, education to legal studies, technical training to advanced engineering, and personal management to corporate management. The state-of-the-art laboratories, the libraries, the modern classrooms, the horse riding facilities, yoga, this is available within the campus, make the institution imposing and complete in all aspects. Currently, the university accommodates more than 2,500 students in various courses. Those are nurtured by 150 teaching faculty and more than 200 non-teaching staff. In 2021, we were able to get the special education programs. These are DLED, BEd, MEd integrated in VIE, HIE, and intellectually disability, specific disability sector. Due to our innovative approach, the best practices, we are awarded by ASSOCHAM as Best Emerging University of the West Zone in 2021 and G Rajasthan and First India News in 2022. Currently, we are permitted by the Association of Indian Universities to host All India Malcolm Championship competition, which is scheduled from 3rd to 6th. Thereby, I take a little bit of time, despite of my busy schedule. Since my teachers and my mentors have already ordered me, so I made myself available to the conference. Since the topic of the international conference is on innovative trends in teaching, learning, and assessment, I would like to align with the NEP 2020 and artificial intelligence, because I posit the international conference theme on two ideologies, that is NEP 2020 and artificial intelligence. Prior to any kind of discussions, I would like to mention that why a policy is primarily required, why there was a need for the NEP 2020. The world is undergoing a rapid change in the knowledge landscape, with various dramatic scientific and technological advances, such as the rise of big data, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Many unskilled jobs worldwide may be taken over by machines. The need for a skilled workforce, particularly involving mathematics, computer science, data science, in conjunction with multidisciplinary abilities across the sciences, social sciences, and humanities, will be increasingly in higher demand. Striking growth of youth, both educated and otherwise unemployment, and the emergence of need for multi-skilled quality manpower have become pushing factor across nations, thus seeking multidimensional integrated approach in drawing amicable solution to existing problems. The gap between the current state of learning outcomes, what is required must be bridged through undertaking major reforms that bring the highest quality, equity, and integrity into the system, from early childhood care and education through higher education. Besides these four major primary pushing factors, there are certain problems which the education system has been encountering. The fragmented higher educational ecosystem, we do not have uniformity across the higher educational institutions. Today, we have more than 55,000 higher education institutions, including roughly 1,000 universities and then autonomous colleges. Less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes. Since Professor Raghu has already cited that he has cited about the Bloom's taxonomy. Unfortunately, we have been making tall claims that we have been implementing the Bloom's taxonomy, but reality, we do not transform our visions aligned with the Bloom's taxonomy. In many of the part, we are not doing that. Anyway, but we need to develop the cognitive skills and the learning outcomes. Our emphasis must be that. A rigid separation of the disciplines and then limited access, particularly in socio-economical and disadvantaged locality. Limited teacher and institutional autonomy, inadequate mechanisms for merit-based career management, lesser emphasis on research at most universities and colleges, ineffective governance, leadership in higher education institutions, and regulatory system. See, when we look into the NEP 2020, this is envisioned to have an education system by 2040 that is second to none, with equitable access to highest quality education for all learners, regardless of social and economic background. The main focus of NEP was making education system holistic, flexible, multidisciplinary, aligned to the needs of 21st century, and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The policy lays emphasis on the development of creative potentials of each individual. The NEP is endeavored to include, emphasize the regional languages, gender sensitivity, inclusion, equitable human growth, community participation, skill courses, and universal education with equality and research-oriented learning outcomes as a vital component. The academic, administrative, and financial autonomy, coupled with the high quality of instruction under NEP, should herald far-reaching benefits for learners and society. Students will have more flexibility when it comes to choosing the subjects across various streams, such as arts, commerce, and science. The NEP leads to two radical changes that will bring much needed relief from the tunnel vision of restricted student potential. The first is the multiple exit and entry system. We live with uncertainty, but this should not be a reason to lose out on one's degree. Combined with the ability to transfer credits across universities, this gives true freedom to the students to find their best. The second is the multidisciplinarity across higher education institutions. Students can choose any subject, all subjects are equal, and the concept of streams has been disbanded. This truly frees up students to their talents rather than to an administrator's dictate. In higher education segment, the NEP aims to improve the gross enrollment ratio from 26.3% to 50% by 2035. Breaking the disciplinary barriers, establish academic credit bank, which has already been implemented by AIU and OP Jindal University. They have envisioned the document, and allow the Indian institution to build campuses abroad and pave the way to foreign universities to come to India. The NEP aims to encourage public investment in education from current 4.3% to 6% of GDP. The impetus to research, graded autonomy, internationalization, and the development of special economic zones are vital to rebranding India as a desired higher education destination. The NEP has introduced the innovative concept to improve access, equity, quality education in India. This freedom is envisioned through the choice-based credit system, multiple entry and multiple exit in a program, and most importantly, establishment of academic credit bank. All that we have deliberated on NEP sound pretty well, but the real challenge is the implementation. The government itself and the central universities and higher education institutions today, they are now preparing the implementation pathways to transform this policy document to realities. Before I go to the artificial intelligence, which will be instrumental in equipping higher education in a different dimension, I would like to cite that China 20 years ago was not having any kind of stand on the citation index, the research contributions at the global level. When you look at China now, it has gone up, and our stand what we were in 20 years back, we are definitely the China was not in that position. So my submission before the academic community who are present over here, let us not deliberate, let us not only speak, we must have a concerted effort to transform our visions in the policy document into the practices. It is the educational institutions, it is the leaders in the higher education institutions, it is the teachers, it is the faculty members. They, if they join hands, then I think the NEP 2020 will not be a far-reaching goal for all of us. So the challenges before the NEP 2020 as well as the whole India is that the good research universities are hard to scale up because of their human capital intensive nature and because they compete on quality, not market share. In the absence of uniform pattern in a credit accumulation, establishing the ABC may not yield desired results. The whatever we teach and whatever our students learn, outcome of teacher and the students' reports is measured in terms of the jobs with current CTC. Will our students passed out under NEP mechanism be highly employable? This is a question with which I am completing my first part of presentation. The second part is the implications of artificial intelligence. Today in the teacher education system, as well as in the teaching learning processes and innovations in assessment, there is a tremendous need for innovations. There is a tremendous need for creativity. There is a dire need for bringing in day-to-day innovations to the educational institutions. Artificial intelligence is one of the, it's really a panacea for educational system. The artificial intelligence is becoming more popular in every sector, including higher education. This opens up new vistas for higher education to become scalable at an unprecedented rate. Application of AI in higher education is exciting and will make the system more accountable, quality-oriented, and transparent. No paper forms, NPF, is one of the innovations that we have come across in India also, where they have taken into the, it's a cloud computing system-based application. It has from taking the leads from admission till the examinations. They provide all sorts of support to the higher education institutions. There are 4 critical characteristics of AI. It is responsive. It can engage in interaction from human to other machines, interpreting meaning and formulating an appropriate response. It is decisive. It can interpret supplied information and take appropriate action to achieve its formulated goals. It is adaptive. It can internalize new information and adjust its behavior accordingly to maximize its effectiveness. It is independent. It can conduct most of its decision-making process without need for human inputs. AI can be utilized in each and every stage in higher education institutions. Artificial intelligence can provide 24/7 personalized assistance to students moving through the enrollment process. The enrollment process at any institution is a series of steps. Prospective students often must navigate these steps with little help. Reaching out to an institution with a question can sometimes slow down or even derail the process on the institution.
Thank you, sir, for speeding your pen.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, should I conclude now?
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you can conclude.
Yeah. So there was a technical glitch.
Sir, you are not audible. Sir, your voice is not coming.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are.
So I was talking about the 24/7 personalized assistance to the students moving from the enrollment process. The artificial intelligence can be instrumental in teaching learning. It can help faculty members scheduling lectures, delivering lecture plans, allotting the assignments, issuing the grades. Learning and instruction continues to evolve with the technology innovations for teachers. AI enhanced content creates more engaging, rigorous, and adaptive approaches to the classroom experiences. The student affairs is a broad field incorporating a variety of skill sets and supporting system for both online and on-campus students. AI can be instrumental in that way. The artificial intelligence can help create a more connected campus by allowing institutions to draw on multiple data systems, guiding improvements for both students and administrators. Artificial intelligence in higher education is still in preliminary stage of adoption. As artificial intelligence becomes more effective and machine learning becomes increasingly capable of internalizing the complex concerns, we approach an age where faculty and staff can be relieved of many labor-intensive but ultimately rote tasks. So with this, I wish my good wishes to the organizers of this international conference and thank the participants who has been listening me very patiently. And I thank to the Board of Management of IPEM, the GERA, and the Sri Kushal Das University to giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time. Professor Sanjay discussed about role of GERA in promoting education research and adopting teaching learning practices. In your speech, you mentioned how GERA has successfully filled the gap between practices and theory by special contribution of Professor Baba and Professor Pasi to accelerate the pace of GERA in order to help all the academicians, teachers, and research scholars to adopt latest pedagogical practices. You also discussed the need of the skilled workforce which is required to be emerged to deal with current problem of education system. You focused on the new education policy and artificial intelligence which will result in bringing quality and skill-based learning. Thank you, sir. Next in the schedule, now I would like to invite our eminent speaker, Professor Krishnakant Dave. Professor Krishnakant Dave is the President, Vice Chancellor of Pacific Academy of Higher Education and Research University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. He also serves as a Vice Chairman of Indian Accounting Association, Udaipur branch. He is having 25 years of working experience on senior profile as a senior manager, CEO in multinational companies, professor, director, and dean in various reputed education institutes, universities. His contributions have been acknowledged in the form of awards. He has published 18 international and 12 national papers in reputed journals. He has invented KSHNN model and has obtained copyright from Government of India on accurate estimation of NSE opening. Now, I invite Professor Krishnakant Dave to share his knowledge with our participants. Sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to welcome, there is one request. Will you please allow me to share my screen? Can I?
Sir, you are allowed.
Okay, fine. Is visible to everyone now? My screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay, fine. Just a minute, just a minute. Thank you very much for providing me these opportunities. First of all, I would like to thanks to Professor R.K. Singhal, the chairperson, IPM director, Dr. Nishi Sharma, the principal of IPM, Professor Vidit Rastogi. I've listened Professor Raghu Chempathi, and I also listened Professor Sanjay Singh, his marvelous remark on the International Conference on Innovative Trends in Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. I think I can contribute better in a way where I can show you what are the recent trends and what kind of things we have to implement in our education policy or in education day to day. I belong to Pacific University. The university is established in 2010. Prior to that, we were in a group where we started our education in 1997. From 1997 to 2022, we are celebrating 25th year of establishment in this particular year. And we are offering all kind of courses here in Pacific University, from medical to dentistry and management, engineering, everything. And I do have certain kind of knowledge. I've seen the traditional method of teaching. I've seen, and we all are the part of transformation of this education policy or education environment. And I would like to take this opportunities to tell you that now what kind of things we can think about it. If we talk about the innovation, if we talk about creativity, the teacher is known for it. A teacher who must be always creative, he must be innovative. And that's why a teacher should be given freedom at any time. Then only he will come out with a lot of ideas, with a lot of creativity. And that's why my focus is today's key address is on innovative trends in the teaching learning part. Because the assessment part is very big part, so I will not touch on it, but we will try to discuss about what is the innovative trend in teaching and learning. My discussions point will be today, or you can say that my presentations will be divided into 5 parts. First part is why, what is the problem? What is the problem? Why there is a need of change in, we have to think on innovative practices. Why not the earlier or traditional methods? Then what are the innovative trends? And I will discuss about flipped and blended learning. That is most important part. And I have experienced also. I implemented this flipped and blended learning in 2015. Not exactly blended learning, but flipped learning I have already implemented in my university in 2015. And I've seen the drastic changes in 5-year period of time. I will show you bibliometric analysis, the popularity of flipped and blended learning in all countries. I will try to discuss about empirical data analysis. The reference, I have not done a study on it, but I've taken this study done by Montserrat Yangeri and Esteban Igna. They have done at Ecuador a study, and they have they put all the references and put a lot of questions to teachers and students. I want to mention these variables while we are deciding, while we are thinking about change in education practices. And there will be a concluding remark. So the questions come, why we need the change. So, if you talk about education, this is the problem formulations. Education today has been based on the traditional school using passive and obsolete method in which the teacher is guide. Still, the student is not having to interact correctly in the classroom. For this reason, the teaching learning process become more extended and even their feedback takes longer than proposed. And that's why there is a need of change. Can we replace teacher? The next question comes in our mind. Because everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, everybody's talking about robotics, everybody's talking about now, everybody, creating a fear among the teaching fraternity that now the time has come where all part will take place by the computer, will by robotics, will by artificial intelligence. I don't rely on it. I want to say that teachers cannot be replaced. But when you see this picture, here it is quietly mentioned that teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who do not. And what is the teacher's role? We have to understand first. Teacher encompasses emotional quotient, social learning, self-learning, and is effectively generated through the teacher. One must be trained to be able to design a strategy that only teachers can do. Teachers is very cost effective. If you see, teachers normally address a million or, like in his life, you see, he is person who gives a lot of educations to the students, while if we talk about his career span. Teachers, must be trained. What should we do now? Teachers must be trained and prepared with the use of information technology. Professor Raghu already said that information technology, communication technology plays very important role nowadays. To respond to the need of the students trying to replace homework with the interactive resources where students combine their classroom learning with digital technology. That is the role of teacher. Learning management systems, through learning management system, teachers can contribute, and it leads to improved critical thinking skill and engagement. So what is the objective of, today's discussion? And I think so all participants who are having, delivering the research papers, I think so we are somehow having such kind of concept. Why, we have to understand the role of teacher. We have to provide students with the new activities. We have to increase the opportunities to active learning in the classroom and to improve students' digital literacy and lifelong skill. We are responsible to give them employability. We are responsible, like teachers having necessary competencies to face the technological changes. So these are the objective, and these, like a teacher should develop aptitude as well as knowledge necessary to perform special skills, and to develop and think about the model which help in the maximum capacity in student performance. So these are some objectives of this particular presentations, and I will touch all the objectives and will try to just I request please organizers to please mute.
Thank you.
Kindly.
Yes, sir, it is done.
Okay. So what are the innovative trends in teaching? So I will touch today about the flipped and blended learning model. What is flipped and blended learning model? Here you will find by this picture, it is very explained very well that when you earlier it was in, like teacher was delivering only, and now you will find many institute where teacher delivering and student normally listen. I still remember in my college days where teacher come in, where professor come in class, they teach and leave. They don't bother how much students are learning, what is the learning percentage, how they are interacting it or not. But now the time has changed. In this new technological environment, everybody is responsible. Now parents ask us, now there is association of parents where they ask professors that what are you delivering? Are you delivering right or not? But in flipped learning process, I'm telling you my experience that earlier that was the period where, like resources were limited, but now resources are ample. Now the teacher's role is different. In, like in a flipped learning pattern where students make a group, they learn themselves, they prepare themselves, and the students are asked to take class first. And if they have any doubt, then teachers normally solve this one. This is known as flipped classroom or flipped learning model. And this flipped learning model and blended learning model, what is it? Just I'm telling you, flipped learning as a pedagogical model. When we learn doing and memorizing precisely in the survey of the students, I will highlight. I have just taken an example of survey of the students and teachers, where I will try to highlight the role of flipped learning as well as blended learning. People learn more about these learning models in the classroom, and that students better develop their knowledge independence. By the empirical evidences, it is proved that if you offer flipped learning and blended learning model, students understand better compared to earlier methods. And this methodology is revolutionary in nature. It proposes the radical changes to education system. Students and teachers admit there a change would be paramount in the use of technological tools. Virtual platforms, videos, and interactive work with more participatory activities like debates, group work, ideas, reflections, all are supported by new technology and the teachers as the guide. Implementing the flipped learning and blended learning model should not that the teacher continues to be a leader. Yes, contribution of teacher will always be recognized. To apply an evaluation in class, the teachers can group students according to their basis and interest and allow the development of collaborative field in which ideas should have been exchanged. This is the role of flipped learning, to learn and look at it from different perspectives and to inspire thinking, discussions, reflections, and to analyze in depth and find solutions to the problem. This is the benefit. This is the role of flipped learning. Another innovative strategy is that the students can choose or design some topics close to life, which can be used and applied with the knowledge taught in the classroom. In this way, students can build confidence and he will come up with the interest of study. That is somehow like observations. Like Abhi, you will find here many academic institutes use blended learning tools such as MOOCs, simulation game, webinars, and blogs. You will find it must be emphasized that teachers and the students need to be prepared for this significant change in current future generation. Here you will find the several countries like how it is popular. Flipped learning is how it is popular. I want to tell you that from bibliometric analysis, you will find it is very popular. People are watching videos, people are referring this blended learning methods. And you will find, if we talk about this bibliometric analysis, I want to explain from this table that you will find there are two sources, Web of Science and Scopus. How it is popular. You see the documents already published in Web of Science for the bibliometric analysis. If we talk about country-wise, USA is the leading country where this flipped learning and blended learning models have already been implemented and a lot of studies have been done on it. Australia, you will find China 238, England, Spain, Malaysia, Taiwan, Belgium, Canada, Germany. A lot of citations as well as a lot of research has been done on this part. You will find the Scopus. See here in other side, you will find USA, Taiwan, Australia, Hong Kong, Spain, China, Turkey, UK, South Korea, and Belgium. These are the countries who already implemented this technique, and India is already in the pipeline for implementation of this kind of technology. I think this model should be implemented in our country too. Those who institute are not implementing, I suggest and I request all the teaching fraternity to make a lot of study on it, to put lot hard efforts to come out with some solutions for this particular flipped learning and blended learning model. If we talk about Web of Science and Scopus, the contribution of the university, where how many university have already implemented and doing research for it. Malaya University is there, Ghent University is there, Polytechnic University is there, Virgin University, University of Sydney, University of Technol, University of Texas. They all have done, and you will find citation and a lot of citation they have done. You will find, if you talk about authors, D. Weaver, Brem, and O.N.G. Hawaii, then Masuki, Kosumo, Silitongo. They have done a lot of, if you see Scopus and Web of Science, I've taken some example that how many have done study on it. And now this is the task on us. I think many people will come today and they will discuss about this particular part. So what is the benefit of this flipped learning? it used in the classroom and standard reach above a certain level. It instructs individual students who do not learn enough to face-to-face classroom. These have increased student attendance and decreased their failure rate. These are the benefit of this one. The type of inverted classroom has used an advanced and high capacity learning model in which students will have been taught more complex content, and its purpose is to increase students' knowledge. This method of the flipped classroom has been used in several established with excellent result, and students are divided into 3 groups with a record of self-study time, degree of understanding, and then they will have to face-to-face class and should be verified the state of students in their learning. The group have been comprised between students who can understand the content. Consequently, students who cannot understand because they have not studied the resources sent by the teacher, and a student who cannot understand even though they study on their own for a long time. So this learning model has been more effective in the grouped inverted classroom than the conventional inverted classroom, in which the teacher sends material and self-learning performance test at home, at school in the same way, performance test and technological resources, and finally a final evaluation. The teacher who guide these results should be made support material for each group and start safe feedback. Now I am coming on the data analysis part. See here, now this is the real study done at Ecuador, as well as I have referred many education institutes of India also. They have done a lot of study on it. And a common result I observed when a teacher has been asked with the survey, and that was asked by the researcher, that educational innovation is a fundamental element in the education of the present and future. Is it the innovation, like you need innovation is a fundamental element? Every teachers, like almost 95% said they are highly agreed, or agreed that 95% said that yes, innovation is required. In similar fashion, I'm telling you these variables are very important. That's why I've taken here. Technological resources favor the acquisitions of learning. Yes, almost 90% says that technology resources favor the acquisition of learning. Set up the use new virtual environment is your subject. If you are virtual, like creating virtual environment, almost 95% says yes. The use of information and communication technology in the class is indispensable. Almost 98% says that yes, ICT is required. It is indispensable. Necessary special training courses in the use of ICT for teachers. Almost 93% says yes. Need to use new learning model for your subject. New learning, yes, teachers say yes, it is required. It is required. 90% said new learning is required. New learning model is required. Need training courses that include how to deliver new learning models in the classroom. Almost 90% says there is a need of training courses that includes how to deliver new learning models. So training is required. FDP is required. A new learning models would motivate and achieve a new attitude among the students. Teachers say yes. Approximately 85% says a new learning model would motivate and achieve a new attitude among students. Teachers asked, you would like to implement in your subject a new learning model called flipped classroom? Almost 90% said yes. You would like to innovate the development of activities with a new learning model using a new and innovative digital tools? Almost 90% said that we would like to innovate the development of activities with a new learning model using new and innovative digital tools. Almost 95% said that we would like to interested in a new learning model where cooperative work is generated. So cooperative work is required. Cooperative work is required. A new blended learning, almost 90% said a new blended learning model that mixes face-to-face encounters with technology-based learning could take advantage in knowledge development. So for knowledge, if we are talking about blended technology, where face-to-face encounters is required, almost 90% say, yes, it is required. For a teacher, you provide ongoing rubric-based assessment to your student. Teachers say, nearby, 88% says, yes, we have to provide ongoing rubric-based assessment to our students. Formative assessment, somehow they have, like varying that formative assessment is now not much more useful compared to the continuous rubric assessment. Use several evaluations method in your subject. Almost 97% says, yes, we use certain evaluation methods. The feedback provided to the student use various motivational resources. Almost 90% says, yes, feedback provided to the student use various motivational sources to the teacher. So these are some teachers' evaluations. You need to update your skill, abilities to meet the demand of current and future teaching practices. Almost 95% say yes. 95% teachers say, we believe in ICT skill on YouTube to improve the teaching process for our students. Vocational guidance should be promoted from a flexible curriculum. So we have to, we have to accept now that we have to offer a flexible curriculum. Almost 92% say yes. Do you know and apply 3 parts of flipped learning model? Review of video lesson at home. We ask students that you first review the video. We ask students to meet the teacher's reinforcement. We ask students to complete the assignment, to assimilate knowledge and evaluate the process. Almost 75% people say, yes, it is required and we have to ask the students, like this flipped learning method. When the question asked to the students, the response was like, would you be interested in using more digital resources in your class hours from home? Almost like 70% people say yes. Would you like to, would you like your teachers to use interactive game more frequently to liven up the teaching? Games are very important to make the classes very interactive. So almost 89% say yes. If your teacher uses new technology tools, it will increase your knowledge. 70% people say yes. Activities such as games, interactive videos help your better understanding of subject. Almost 70%, more than 80% people say yes. Would you like to learn how to use new technology tools in the classroom? Altogether new technology. Your games should be interactive. Almost say yes. If you ask, teachers use classes such as video games, virtual environment is required. Almost 62% say yes. You think that doing group work among peers favor the understanding of subject matter? Almost 70% say yes. You would like to have more knowledge of the topics to be covered prior to receiving the class with your teacher. See, would you like to have more knowledge of the topics to be covered prior to receiving the class with your teacher? Students say yes. Almost 70%, 60%. You would like to teachers to use different way of teaching in class. Almost you will find these are kind of questions we asked regarding the flipped classroom, and you will find almost 50% are in favor. Students, if you see the teachers want to deliver with the technological advancement, while the students are in a process. The people are not accepting it very well, but somehow there are various groups. Like we asked, we have been categorized this for the university students. Somehow university students, there is some lacuna in this particular sample, because university students are not that much of having exposure, because if you talk about primary and elementary educations, they are not being exposed from this internet and technological advancement. So there are some resistance while we were asking these questions to them. You have difficulty learning and acquiring new knowledge. People say yes. Many people have said yes. Your teachers motivate you in class when you go to learn new topics. See here. 50% say yes, 50% rest of undecided. In class, when you have difficulty learning a subject, does your teachers help you? 80% say yes, 20% still is big. Does your teachers use innovative technology tools to evaluate in class? Still, there are a lot of scope. See, 50% approx say that yes. Rest of other still technology is not evaluated. And we are talking about these all advanced countries. You have used YouTube. Students say yes, they use YouTubes. You think you could learn on your own using the internet and YouTube without the accompaniment of teacher? Only 40% say yes, rest of others are not. So teachers here, you will find that students always need a support of teacher. Here again, they asked that internet access you have home adequate for the number of people living at home you are studying or telework. 70% says, 72% says internet access is required. Do you work with your teacher on 3 months? It is like you can see here, like video relations, meeting with reinforcement, assignment of assignment. These are, I just would like to move fast. And like, these are the benefits of, like correct feedback can be given. I'm coming on the conclusion part where students need the implementation of technology resources in the different subject, evaluations, feedback, and development in the classroom in order to increase the teaching learning process significantly and that student expand their knowledge. Future generations should be encouraged in activities that develop competencies, new form of evaluations that involve emotional intelligence, cooperative and autonomous work that take into account multiple intelligence and above all. The use of ICT to implement active methodologies that give the student a leading role and leave behind the so-called traditional school. The resources of face-to-face and remote teaching can be combined when inverted, and combined learning is used to remarkable way to implement active learning, foster learning, meaningful learning, promote student-to-student direction, which leads to cooperation, and thus students have greater control over their learning, thus fostering autonomy. The last two para, the use of flipped learning and blended learning models in recent years in education is taking into account the use of innovative technology resources to improve the quality and adequacy of the teaching learning process in both universities and countries. Teachers' digital competence has a fundamental role in the implementation and effectiveness of the different resources and directed approaches, highlighting in the research the flipped and blended learning as innovative education model. Finally, flipped and blended learning models are successful in several countries and universities in improving their student competencies, skill, and abilities, thus highlighting that the use of innovative technology resources is essential in this scenario, both face-to-face and synchronous. Thank you very much. I think I have not taken much more time. Sorry if I extend some longer time. Thank you very much once again for providing me these opportunities, and I will definitely love any kind of feedback or any kind of questions you have. Please, you may ask at whatever the organizers permit the time to me. Thank you once again.
No problem, sir. We recently heard the word of wisdom of Professor Krishnakant Dave. Professor Dave beautifully explained innovative trends and recent concepts that we can implement in education system. He elaborated why we have to think about the innovative trends like flipped and blended learning. Sir also focused that how important is the physical presence of the teachers is in the classroom, and she has become an interactive sources now. You discussed that in this era of ample number of resources, how responsible the learners have become and how in flipped learning pedagogical models, the student individualized better comparative to earlier models of learning. Your suggestions of introducing flipped and blended learning is definitely great help to change the complete scenario of teaching learning process in class. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, in the continuation of the conference, I would like to invite our distinguished speaker, Dr. G. Janardhanan. Dr. G. Janardhanan, Associate Professor, Civil and Environmental Engineering, Head, Center for International Affairs, Head, Center for Curriculum Development, Planning and Coordination, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, Taramani, Chennai, India. Dr. Janardhanan has over 18 years of research, teaching and consulting experience within the broad fields of civil, environmental engineering, engineering education. He published around 45 research articles in international and national journal and conference. He has been granted patent by Government of India towards manufacturing artificial aggregate from waste. He has coordinated more than 20 international training programs and trained around 400 international delegates from 68 different countries across the globe. Having an honor, I invite Dr. G. Janardhanan to share his expertise with us. Sir, are you there?
Yes, madam. I'm there, madam. I'm there. And it's my pleasure, and it's really a pleasure to be a part of this wonderful event, international conference. I hope my screen is visible to the participants. And
Yes,
the previous speakers categorically, Krishnakant Dev sir has categorically told the importance of a blended and a flipped approach. So after pandemic, the pandemic was really a silver lining to the academic arena, because when the government of India launched the initiative, National Initiative for Technical Teachers Training, in this initiative who are having less than 5 years of teaching experience in the IECIT approved technical institutions should mandatorily undergo certain programs. That was the Gazette notification. One such program is technology enabled learning. I still remember in January 2020, we went to the Gujarat for the committee meeting. When we went to the Gujarat, when we discussed with the committee members, they told, because I was preparing that module. So when we told by 2023 or 25, most of the faculty members will be tech savvy. So they told it's not possible, because you're thinking, is it easy for you to make all our faculty members tech savvy? We had some indicators, some targets like sustainable development goal. We kept, these are the indicators, these are the targets. If they accomplish at different levels, from professor and associate professor and assistant professor, even for research scholars. But they told it is not possible. It's so much ambitious you are. This was a statement told by the committee chairman. But luckily, I can tell luckily, but it is really unlucky. But pandemic struck in March 23rd. And after that, I have observed all our faculty members become a tech savvy. They started connecting using technology. And technology penetrated like anything. Even you can see, when the conference is being held, if it is before pandemic, we never thought we should have an online conference in Zoom. We might have thought the conference, let it be everyone can come, it will be a mela where I can meet and I can discuss over with the people. But it has transformed. The government of India has launched the initiative of National Mission on Education through Information and Communication Technology in the 2009. Various schemes have been rolled out from the NME ICT, spoken tutorial, FOSSI, E-Yantra, Shodh Suddhi, Shodh Ganga, Swayam, the disruptive technology in the field of education. The disruptive technology in the field of education is MOOCs, massive open online courses, the disruptive technology. Now, the government of India is launching the virtual university. I am part of this virtual university committee. When we are drafting the document, we observed how to roll out this virtual units, how the courses need to be bundled. As our honorable chairman of UGC has clearly told, the academic bank of credits, it is really a game changer in the academic institutions. So the bank of credit, like how you accumulate your papa and punya. So similarly, you are going to accumulate the credits, what you are going to earn from various teachers, because the learning is going to be beyond boundaries. The learning is going to be the best of the mind to the rest of the country. So the various aspects have been told. So the schemes are enormous, but the rolling out of the schemes need to be taken in a phased or planned manner. All our faculty started using technology. That is good. Usage is really good, but learning is good, but unlearning is difficult and relearning is still difficult. Our teachers started adopting the technology, but how far are they adopting it the right spirit? Because I can learn by trial and error, but my trial and error, is it the right method to adopt it? Because when we started adopting the technology, blended, flipped, all the options we are talking in terms of it. But the blended learning, the community of inquiry model, categorically mentions there are 3 presences required in the student community. One, we call it as a social presence. Second, we call it as a cognitive presence. Third, we call it as a teaching presence. So let me start quickly the lecture, because we've been given 15 minutes to give a speech. So where we are going to discuss in terms of how to go about it, what are the ways and means which we are going to work on it. Is it doing things right, or it is doing things better, or doing better things? It is differentiate between the efficiency and effectiveness. Effectiveness, is it important, or efficiency, it is important? We are going to discuss and we are going to roll out. So in this lecture, content expressed are purely my technical perspective. It does not represent the organization to which I am affiliated. So basically, we focus on course content and learning outcome. The effective design plays an important role. Course content is going to be provided by some university system. Course outcome, the IECIT cell, we are going to define. These are the outcomes which I expect from the students to possess after my education. But these course content and learning outcome depends upon how effectively we are going to orchestrate the classroom session that is going to be there. So we did some study with more than 400 participants sampling. We did some study how the different tools and techniques plays an important role, how the things have been rolled out, how effectively it is creating a ripple effect among the student community, and what are the ways and means which we have to work on it. So these are the things which we have learned, and as you all are aware, the lectures are predominantly good because now, because the physical lectures were there, now live lectures are playing an important role. Recorded lectures, they are playing an important role. How effective it is there? Is it very aptly they made it 15 minutes lecture? If it is more than 15 minutes or 10 minutes, the audience may not be having hooked to the lecture due to various reasons, because the trend of watching it, the things becomes very fast. Even we are not in the position to watch the TV for 5 minutes continuously, unless otherwise it is hooked. So because we keep changing the remote channels. So that is the way we have been fine-tuned and we have been planned. And you can see the mismatch when they are doing a physical teaching. The students were teaching, the teacher was teaching, the students was writing, and they were scribbling into this thing. Even in online, the scribbling is not there. They switch on, they logged in, and they go out for other work. They might look into other things. So that is the scenario which they have. And are they bored with the learning environment? But it has a wonderful system. The smaller wheel need to work in a synchronized manner with the bigger wheel. The teachers, students, the employees, employer, entrepreneurs, everyone, the industry, entire clientele system should work in a synchronized manner to make the system perfect. Because the system perfect depends upon the various components or subsystems. The subsystem should work in an aligned manner with the system. That is a major goal which you have to work. Because as we all are aware, the knowledge education institutions are not only the provider of knowledge, the knowledge is going to in turn going to give them a recruit job. We presume if I am learned, if I have possessed enough skills, I have a scope for having a good job. But the knowledge, obtaining a knowledge now, it depends upon the physical space and a digital learning space. The physical space is shrinking and the digital space is expanding. So when we did a survey, we have observed more than 30% of the students are still comfortable with the physical space. 72 or 73% of the people, they said their life has been revamped because of a digital learning space. I'm using the term learning space, not the classroom. Year after, no more classrooms are not going to be there. The classroom beyond boundaries. It's all going to be learning space. Because yesterday we were having a discussion with one of the very famous institutions with the NAC. When they are coming in the buses, the value-added courses have been made into a video and they have been given to the students. So the concept of learning have changed a lot. But you have to remember, the concept of learning depends upon the concept of assessment. If your assessment is this pattern, the learning is going to be in this pattern. If your assessment is only multiple choice question, the students will learn from the angle of multiple choice question. If the assessment is only going to publish a paper for a research PhD, they will focus only on publishing a paper. So the assessment is going to define the learning pattern. If you want to redefine the learning pattern, the assessment need to get redefined. If you want to redefine the assessment, the teaching has to get redefined. There is a nexus between teaching, learning, and assessment exists that we have to appreciate. And if you see the National Education Policy 2020, clearly it gives the chapter 23. It gives the importance for the online education, the digital education, the technology in education, how it is going to roll out. It has been made into the 4 major role aspects. It has been made. The 23rd chapter, it clearly tells These are the ways and means which you can work on it, which you can work on it, and which you have to work. Wait, stop. Okay. 15th chapter talks about the teacher education, and 23rd chapter it talks about the technology in education. Technology in education, it talks about technology use and integration. So they are made into 4 major aspects to support the teacher preparation and development, to improve the teaching, learning and evaluation, to enhance the educational access to disadvantaged groups, streamline the education planning, administration and the management. These are the 4 aspects the technology uses. To prepare, first you augment the teacher with the teacher preparation and development. Improve the teaching, learning and evaluation process. Enhance the educational access to disadvantaged groups. Streamline educational planning, administration and management. So let's together explore the blended approach. The students are completely blindfolded in learning. You remember, as I told you, the learning depends on their assessment. The assessment is going to redefine the process. That is very, very important. Where is the key? The challenges are plenty, but you have to remember the current situation, even in online, if you take any national coordinate like NPTEL or anything, they simply record the classroom session, they're uploading it. It is all content-based education. The content-based education will not work it in online. We have to focus on context-based education. How to go to focus on the context-based education? Because as you all are, learning is not a product of teaching. Learning is a product of the activity of learners. When we did with the survey with the 3,000 teachers, young teachers, fresh teachers from a different discipline, 3,200 teachers, we did a survey last semester to just assess how to go about it. One thing you have to remember, it is impossible to redesign students to fit into a system, but we can redesign a system for the students. We can redesign a system for the students. How we are going to redesign? But we have to remember, when we adopt technology, the risk exists, but we have to have a co-optation. But exponential growth and thinking is always there. But thinking local is very, very important for my local participants to meet the global demand. The global demand customized to the local students. That is what we have to focus on it. So if you want to focus, you have to accept the transition between the online to digital to physical. Because if you see Pope Benedict 2005, the lectures have been listened to everyone peacefully. But 2013, when Pope Francis, everyone started taking videos. So the millennials assume technology is a natural part of the environment. So when we, as I told you earlier, in the community of inquiry model, the social presence is very, very important. How to promote the social presence among the student community? That is the first question. How to promote the cognitive presence? Because their presence, they as a students, if you ask them to learn online, the online product is not a customized product. It is a product which has been made for the market. But how, even in my prepare a shirt, even if I buy a trouser, I see my size, whether it's 32 or 34 or 36. According to my size, I'm picking up. But even with the food, when I go to the market, I pick as my choice. But when it comes to education, someone prepares and it tries to roll out to the entire country. Is it a right model? Is it a right model? Because NPTEL is a 4% only IIT paper, but they roll out to the entire country. How is it possible? We cannot presume what you cooked for one set of people will be liked by other people. Even North Indian may not like the South Indian entire food. They like vada, dosha, and we like only parota and this thing. All the foods may not go well, but how to go about it, how to roll about it. That is the fourth, we call it as the cognitive presence. To make the cognitive presence, the teaching presence, it's very, very important. It is impossible to predict the future with great accuracy, but as a teaching community, we have a responsibility and role to roll out with a pleasant manner. But learn and teach with technology. The students live with technology, tap the energy they bring. What is the next step for it? Next step for it, we have to think big, and we don't have a question whether we use IECIT, but the question is how well we use it. But if you observe, these are some normal videos which I have observed in online. They record the session, they upload it. It is from one of the very famous national coordinators. I am not criticizing the content video. I am not commenting on the expertise of the teacher. He is a real expert. Real expert is teachers. But he teaches in the routine manner of what exactly the student. But the current generation students, they need everything different. They need practically, when the plant grows, why the leaves, how the leaves are aligned. So what fashion they are aligned? What is the need? Because when you teach something, make them to feel the responsible, then connect it. It is easy for them to recollect. If you just take the content as a content, it may not be appropriate, sir. Because we don't know how the leaves grows. The students are thinking how the leaf grows. Let us play. Is it 180 degree? We don't know. Is it not 180 degree? If a third leaves over the first leaf, it creates effects. Is it 120 degree? It's not 120 degree also. Still the problem comes. What is the angle which the leaf works? That we have to understand. So in such situation, the Fibonacci series is used. What exactly the Fibonacci series? The series everyone knows, but there is a unique factor which is known as a golden ratio, 1.618. If you remember the 360 degree by 1.61 ratio, so you get 222.5, which other words we can call 137 degree. So if you arrange the leaves in 137 degree, the leaves will not get overlap and it will be giving enough shadow. If you measure any leaves in the nature, if tree, all the angles is 137.5. So that is the uniqueness. When you teach something, any fundamental, connected to the context, the students will remember, then only the creativity and innovation will work. Because we all follow this westernized model. Westernized model may not be suitable to Indian condition because there the STEM education is different. Our STEM education is different. That is the reason now our research team is working on a concept known as a decolonization of curriculum. Why I should adopt the Western way of pattern? I'm not against Western way of pattern. I'm wearing the Western outfits. That is different. But the curriculum, what we define, it has to be decolonization of the curriculum. So if you see the nature has given a beauty. Everything is Fibonacci series and golden ratio. If you watch the snail shell, if you watch the cyclone or galaxy, everything is going to be a Fibonacci series. So that is there. So engagement with the participants, engagement with the goal, engagement with the content is important. The social presence, cognitive presence, teaching presence plays an important role where it sets the climate, support the discussion and regulate the learning. So if it is followed appropriately, the role of a teacher is to grow the students organically. If they grow organically in terms of the path traveled, they have to watch videos, they have to watch quizzes, participate and actively participate. So that is the goal of the video. But getting information from the internet is like taking the water from the fire. But using technology successfully in the classroom, it's a mindset. It's not a skill set. The conference, e-conference, gives a scope for the researchers, young dynamic researchers, to express their papers, views, and thought process, to deliberate and discuss, to find who is right, not who is right, to identify what is right. If they identify what is right, it's not the question of debate of right or wrong. It is a debate of future, paving the way for our future. So this is what my thought for today. And I congratulate the team, entire team, Nishi ma'am and entire team for wonderfully organizing this conference. And I express my RT wishes to them. And thank you very much for inviting me to deliver a talk. And as you all aware, the technology is going to transform the way which we learn, the way in which we teach, the way in which we assess. So it is going to connect the students beyond boundaries and make them to explore the fruits of modern education with the thought process of decolonization of a curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Dr. G. Janardhanan began his speech with the initiatives and schemes is providing Government of India to all of us like Swayam, MOOCs, etc. But parallelly, he tried to bring our attention towards competency of teachers to take the maximum benefits out of it. He focused how far the teachers are able to utilize the innovative trends in education. He explained that we must try to understand the relationship between course content, effective design, and learning outcomes. Highlights the role of teacher, he focused that the teacher must ensure the social presence of the students along with the cognitive presence of the students. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the participants to all the participants to kindly switch on their cameras for taking screenshots. Moving ahead, now I welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ferrier Elthney. Professor Ferrier Elthney, Institute of Graduate Studies, Societal Research and Development Center, Faculty of Education, Near East University, Cyprus, near Turkey. Ferrier Elthney is Vice Chair of Societal Research and Development Center, and she is Vice Director of Institute of Graduate Studies. Professor Ferrier Elthney is the head of computer education, and she has edited a special issue in Educational Technology and Society Journal. Professor Ferrier Elthney is the member of academic journals, and she has national and international books, publications, and research projects. The current project she has been working on are the National Database on the Disability, Inclusive Education, Practices, Entrepreneurship, Community Analysis in the Pandemic Period. I would now request to Professor Ferrier Elthney to kindly share her experiences on Future of Education Actions.
Hello.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, greetings from North Cyprus. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can share.
First of all, I am very great. I have a great pleasure to be in your conferences. Thanks for inviting to me. Today, I'm going to give some general perspective from my side, how I feel innovative trends in learning and teaching and assessment. It's working?
Yes, ma'am, it is okay.
I can't move the slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it working? No, I can't skip the slide.
I think so. There is a technical issue on your head as the slides are not moving.
Ma'am, we are looking at the problem. Please wait for a while.
Oh, okay, let me stop share and not take your time, and I can speak like that because its time is passing. Okay, I am considering the future of education action. You know, in our tradition, a cup of coffee takes a 40 years memory of the development and the sharing. In respect to this, based on my experiences and their position on the nearest university as a being of vice chair of Societal Research and Development Center, and also vice director of Institute of Graduate Studies, we are focused on the role of the research, how to make the development for prospective teachers and teacher education programs for future actions. In this respect, I would like to underline the new ways of life, new codes of behaviors for connected societies by understanding the role of the transformation. We know that transformation happens when we have a social crisis and natural disaster, and we are making the transformational learning based on this perspective. COVID-19 make us to realize the importance of how to make a transformation and consider the new way of life and new codes of behavior based on the future future education and the shared futures. In this respect, transformational leadership plays a great role for us to consider the change of the commitment group of members based on creating a new vision in respect to the change and the development. So we can think about the butterfly effect, which make us to clear and understandable language and paying attention for need and expectation for the future by creating a value for the future. For this reason, attitude and readiness to change and transformation should be considered. In line with this perspective, intellectual capacity, digital infrastructure, learning community, and the culture of the context is very important to consider how we are readiness to change and transformation. I am considering the position of the future before and during COVID-19. So we need to consider reflection in education. What are the new trends and the tendencies for this? Of course, transformation become a base and key for the future of education. And we need to adapt societal values and ethics and how to make a skills and professional development for the new course of life based on the equal look and equal list for making all services, even in the educational services, for all. For this reason, we need to create, yes?
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Your slide is shared by us. Now you can see your slide on the screen. So if you suggest you instruct us, we will be changing the slides from our side.
Okay.
Can you see the slide?
I can't see now. I can't see. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Now you can continue, ma'am. If you're not able to see, we'll be changing.
I can see now. Is okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So please.
Okay, let's continue from here. Equal looks and equal lives, making services for all is very important. In order to achieve this perspective, which we should consider in the education, the management perspective based on partnership and the collaboration culture. What kind of skills we need to consider? Of course, information research, teamwork, and responsibility is highly important skills to be considered for the future of education. Based on the current situation on the reports, universal education, universal values, peer support, learning, and attention and respect are very important based on the UNESCO report 2 years ago to direct or to monitor for the future of education. So as I mentioned before, digital learning resources, digital education strategies based on all levels of education to create a national policies based on the transformation is very important. What are the schools' position? We need to think the education in a different structure and different format based on the transformation. So we need to consider education a heart of the education based on the human connection and interaction. So what I want to underline in here, we don't ignore the human interaction and connection because it is a heart of the education. So we need to be smart for the societies, for the studies. We need to share, motivate, action, respect, and transformation in all levels of education for the future. And I want to underline value-adding action for the future of education, social responsibilities, social values for creating social responsibilities projects to understand the nature of the human being in order to make all people together for the shared future. So reimagination of the education based on the survival of the humanity and risk management. So we need to consider collective responsibility by reframing humanism for shared future. Rethinking education for the future, we need to consider the roles of the teachers and the families, communities who are there in a solidarity perspective to create a cultural heritage for the future, to create an inclusive educational ecosystem, to make them in a digitalized format for the accessibility. In respect for this, we don't think that these schools are only the places for learning. We need to consider the schools for social services, for making the social relationships, social values, for social responsibilities, to internalize the meaning of being human being. So strategic management is very important to establish for the future of the education. In order to understand the steps for national policies, we need to create our vision, mission, and the actions based on the strategic management perspective. So we need to reflect on learning, collaboration, self-determination, social responsibility, value education, and story sharing, different sharing experiences together in order to create a shared future. So when we look at the digital learning for future education, are there convenient, cost-effective communication, leadership skills? These are together for these platforms. And then open pedagogy. We need to differentiate the traditional pedagogies with open pedagogy, sharing ideas, reflective practice, all innovation and creativity should be happen regarding to the open pedagogy perspective. All we know that sustainable development goals and learning driving education. We need to come together to discuss all parties, all levels of education, what we are doing for learning driving education by the support of the technology. All we know that learners are different and their learner expectations are different. So we need to create entrepreneurship and innovation for societal benefits, and we need to educate learners to understand this mission for the shared future. Of course, we need to consider the theories in order to implement teaching learning practices. And I suggest chat theory to understand that technology is the medium, language is the medium of transferring learning activities. And as we know that pedagogy is like an art of teaching, we need to create our art and our capability based on being smart in order to create learners for the future. And in the ways of teaching and learning activities, we need to increase the varieties of the activities, learning activities, even in the online context, even in the traditional context, because we need to create the principles of teaching, real actions, real learning context in order to make the meaningful learning. Even in the online learning environment, social interaction and involvement and sense of creating a sense of community, highly important for learning in the online context. And we need to consider tutor as facilitator and how they are going to create a learning engagement. They should be facilitator by giving feedback and development, peer learning synergy, and the mentoring and sharing by portfolios. What we need to focus on, multi-professional teams, efficiency, facilitation on learning, assessment should be a part of learning. And I can suggest 5-stage model of Salmon while making an online learning as like a management in learning in order to make the learner engagement in online context. Critical success factors should be readiness to online learning, leadership, design issues, technological issues, and delivery issues should work together. What are the developing skills to be considered? Of course, we need to create an active learning rather than passive process. And methods of active learning, we need to create a teamwork, group study, learning out from the classroom, role play, and we need to support with the technology. We should create a learning for everyone. So accessibility is very important. Socialization, peer support, these are very important. And we need to consider how to create and develop research, communication, management skills, as a transferable skills even in online and traditional contexts. We can think the learners are different and we need to be empathic, how to listen them, how to provide them feedback, guiding and mentoring. I use in my teaching and I suggest 6 sets metaphor in discussion even in online context, in the traditional context. This is a 6 sets teaching techniques. So we need to create a different dimension and critical thinking capacity of the learners, prospective teachers in our programs. So if they are going to be research scholars in the future, they should think different way, different dimension while they are learning. And also we need to consider 4 heads of metaphors in the pedagogical teaching and learning process. So one role is pedagogical role, social role, managerial role, and technical role in the online context. We have to follow up these roles as 4 heads of metaphors in order to achieve our teaching in online context. What are the future skills? You can see that organization related and subject development related skills are considered for the future. And generic skills in the management of self, management of others, and management of information and management of tasks should be considered in our teaching and learning processes to create a future learners in a risk management and the real understanding of the human living. 9 ideas for concrete action today in the future of education: against inequalities, right to education, giving value to the teaching profession and teacher collaboration, promote student, youth, and children participation and right, protect social spaces provided by schools, making free and open source technologies. These are the ideas and action we need to consider for the future of education based on global solidarity. So future assessment, it should be authentic, accessible, appropriately automated, continuous, and secure. So we need to consider accessibility even in the assessment process. And assessment for the future is a tool to reflect how learners judge their learning. They should take their own responsibility for learn and assess themselves to understand their skill development and the progress. So when you look at the 4 strategies to make assessment, individual online conferences, all we are using in our teaching practices, small group conferences, conversation with students, also high level of thinking, digital quizzes, writing discussion on Google Docs. We are using this. My teaching and assessment journey, when you look at this, we are using Moodle and our system, and we are giving deep learning reflection tasks every week to our students, what they learn from the course and what they are achieving and reflect from their learning, even in their group discussion, their presentation, their portfolios. And we are doing course material, live courses, recorded videos, and homeworks, life-related, field-related reflection questions, presentation in every course, and storytelling approach and metaphor. Highly I am using in my courses to extend their capacity for research and project. Also, I am giving them diary on each week to reflect how they feel, because touching the value of their learning and teaching, our teaching, it gives them to understand future potential, to understand their context. Jury evaluation, self-evaluation report on skills development, and station technique and 6-set metaphor technique I am using in my teaching. These are some examples what we are doing in my course. And my professional development journey also will give an insight to the future of the learning. and the future of the education. First of all, inclusive education. We have been webinars from different countries, reflections. So this is very important even in my country to create an inclusive policy for the future of education. And this gives us a sign to consider the future of education, to make all learners together and give them a right to learn and use the resources together. So this is very important policy. In the inclusive education, human resource, accessibility, materials, and inspection for developments are very important components to consider to success for this. We create digital stories for secure schools, because you know that in the policies and the reports, creating a secure schools are very important. We create the awareness for this. I have been in a collaboration of the book for providing open and distance learning for students with disabilities during school closures. This is very important for the equality and the inclusive learning context. And also another agenda is open educational practices and the sensitivity training for managing diversity. These are the very important core contents to diffuse coming generation for future of education, because sensitivity is very important to understand, and as a teacher, as a learner, as a manager, to understand the nature of the human being, that we are all equal. So I would like to welcome to join our conference in June about innovative practices in the future of education. We have every year we are conducting this conference about the interdisciplinary educational reflections. So we are happy if you join our free of charge conferences in order to share your experiences. In my professional journey, I am the chair of this conference, co-chair of this conference, because we are believing that innovative practice can be enriched through the reflections. So interdisciplinary educational reflections are highly important to be shared from different parts of the world in order to create shared future for the future of education. Also, you can join to World Children Conference. All the teams are can be considered, because children are the main part of the society. They are the future, and we can consider their potentials and the topics to be considered for children in order to create a shared future. Also, you can submit your paper if you have about the responsible artificial intelligence in education, policy principles, design and implementation. This is the one of the issue which I am the co-editor with my valuable colleagues. You can also submit your paper for future of online learning for education reasons, humanized, flexible, and smart. And we can see that we need to discuss more about future online learning. We don't need to consider online learning just a part of the traditional learning. We should think the differences of the open pedagogy. Also, you can contribute the online journal of education, which I am an editor of this journal. And also you can contribute this newly journal, which is about the inclusive educational research journal. And as I am the co-chair of the Societal Research and Development Center, we are making social responsibility projects to make value-added actions for all human beings. So this is one of the journal from the part of the center, Journal of Societal Research and Development Center. You can contribute this journal too. For the future suggestion, I am considering sensitivity training, diversity management, equal look, equal use by the merits of online education, In order to find a solution, first we need to consider managerial implication in order to create shared action. Is like a suggestion, I create a larva for the future of education. We need to consider well-being and based on strategic management and sustainability, and it should be like a sunflower in a larva, because roots of the leadership should be considered in the schools, in the educational systems and units, in order to create a well-being and future of education based on solidarity and partnership and managerial implications. So future of education in a sustainable manner can be rely on social justice, inclusiveness, ICT, cultural identity, and the motivation and social inclusion. Thanks for listening me. I hope I can give a small inputs for the future of education. I am using sunflower, although we are passing through in a sometimes negative position due to the pandemic. We need to turn our face to the sun and grow our education system based on a shared future and solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Faria highlighted reframing and rethinking of the management of education system. She focused that attitudes and readiness to change and transform the education is required. We must relate education by adapting societal values and ethics in learning. We need to be smart to celebrate collaborating with society and culture. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, for the vote of thanks, please welcome Professor Nishi Sharma, Principal of Center for Teacher Education, IPEM, Ghaziabad. Dr. Nishi Sharma is a seasoned professional, an effective administrator, and a prominent educator having a rich experience of more than 22 years in the field of education. Dr. Nishi Sharma is associated with several educational bodies. Now, I request Professor Nishi Sharma to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. I hope that my voice is coming to you all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning to all the dignitaries and participants from the different parts of India and across the globe. It's an honor to have. It's an honor to have asked to offer vote of thanks on this inaugural session of Internationally Conference of 2022. So on behalf of management, faculty and students of IPM, I extend my gratitude to all the august speakers for sharing their graceful words with us. The topic of the conference is innovative trends in teaching, learning, and assessment. So it is a contemporary topic and it requires a lot of discussion. And I'm glad to see the enthusiasm of all the participants who have joined since morning to hear the views of different speakers or the distinguished dignitaries who are giving their views since morning. So the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Raghu Empathy from the Michigan, USA, has given special perspectives to the topic by his enlightening thoughts. So, sir, we are thankful and extremely thankful to you as it is quite late night hours in the Michigan. So I'm also thankful for Professor Ferrier-Atley from the Cyprus, Turkey. And ma'am, I'm really thankful to you that it is a very early morning for you and you have joined the session, and thank you so much for joining with us. I'm also thankful to Professor S.K. Das, Vice Chancellor from SKDS University, Rajasthan, Professor K.K. Dave from Vice Chancellor from the PAHER University, Udaipur, India, and Dr. G. Janardhan, Associate Professor from NITTR, Chennai, India. So I also express my special gratitude towards the Advisory Council, which is constituted for this international conference. And the team is involved in providing excellent research papers from all over the world to make this conference result oriented. We have been fortunate to have these renowned identities from different academic fields. So this conference will provide the platform to all the teachers, research scholars, and students to discuss the latest trends of teaching, learning, and evaluation. So I once again request the technical team to please share the title of the book which we publish for the proceedings. So can we have the cover page of the book, which we will publish in the form of which shows the proceedings. So this is the cover of our book, which we will publish. Can we have the slide, please? So it is the at IPM that we all every year when we conduct internationally conference, we publish the proceedings of the conference in the form of ebook. So this is the ebook. I hope it is visible on the slide. No, it is not visible. I request the technical team to please show the slide. So I request them to show it at the end of the session. At the validatory session, if it's having some technical issues. So we have been fortunate to have, we are listening the eminent speaker since morning, and Professor Faria, it's really a very heartfelt thank you to you that it is so early morning at your place and still you are joined the session from the starting. So I hope that now you are able to see the cover page of our book. So this is the book having all the proceedings of our international conference. So once again, thanks to all the distinguished personality for this inaugural session, and I declare the technical session 1 and 2 to be started. Over to you, Radhika. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving vote of thanks. With this, the inaugural session comes to an end. Thank you so much to all the speakers for enlightening us with their views, experiences, and knowledge on respective topics, and we are really privileged to have you all in this international conference. Now we are going to proceed towards the technical session. But before commencement of the technical sessions, I would like to share some important announcements for all the participants who are going to present their papers. The technical session 1 and technical session 2 will be held, technical session 3 will be held at Zoom platform here in this live meeting, and technical session 2 and 4 will be conducted at Microsoft Teams platform parallelly. So the participants of technical session 2 and technical session 4 are requested to join Microsoft Teams meeting to present their papers. However, the valedictory session will be held on Zoom platform only on the current Zoom meeting link. So all the presenters of Microsoft Teams are requested to resume the Zoom meeting after technical sessions. The schedule and list of presenters has already been shared. Kindly be prepared for your presentation according to a serial number given in the schedule. Also, the best paper presentation awards will be announced at the valedictory session. We will start our technical session in few minutes so that our Microsoft Teams presenters can also join their meeting via link. We are waiting for the participants to join the Microsoft Teams platform, and please be ready for your presentation on Zoom platform technical session 1 and 3.
How to do it? Maybe you can help us? Excuse me? It's here.
Dr. Nidza, I have just shared the link on the
Okay.
chat box. Please click that link to join the meeting.
Okay, thanks.
You are the first participant in that list. Hello, Professor Nidza.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you were there in this meeting only. So you have to present here in the Zoom meeting. So you are not supposed to join the Zoom meeting. Oh, sorry, that is Teams meeting.
So I'm here.
You have to be here. You have to be here. Your presentation will be done
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Now we are starting the technical session 1. During this session, the professors, teachers, teacher educators, educationists, research scholars will be presenting their research papers and articles. The technical session 1 will be chaired by Dr. Ramesh Chandra Sharma. Dr. Ramesh Chandra Sharma is Associate Professor, School of Global Affairs, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, India. I hope sir has joined the session.
Ma'am, excuse me. This is technical session 1, and I'm Dr. Shaili, and I want to join. I'm supposed to join on Teams. So should I leave this session?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Ma'am, from where I get to know where I have to present?
Sorry to interrupt. If you have any query, please write down in the chat box. You will be answered. Let's start. There are some guidelines for the participants while presenting their research papers. All of you will get 5 minutes for presentation. At the 4th minute, a short buzzer will beep that will give you the hint to sum up. And on the 5th minute, a full buzzer will beep to give you a gentle reminder. All the participants are requested to keep their cameras off and microphones on mute for a smooth progression of technical session. Our future growth relies on competitiveness and innovation, skills and productivity, and these in turn rely on the education of our people, said by Julia Gillard. With this, now I welcome our first participant, Professor Nida Davidovich. She is a professor, Education Studies, Ariel University, Israel. Her topic of the presentation is Student Satisfaction from Online Teaching in the Virtual Academic Climate.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
But how can I share my screen? I can't see nothing. I can't see you. What I have to do?
Ma'am, you have been given permission to share your screen.
But I can't do it.
Okay, Dr. Nija, do you see the green button at the bottom of the screen?
No, I can't see it. I see activity in the small side of the computer. There is activity, chat, Teams. What I have to do?
No, it is not on Teams. It is on Zoom.
Oh, just a minute.
Professor Nidza, you have to join on the Zoom platform.
No, she is in the Zoom because.
Can you give me? Can you send me to the phone? Just a minute.
If there is any technical issue from your side, we can share your slides.
I'm in technical session 1. If you can send me, yes, in 1. If you can send me to the phone. Oh, just a minute.
Ma'am, just a minute. We are sharing your PPT from here.
Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Okay, I will start, okay? but I can't see you. No. Now you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, just a minute. So now it's okay. Just a minute. Okay. Okay. And you can see my presentation. That's right?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your
Okay,
presentation.
okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about student satisfaction from online teaching in a virtual academic climate. And my name is Nida, and I can tell you that I'm the head of the education studies, head of quality assessment and academic instruction in Ariel University. And I'm also the head of the Israeli Consortium of Faculty Development and Centers. We have a forum of central for the promotion of teaching in Israel, and I'm there. Just a minute, I can't. This is our group. You can see the group, the Israeli group, and we are here. So I think that we heard all the presentation, and I want to share with you some from my thought about what I'm going to talk and the connection to the presentation. First of all, maybe we have to think that the word innovation cover a big challenge or problems. We can prefer what to say at this time, because I want to talk about the student. Where are they after all this COVID pandemic period? Yes, we know about the Bloom taxonomy. Yes, we know about the learning outcomes. Yes, we know that there is a lot of case study, and we know that every lecturer, every teacher create his pedagogical experience. But where are the students? And this is my research. And this is a big challenge that still with us to transform remote to near, because we are here in India in the conference. I prefer to be in India now and to see and the people and to share with them my experience in life. And this is a big challenge that we have to think about it. So I can tell you that we have a case study, some case studies. We can see it here. We are talking about 2015 students in this research. We have also the lecturer. We are talking about 223 faculty in academic universities. It was in all the universities. We have in Israel 9 universities, and we have like something like 35 colleges. And our aim, you can see it here, the aim of the studies are to examine what do faculty and students think about the advantages and shortcomings of online teaching and learning after their experience forced upon them by the COVID pandemic. We check it 3 times. We check it immediately during the pandemic period. We check it 1 year after, and we check it also this year after 1 semester that the student come back to the campus. We ask ourselves, are they really in the campus? We have to, I share with you our experience. The second aim was to try to understand, do the views of students and faculty differ? Yes, it's differ.
And the third aim, how and to what extent can the case of teaching and learning during the COVID pandemic predict future trends? And we are talking about future trends. It's now. This is the future. We are here in teaching and learning in academic institution. So what we know, I can tell you that if we are talking about satisfaction, the findings on this study and the findings of all our studies indicates that faculty and students hold similar views on online teaching and learning during the COVID, but there is a difference after one semester, and I will tell you about it. The most significant advantage of online teaching is the added flexibility for students in terms of their attendance, participation, attire, and other elements. And I can tell you, in my opinion, this is how I understand the results. If we are talking about flexibility, if we are talking about advantage, what is the meaningful of attendance? What is the meaningful of participation? To put a picture in the camera, to be in the camera, or to be and talk and to be involved in the course. What is the meaning of these words? And this is the big story of our time. So I think that the research arises a big issue of and we ask about the greater flexibility, or if you are talking about a greater flexibility, or reduces and reduced commitment. And the story, our story of the lecturers, is the commitment of the student to learn. If they want a job, so maybe they can take courses by the YouTube. There is a lot of online courses in all over the world. Why to come to the campus? This is our issue. What is our experience in this campus? So we can say that the most significant shortcoming the faculty and students reported is the absence of meeting with classmates. I can tell you that it was very strong in the first research, but after that, in the third research, we can see that it's still there, but in another percent. The learning experience typically encompasses social dimensions and interpersonal connection, which are absent in online distant learning. This is the humanity side of our job. These dimensions of the experience is highly anticipated by students and constitutes a motivating factor that drives their learning. The opportunity and task of transforming a physical on-campus learning community into a virtual learning community depends on faculty efforts. So this is the end. Okay, this is, you can see our university, you can see the campus, and I want to go because I have lost time. You can see here the main issue. This is the main issue that when we are talking about satisfaction. You can see that they are honest. They really say and admit that we can see that only 17% of respondents strongly agreed and believe that the online teaching methods improve learning ability. Only 13% strongly believe that the method allows students to better express themselves during lectures. Only 15% strongly believe that online teaching allows students to maintain their concentration during the lectures, and only 19% strongly believe that in this method it is easier to see the lecture. And we can say that the findings show that students identify 3 prominent benefits of the online teaching method. The first one.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Kindly conclude your presentation.
Oh, I have to stop.
Yeah, please conclude the findings.
Okay, I try to do it. We are talking about, from the student point of view, we are talking about convenience. We are talking about that they have a camera, and they talk about record lectures, and they like it. They like it very much. They can see the lecturer, and they are very satisfied from this situation. No attendance requirement. So the main issue that I want to present, yes, they are very satisfied from this situation, but what is the meaning of campus today? How to, what is our job? What is our duty for them? And what their responsibility for their learning? I think this is the big question that we have to think about it. So thank you very much. It was a very, very short time, but it's okay.
Thank you, Dr. Nidja. Thank you so much. Nice presentation. Okay, can we request the next?
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Shahzadi Hina Sen.
Our next presentation is the combined effort of student and teacher. Shehzadi Hina Sen and Zoeb Hassan Sen, Bacon House School System, Superior University, Lahore, Punjab, Pakistan. Their presentation topic is Effect of Project-Based Learning on the Reading Skills. After Shehzadi Hina Sen, Dr. Meenakshi Rathi and Dr. Chitra Rekha, kindly be prepared with your presentations. Zoeb Hassan Sen, kindly share your PPT and start your presentation, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for allowing us to present this paper in the conference. My name is Shehzadi Hina, and I'm the author of this research paper. Basically, I'm afraid I might not be able to present this paper due to my sore throat. So my co-author Zoeb Hassan will present, whereas I'll be there for the question answer session. If
okay, thank you.
You allow that. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead. And Zoeb, can you make it to full screen?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, my slides are moving.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You can see agenda now. Go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. The topic of the paper is the effect of the project-based learning on the reading skills. This is the agenda, including the introduction, problem statement, significance of the study, objective, research question, delimitations of the study, ethical consideration, theoretical framework, research methodology, intervention, data analysis, and results, recommendations, conclusion, and references. Coming to the introduction, according to Bell in 2010, project-based learning.
Zoeb, yes? Since the time is restricted for everyone, may I suggest that for everyone, friends, kindly just explain your objectives, the methodology, and findings.
Okay.
This introduction, etc., it is for paper publication. That is good, because you will be giving it to the organizers. Just go with your objectives, what you wanted to do, how you did it, and what did you find. These things are okay with us.
Okay. The statement of the problem is the effect of project-based learning on the reading skills of the students of Beacon House TNS DHA branch, Lahore. These are the significance of the study. Objectives of the study. The following objectives were formulated in the light of project-based learning framework and the standards of the class to give learners an opportunity to become autonomous learners in their reading skills through project-based learning. The second is PBL enables the students to construct their knowledge in the reading skills through acquiring. The third is PBL encourage the students to read extensively and maximize the extensive learning to enrich their vocabulary. These are the research questions that how PBL improves reading skills. And the second research question is how will the reading skills in project be used to encourage active inquiry and independent learning? This is the theoretical framework that project-based learning affects reading skills, and reading skill includes reading comprehension, vocabulary, and fluency. These are the three stages of project-based learning. The first stage is the selection of the project topic. The second stage is the project activities, and the third is the gathering information. Research methodology. The researcher visited Beacon House TNS DHA branch to get permission for conducting the research. So the school heads took an interview of the researcher and asked several questions like, why do you want to conduct the research and what will be your variables, etc. After getting selected as a teacher, the researcher requested that she wanted to teach year 3 and attended teachers training in order to know PBL much better. Moreover, how it works to improve students' reading skills. The researcher researched to know which component of the reading skills are fully focused in PBL and how effective it is. So researcher conducted a qualitative research based on the case study. The data was collected through census because the population was small, and detailed data and was collected from each student. However, for data collection, the researcher used different tools for various reasons, like to collect data regularly, and the second is to collect a snapshot of students' artifacts. Population and sample size. The research practiced triangulation from comparing the variety of sources which are running records, reading logs, observations, and the students' artifacts. The researcher got a lot of information using these three kinds of sources. Intervention is during the study, the researcher taught year 3 for 4 days a week, 40 minutes each day, and made 21 lesson plans for first term and 26 lesson plans for the second term. The study held for 2 months in each. These are the driving questions for the term 1 is how can we as environmentalists make TNS a green school? And in second term, the question was how can we as travel agent pursued people to take a trip on the moon. Data analysis and results. After collection of the data, the researcher organized the data. The first step was to gather all the records of the students, such as their reflections about the projects, acrostic, poems, writing journals, running records, etc. To analyze the data in the correct form. Moreover, students' projects were also analyzed. Once the researcher had all the data, she began reading the data and made meaning out of it through decoding them. All the strands were kept in mind while making the rubrics. Marking all the 3 skills of reading, which were commonly used in the project, was not an easy task. So the researcher used Likert scale to teach, to check their levels, and then put similar codes in group with respect to the literacy skills. 3 themes were found that could emerge students' skills, such that independent learner, literacy skills, and inquirer. PBL revolves around the main element such that making students independent learners. So keeping in mind this element, the researcher used it as a theme. This is the answer of the first research question, that researcher took observations to check the progress of the students in both the terms to know how much they have improved, for which the researcher used some instruments such that observations, reading logs, and running records of all the 3 reading components. The performances of the students were different in both terms. Their observations were taken through the rubric of comprehension, vocabulary, and fluency, which was analyzed and marked on daily basis in both the terms. The students improved their literacy skills through the motivation of their projects. PBL made them eager to learn from their mistakes and move to the levels of success. They had a positive attitude towards their task, which developed the power.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, your time is over. Please conclude.
Okay. Coming to the conclusion, this study aims to investigate the effectiveness of PBL on the reading skills in improving the literacy skills of the students, moreover, making students independent learners and inquiring. PBL is a teaching approach in which students drive their method of instructions, which leads them to demonstrate their skills and learning through projects. Teachers can motivate their students for reading through PBL as students are given an opportunity to create their projects and mold them in the way they want to. Buck Institute for Education help the students, help the teachers to implement the PBL in schools. According to them, the PBL is defined as a teaching method in which students gain knowledge and skills by working for an extended period of time to investigate and respond to a complex question, problem, or challenge. The analysis of the students' reflection revealed the implementation of the projects and their skills, which enhances their reading skills, which seems that PBL is better than other instructional models in the academic achievement for increasing the cognitive skills. Thank you. These are the references. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Zoeb, sir. It is requested to all the participants, please present your paper within the 5 minutes. I invite Dr. Chitrarekha, Assistant Professor, Diet, Southwest, Bhubaneswar, SCERT, New Delhi, India. Her topic is Digital Literacy in India and New Education Policy 2020. Are you there, ma'am?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am.
Kindly share your presentation. If you're finding any problem, we can share your slide. Now it's okay, ma'am. Now we can see your screen.
My screen is visible. Yes.
Ma'am, please start as earliest.
Audible? Okay, ma'am. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all the respected sir and all the team of conference team for giving me such a better opportunity to present my paper. My paper is based on digital literacy. First of all, I want to focus on digital literacy. What is digital literacy? Digital literacy nowadays it's a current demand. Digital literacy should be the fourth pillar of a child education alongside reading, writing, and mathematics, and be resourced and taught accordingly. It has been said by the House of Lords Reports 2017. We all know that our new education policy has been implemented. The major point
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Highlighted in the new education policy. The new education policy 2020, which we can change.
Hello. Hello. Dr. Chitrarekha, you just continue your session. We are sharing your slides from here. Hello, ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. I think you are sharing my screen.
We can see your.
Chitrarekha, you can keep on explaining. I know you are using mobile phone, so signal may be weak, but anyway, you can explain it. No problem. It's okay if the PPT is not visible. That is fine.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, just explain your findings and methodology. That's okay.
Sir, actually,
Avoid other things.
my paper is based on the main points on National New Education Policy 2020. It highlights the relationship between the traditional methods of teaching and educational based technology based teaching methods. If we have seen in our present time, the need of technology interventions is very important for improving teaching learning process, evaluation process, and supporting teacher preparation, professional development, enhancing educational access, or streamlining. If we are talking about the traditional methods, in traditional methods, we always use textbooks, workbooks, written test, recitation, lecture method, discussion method, group discussion, etc. But in pandemic, we have seen the demand of digital literacy and digital technology has been increased. We have seen when there is a problem of connection, we are not able to connect with the community, then technology help us to connect the person and the students. We have given the assignments or doing the assessment with the help of technology. We have sent the PDF and talking about the WhatsApp, Zoom. We have used a lot of technological instruments during the pandemic. I can say the digital tech literacy जो है develops our 6 core skills: collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, citizenship, character, and communication. NAP 2020 also emphasizes and technological interventions, improving teaching, learning, and evaluation process. I have already discussed about that. For implementation, the NETF, National Educational Teacher Form, technological form will be set up by the government or improving the technology in the field of education. The functions of NETF develop a rich variety of educational software for a wide range of including Divyang students in all major Indian languages. We have seen there is a big problem for students with a special different abilities. We are not able to connect with them. That's why the policymakers think about that. Secondly, for the material development, the NCERT and CIT, CAB, CBSE, and iOS will develop the e-content, and Diksha platform also working in this area. We have developed and download the various e-content with the help of DITES and SCRT on the Diksha portal. Technology-based education platform, I have already said this. Online and digital education ensuring equitable use of technology. The major focus, development of use of existing digital platform and doing ICT-based education initiatives, expanded the current and future challenges in providing quality education, limit the digital divide. Yes, we have seen there is a big gap of in the area of digital divide. In rural areas, we are not able to connect. There is a very less opportunity. There is no net connectivity, no technological equipment with students, there is a big digital divide. That's why the NEP 2020 highlights the points that we have to remove the digital divide and provide the opportunity to all the rural and urban or deprived section of the people the opportunity of e-learning. The new education policy recommends the following key initiatives: pilot studies for online education, digital infrastructure, online teaching platform and tools, content creation, digital repository and dissemination, online assessment and examination, blended mode of learning, lay down standards. These are the major points highlights in the NEP 2020. Thank you, sir. There is I apologize. There is some problems from my side. I am talking about the technology, but I am also facing the problem of technology. So sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chitrarekha. Okay, next, please.
It's totally okay, Dr. Chitrarekha. It is the technical errors. Thank you so much for presenting your paper. I invite Dr. Meenakshi Rathi, Assistant Professor, Government Adarsh College, Hardar, Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal, India. Her topic is Online Teaching and Learning Tools, Reshaping Education in Rural India. After Dr. Meenakshi Rathi, Ms. Shweta Das and Kumari Sucheta, kindly be prepared with your presentation. Dr. Meenakshi Rathi, over to you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, when will be my turn? Dr. Bhuvnesh Sharma is asking.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Bhuvnesh Sharma here, ma'am. When will be my turn?
Ma'am, the schedule has been shared in the chat box. You can check from there.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Ma'am, you are scheduled in the Microsoft Teams.
But Microsoft is not in my phone. I am here
only.
Join
with the link.
I am here with the link.
Contact with the Microsoft link, which has recently.
Ma'am, yes. You can join the Microsoft link, which is recently shared with you, and okay. You can join it with your browser.
Okay, ma'am.
Kindly contact to Anjali Raj, Dr. Anjali Raj. Dr. Meenakshi Rathi, are you ready? Assistant Professor, SLCHE, GGSIPU, New Delhi, India. Her topic is a study on the perception of teachers and students on online teaching and learning with reference to MOOCs. Ms. Shweta Das, kindly share your PPTs.
Are you there, ma'am?
Let's have next presenter.
Okay, sir.
Can we have the next presenter, James Stores, Mr. James Stores, Research Scholar in Education, Metropolitan College, affiliated to Jint American University, Colombo, Western Province, Sri Lanka. His topic is Analysis of Student Feedback Leads to the Development of Metacognitive Strategies and Tailored Instruction for Student Learning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, but I can't share my screen. Can you please enable it?
Just a minute, sir.
He's not able to share his screen.
Sir, you have been given permission to share your presentation.
Yeah, I can share now.
Yeah.
मेरे Microsoft टीम में देखो मेरे 1 और 2 में ही होगा नहीं 1 में होगा सेशन 1 में 5 नंबर तो था मेरा नहीं तो सेशन 1 और 3 तो जूम पे चल रहा है 2 और 4 ही तो टीम पे जाना है
I request Dr. Manoj Sharma kindly mute yourself.
मैं तो आपसे यही कंफर्म करके गई क्योंकि इसमें लिखी हुई थी चैट बॉक्स में वो शेड्यूल आपका शेयर है चैट बॉक्स खोलिए ये तो रहा शेड्यूल
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir, we are able to see your screen.
Okay, so can I start?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the opportunity to present the research work. This is a short research done for the in a international school to see how the feedback helped to improve learning. Okay, so as we know, like not only in education sector, everywhere feedback is very important. So student feedback had grown in a popularly to assess and improve the effectiveness of teaching and learning, and also teacher giving feedback to students. So there are two ways we can consider teaching. So I have looked at the research work done by John Hattie in his research Visible Learning. So there he says when teachers see learning through the eyes of the students, and when students see teachers through their learning. So it was done by like around 1600 plus meta-analysis, about 95,000 studies analyzed by John Hattie, and they categorized based on the ranking. They ranked different areas which influences teaching and learning. So among that, the feedback is in the first 30 ranking, and which has a effect size. This is according to their research, what they have given feedback as 0.73. Now, the studies with the highest effect size showed that students receiving feedback about a task and how to do it more effectively, like just like a normal feedback in the form of a praise and motivation, punishment, or something which has a lower effect size, but specific feedback which says that what went well and how to improve it, that will help a lot in learning, and also inform student or a teacher getting feedback from students, how you can check the learning and how you can make it better. And there are two ways of when teachers learn about how their practice influences and student feedback assists teachers in determining how successfully they promote students' learning and where improvement must be made. If the feedback for the teaching learning be utilized successfully, it should be relevant, timely, and confidential, respectful, customized. So most research has undertaken on feedback and its consequences, like basically teacher giving feedback to students, but there are already very little research was done on like how student feedback can help teacher and in the learning process. So this study was done, as I mentioned, in an international school in Colombo with around like 400 students from grade 7 to 12, and it is done on a questionnaire with a 5-point Likert scale, and the analysis one carried out the whole group analysis, then grade by grade, and the teacher by teacher analysis. So to see that how the teaching strategies such as differentiation or teacher feedback on student learning and classroom management, etc., and to investigate how motivation effect and teaching resources and planning enhance student learning, and also like differentiation in the learning and also metacognitive strategies, how it is helpful. And many researchers, like in the literature, they talk about like how effectively we can use the feedback, and in Turtle found that students may actively participated in the feedback process or more metacognitive development and higher success. as metacognition is thinking about thinking. And so students will start thinking when they see the questionnaire or like start the process of feedback, either receiving feedback or giving feedback. So this is divided into teaching strategies, teaching resources, student motivation factor, and enjoyment in learning. So these are the questions which was given to students to answer in different categories. And the reliability test was done and got a good value for R. And these are the student responses. And I just like to move on with the, these are the overall analysis on the box and whisker plot. So here you we can see here on the screen. So many questions and got a good response, while some of them, like for example, the enjoyment in learning and students' interest in learning and teacher giving feedback, some of them are less. So where teachers need to put more effort on this. So one of the main aspects as further development from the analysis to increasing student enjoyment and making lessons more interesting. Another outcome is incorporating metacognitive method into teaching and learning process, and discussion and interview with teachers and student feedback reveal a vital role in help them to learn more effectively. Student may think about their thinking like using the metacognitive abilities, and teaching method has been shown a boost student learning significantly. So student utilize metacognitive approaches to make most of the classroom instruction as mentioned in the previous one as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Meenakshi Rathi, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Meenakshi Rathi. After Dr. Meenakshi Rathi, Ms. Shweta Das and Kumari Sucheta, please be ready with your presentations. I think there is some technical issue from Dr. Meenakshi Rathi. Ms. Shweta Das.
Audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am ready.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you now.
Okay. Good afternoon to all eminent persons present here. Ma'am, I am not able to share my screen.
But ma'am, it was sharing before.
Acha, is my screen visible?
Not right now.
But that was the presentation of Meenakshi, not Anukriti.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen as the screen is showing that host disabled participant screen sharing. Means screen sharing is disabled here.
Are you Dr. Meenakshi, ma'am?
No, ma'am, I'm Shweta Das.
Okay, ma'am, we are waiting for Dr. Meenakshi Rathi to start her presentation. After that, you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, पहले मीनाक्षी राठी का होगा तब होगा मेरा.
I think there is some technical error from Dr. Meenakshi Rathi. Ms. Shweta Das, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, now also the screen is showing host disabled participant screen sharing. I'm not able to share.
Sangeeta, you can project the PPT and she can just
yeah,
narrate
sir.
it.
Actually, Meenakshi Rathi is showing her presentation herself. We can see the presentation, but I don't know why she's not able to speak. Even her mic is unmute. Dr. Meenakshi, can you listen to me now? Dr. Meenakshi?
Yes.
Please go ahead, as we have wasted a lot of time on you. Please.
Yes. Is it present? Is it visible? No.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very sorry for this technical.
Your voice is quite low. Please increase your voice. Dr. Meenakshi, please increase your voice.
Okay. Is it audible now?
Check the volume of your microphone.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Meenakshi, we can hear you, but the voice is very low.
Okay. I will try to increase it.
There's a speaker button on your laptop. Please add the plus button of the speaker.
Yeah, it's 100% now.
No, that is speaker. Anyway, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the presentation topic is online teaching and learning tools, which is reshaping education in rural India. So here goes the presentation. I'll just cover the topics which is related to rural India, the objectives I'll be covering, the challenges and the problems which is faced by learners in rural area I'll be covering, and the suggestions of Ministry of Education which is given, I'll be covering those also, and I'll be discussing on the free and open online learning tools which can definitely change these rural settings, the setting of teaching and learning in the rural area of India. So I just like to start my presentation with this quote that education is not a vase to be filled, but it is a fire to be lit, and we all have this particular, freedom to do those things. Education in India has undergone through innumerable milestones and the predominant. Hello. I think anybody has muted their mic. Hello.
Class 10. If you want to see the portfolio of that particular learner in class 10, so for the class.
This is the fact about the education in the ancient India. It was believed that India has got the wonderful education, past education background. We had Takshila, the institutions, world-class institutions like Takshila in 700 BC, Nalanda, which was one of the prestigious institutions of the world. Then this is the journey of education system in India. The ancient Vedic time we had, then post-Vedic time, then Buddhist period we had, then we had the Islamic education system. Apart from that, the education during the British rule was there, which has totally changed the education pattern in India. Then after independence, the after independence in 1947, we had the different pattern of education system. Then we had the National Education Policy of 1986. Then we had the National Education Policy of after 68, we had the National Education Policy of 1986, and this was all about the history of education policies in India. I must say, we currently have this national education policy. After 34 years, we had this national education policy, which is presently there with all of us, and we as an educators can make this difference. We can see this pedagogical transformation or the paradigm shift which is there. Earlier the things were like that. Earlier we used to have the system of the sage on the stage pattern has been changed, and now the things are the educators have been, the role of educators have been changed from the stage on the stage to the guide by the side. And the reason in India is COVID, and the result we all know. And the worst is the scenario in the rural India. We all can see the change which is there in the rural India. If you talk about the online learning system, and that everybody knows that takes place over internet. And if we talk about the objectives of the study, the objective of the study is to understand the mode of online learning, specifically in rural India, to study the concept of e-learning in rural India, and the free online teaching tools which educators can effectively use in this teaching learning process, and to study how NEP 2020 has attained the equity of can attain the equity of education in India through digitization. And the data collected is from the secondary sources, that is reports and publications. The factors driving e-learning market in the rural India is we have untapped the rapid improvement is there in the internet. The growth of smartphone penetration is one of the reasons. The cost associated with the online education is comparatively very less as compared to heavy infrastructure that we used to put for the offline classes. Government has taken various initiatives for digital e-learning such as Swayam Prabha and all. The concept of working from home has been popularized in India, and that has raised for the demand of online education. The concept of online reskilling is again one of the and the challenges which is faced is poor IT and connectivity support. Poverty and unavailability of latest devices with the students. Language is again one of those hurdles. Also, qualified educators is there in rural areas, and in rural areas things are male dominant society. These are the online teaching tools which we can use in the rural settings. These are the tools which we can use, and the benefits of this online learning, as everybody knows, it has got scalability, affordability, comfort, convenience, equal opportunities for all. The 5 pillars which affordability, equity, accessibility and all is covered which is confirmed by the NEP 2020 also. And this is the future of higher education. This is the future of education in rural India. We can have blended learning, we can have flipped classroom, we can have collaborative teaching learning, we can have usage of multimedia, growth of open educational resources would be there. E-learning, the 3 A's of e-learning, that is anyone, anytime and anywhere can learn. Concept of MOOCs and meta universities will be there. More of learner-centric education will be there. And at the end, I would like to say that looking at the bright side of this digital education, which is more scalable, affordable, convenient, and interesting, we can predict that future of education is very bright in rural India. And the launch of programs like Pradhan Mantri, E-Vidya, Nishtha, Diksha, Swayam Prabha, and other digital initiatives, which are the trailblazer steps in e-learning direction. It has been anticipated that with dedicated leadership, willpower, integrated framework comprising of government, technology, industry and society, definitely we can visualize a bright future of our rural India. And initiatives can be taken at the local level to make India a global superpower educated economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Shweta Das, kindly share your PPT. After Ms. Shweta Das, Kumari Sucheta and Bhavna Mathur. Ms. Bhavna Mathur, be ready with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, now
Yes,
also my screen is, I am not able to share my screen.
But ma'am, you have been given permission to share your screen. You
But
have joined
I
with
think,
Anukriti, right?
no, ma'am, now Shweta Das, I have joined by the name of Shweta Das. But I'm not able to share my screen.
Okay, ma'am, you start your presentation. We are sharing your screen from here.
Shweta, you can begin explaining your work.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay. Sir, but the
They will-
problem of, yes, sir.
They will show the PPT. You just go ahead, explain it.
Okay. The topic of my study is a study on the perception of teachers and students on online teaching and learning with reference to MOOCs. So my focus area is MOOCs, and to know about the perception of teachers and students of higher secondary school. The main points of my topic are that MOOCs have gained an immense popularity from 2012 onwards, and with the emergence of technology and advancement of technology all over the world, and in the period of COVID-19 pandemic, it has gained immense popularity, and MOOCs is a most popular among them. Being an open educational resource, it is an e-learning platform that allows students from all over the world with an unlimited enrollment with the opportunity for distance education from the best colleges and universities in the whole world. MOOCs have been very interactive and very MOOCs providers typically have groups that have interactive discussions and forums between students, professors, and teaching assistants with the help of video lectures and all the available study materials, which are very easy to use. Reports indicate that approximately 58 million students are enrolled in MOOCs courses worldwide, which is offered by more than 700 universities with approximately 6,850 courses offered by the providers, such as Coursera, EDX, Udacity, etc. A MOOCs is an asynchronous open access web-based course designed to attract large number of students at one time. Globally, over 8,000 MOOCs courses are offered by the universities with prestigious reputations, offering education to millions of people, which are quite free of cost and very easy to use. And the main major MOOCs providers are NPTEL, MOOCKit, IIT, BX, and SWAYAM portal in India. There are other courses which are delivered online. With the help of MOOCs providers, various notable institutions around the world provide these courses. Registration and fees are required to participate in these courses offered by IIT India. It is based on of Australia, open to study. Online educational platform is based out of Germany, Coursera, EDX, Udemy, and these platforms are based out of Germany. SWAYAM MOOCs is a very popular in India, which is available for the higher secondary bachelor's and master degrees by the UGC and HRD ministry. The course covers a wide range of subjects that aren't usually covered on campus. MOOCs portal SWAYAM, that is study webs of active learning for young aspiring minds, offers students the opportunity to choose from 2,000 courses, 200 of which are currently open for registration. In 2021, the 5 online learning platforms likely to revolutionize online learning for students are QMath, White Hat Junior, SP Robotic Works, QShala, Digital Aristotle, and the following list contains the top following online teaching platforms for teachers like Learnist, Udemy, Teachable, WizIQ, CourseCraft, and Ruzuku. Some of the challenges faced by the teachers are insufficient technical knowledge, limited access to pertinent study materials, insufficient monitoring of discipline, and the problem of keeping students engaged and tracking the progress of students also sometimes. Some of the challenges faced by students in online teaching learning classes are that they have digital divide, lack of digital literacy, difficulties of sudden transition, and unavailability of equipments and resources. Objectives of my study is First objective is to study the perception of government school teachers and public school teachers towards the role of MOOCs on online teaching in learning biology at senior secondary level. Second objective is to study the perception of government school and public school students towards the role of MOOCs on online teaching in learning biology at senior secondary level. Hypothesis is that there is no significant difference in perception towards the role of MOOCs in teaching learning biology of teachers from senior secondary, government school and public schools at senior secondary level. And the second hypothesis is that there is no significant difference in the perception towards the role of MOOCs in learning biology. Methodology used is that the study was conducted on a sample of 100 students in which 50 were from 11th and 12th standards. 50 teachers were also covered in the area of study. 2 self-made questionnaires were developed to study the question and were validated by professors of VMLG College, Ghaziabad, to study the perception of students and teachers at senior secondary level. The area was divided into 2, that was awareness and interest as a dimension of perception, which had 25 questions in awareness and 25 questions in interest to study the perception of both teachers and students. There were total 50 questions in each tool, which was based on 5-point Likert state for data analysis. Statistical methods used were t-test, mean and standard deviation. Analysis and objective was that we saw that in hypothesis 1, the calculation was done on the basis of t calculation and t tabulation, where t calculation must be greater than t tabulation, and we saw in our study that t calculation was less than the t tabulation of 1.96. So we see that both groups are alike when we talk about interest of the teachers of government school and public school teachers. Both the groups were alike. In the area of awareness, that both the groups were not like, and t calculation of 2.6 is greater than t tabulation of 1.96, which shows that government school teachers were more inclined towards the study of MOOCs for biology learning, and government school teachers are there. Conclusion is that we saw that in the calculation of means, the teachers of government school teachers show more perception, and the government school teachers show less perception in the area of interest and awareness. And in the area of students also, we saw that interest and awareness is more in public schools than government school. Concluding that, we see that in conclusion that moreover, public schools are slightly better than the government school for both students and teachers. And in the area of awareness, government school teachers are more inclined towards the study of MOOCs, according to my study. And the study states that overall perception of teachers and students towards the role of MOOCs on online teaching and learning of biology is higher in public schools than government schools. And according to the result, teachers of government schools have shown more awareness towards MOOCs in learning biology in the dimension of awareness. Thank you, sir. This was my research study, and I could not share, so I apologize for that.
No, Shweta, it is perfectly fine. In fact, you have given a good demonstration that even without present PPT, how a paper can be presented. So you did very, very well.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Congratulations.
You. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It is requested to all the participants, kindly switch on your cameras your paper so that we can see you. Next participant is Miss Kumari Sucheta. After Kumari Sucheta, Miss Bhavna Mathur and Muhammad Arif Malik, kindly be prepared with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here, ma'am. Let me share my screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you can share. Ma'am, is there any problem in sharing screen?
Yes, ma'am, I'm not able to share my PPT. I'm trying, ma'am, but I'm not able.
You are a co-host, so you are eligible to share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
किसमें है
डेस्कटॉप
PowerPoint
डेस्कटॉप पे है
वो
कहाँ से?
इसमें है आपको
Sucheta, perhaps you can go ahead without waiting for the PPT slides.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, don't be dependent on PPT.
Okay, sir. So good afternoon, all and one. Am I visible, sir? Am
Yes,
I
we can see.
audible, sir?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all and one present over here. Myself, Sucheta, going to present my paper on effectiveness of STEAM education on critical thinking skills of elementary school students. This paper highlights the value of critical thinking skills based on art-based learning, including reading and writing. The paper focuses on the curricular integration of essential subjects, skills, and capacities to reduce curriculum content to enhance essential learning and critical thinking. To move towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary education, which includes STEM, STEAM, and STREAM. To promote
Sucheta, we lost your voice. Can you speak connecting through your mobile phone? You can just talk. Sangeeta, perhaps she has lost her connection.
Yes, sir. I think her screen, I mean, her presentation we have shared. I don't know, there is some connection issue, I think, sir. We can take the next participant now.
Okay.
Our next participant is Ms. Bhavna Mathur, PhD scholar, Amity Institute of Education, Amity University, Noida. It is the combined effort of Ms. Bhavna Mathur and Ms. Neetu Mishra Shukla. Their
Okay, Bhavna,
topic
please
is
go ahead.
Teachers' Perspectives on the Use of Discussion as a Pedagogical Tool During Online Teaching. After Ms. Bhavna Mathur, Mr. Muhammad Arif Malik and Ms. Natasha Pallavi be ready. Ms. Bhavna Mathur.
No, Bhavna, we cannot hear you.
Bhavna?
No, we can see the lip syncing, but not the voice.
Bhavna, just unmute yourself.
Now, if I'm speaking, like,
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I've increased my full volume and I'm not able to share my screen because host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay.
Can I have this issue resolved?
Okay. Yeah. We are resolving. We are allowing you to share, please.
Thank you so
Sangeeta,
much.
you can project her slides if you have. Otherwise, Bhavna, you can go ahead. Just you can explain your work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One minute. Yes. Okay, that's my screen. Is that my screen or somebody else?
No, this is Sucheta's slides on the screen.
I'm not able to share.
Okay, now you are
Now
here.
you can share. You can. Yeah, this is visible. We can see.
can you see my screen, my first slide?
Yes.
Then you
Yes. Go
start
ahead.
from the beginning. Okay.
Okay. Teacher's perspective on the use, please say yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to all and giving me such a good opportunity. I'm a PhD scholar. It's a big platform for me to express my work. So my title of my study is Teacher's Perspective on the Use of Discussion as a Pedagogical Tool During Online Teaching. So this is a qualitative study I did on 6 teachers. Though my introduction is like within 2 span after March 2020 till date, online teaching is in the classroom teaching process is taking through the online teaching mode. So when you talk about online teaching mode, obviously pedagogical processes or pedagogical strategies which teachers imply in the classrooms have also been like kind of modified or adjusted as per the scenario. So one of the pedagogical skill, tool, I will say, is been used very often during our face-to-face is the discussion mode. Many topics, almost all the topic can be covered through the discussion mode. Obviously, some topics need experimentation, some topics need field trip. So I focus on discussion, that how the discussion took place in the online teaching platform, synchronous or non-synchronous, and how this pedagogical tool got affected through this medium, this online teaching medium. So basically my focus was to collect the perceptions of the teacher, that how they're using the discussion mode in their classroom processes. When we talk about online teaching, everybody knows online teaching is nothing but transacting the course or the curriculum or the non-curriculum things through with the help of internet or the mobile or the laptop, anything. So these are my definition. So I Bajaj Retail, I usually go through this definition that the various internet-enabled online teaching platforms were available during the before the emergence of COVID-19, but in India. It was in mass we were using. We started using and exploring so many platforms. Google Class, Zoom meeting, social media, blogs, YouTube channels by the teachers, all these were in bulk in these 2 years. These were already there and applied, used in different countries. But in our India, the boom started in this 2 years back. Now discussion, talk about discussion. What is discussion? We all know, we share the things amongst each other. We give there's a concept on which the things of the views or mapping or we can say anything what the child want to express is allowed in the classroom. They share their feeling, they share their thinking, they share their theory, what they have. So everything is done in the discussion mode. Now, how this use of online discussion, both in the form of synchronous and non-synchronous. Synchronous, we know that when the online classroom teaching is taking place, there's a chat box with a Google meeting or Zoom meeting, and in this elementary class teacher, most often I have observed that they use chat box for their this kind of thing. What is their opinion? Because if they started asking everybody, so there could be a chaotic thing. That's what the teachers told me. So we have a chat box for the synchronous, and there's a non-synchronous platform too, which is organized by the teacher, where they can share their viewpoint. That is WhatsApp, where they put up a question and they the student can answer that question later on, and they can have the chat, and that kind of thing is taking place. So I took both the thing. It was not synchronous or non-synchronous. I took discussion as a whole using it could be anything, whatever type of synchronous or non-synchronous they're using the classroom teaching learning process during the online teaching. So discussion is very, a teacher scaffold the discussion, because discussion can go elaborate. It could be, go out of the line. So a teacher has a very important role as a moderator to, confine the discussion and to delimit it, because there's a time constraint. There's a 45 minutes of classroom teaching where we have to cover the concept. So for this, qualitative study, perspective of the teacher on the use of online discussion for the teaching learning process, and my 5 questions for this, questionnaire or for this research were these main questions were: why online discussion should be used in the classroom? Why? What should be the effective plan for that? What are the various plan of discussion during their online teaching, and how they can use that online discussion to stimulate their thinking processes, and what were the various challenges they face during this online teaching process or online teaching classroom transaction. So I totally took 6 teachers because it was 6 teachers and 2 teachers each from class 6, 7, 8. So total 6 teachers. It was a unstructured questionnaire was developed on the basis of the research question, and second thing I used observation. The online classroom.
Ms. Bhavna, your time is over, so kindly conclude your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Just 1 minute. So over with these 2 tools, questionnaire and unstructured question, observation, unstructured questionnaire and the classroom observation of online teaching. This was my findings. That and I find the analysis was done on the grounded theory. Themes were identified because which were note taking during the online classroom presentation and the unstructured interview which I took place. So I developed themes and codes for that, and some of the codes I've written below: effective planning, student engagement, thinking, and challenges. Sorry, the comma is missing. And what I found is that teachers find that online discussion were useful. They were highly effective. They were able to connect and discuss the content even without physical, even with a physical distance. And the participant reflected that while conducting online discussion, student got an opportunity to give their opinion, answering the question. Another finding was it was found that when teacher mentioned any home assignment or duties, the people used to discuss their roles and they try to modify or
other participants are waiting, please.
Okay, ma'am. So this is my last. Most participant teacher responded that online discussion fosters social and emotional development among the student. And lastly, that sometimes too large discussion took place, which distract the teacher from the objective of the teaching concept. And that's the end. Thank you. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bhavna. Now, Mr. Muhammad Arif Malik, PhD Research Scholar, Central University of Haryana, Budgam, Jammu and Kashmir, India. His topic is online learning, an exploratory study on cognitive styles and academic career of students during COVID-19 pandemic. After Mr. Muhammad, Ms. Natasha Pallavi and Ms. Shalini Johar, be prepared with your presentation. Mr.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Now, is it visible? My PPT is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and research scholars who participated either through online or offline mode in this international conference. Today, the topic of my paper is online learning, an exploratory study on cognitive styles and academic career of students during COVID-19 pandemic. I think I have no need to introduction here because due to the shortage of time, I am going to the review of literature section. Some studies I quoted here. Dhawan 2020, his study highlighted the value and importance of education technology startups during challenging days of natural disaster of COVID-19. Hence, for the continued growth of education system, various online platforms were initiated for achieving the multiple purpose of students, faculty, communities, societies, and the entire nation. Gina, in 2020, his study highlighted the impact of COVID-19 on higher education institutions in India. Pokhriyal and Chetri 2021 emphasized on providing a comprehensive report of COVID-19 and its effect on online teaching learning platforms and indicated the way through which we go with these online platforms in the offline classrooms. Objectives of the study: to explore the effect of online learning on cognitive styles and academic career of students during the COVID-19 pandemic, to study pedagogy of online learning and its consequences during the COVID-19 pandemic, to study online learning platforms used by the learners during the COVID-19 pandemic. Methodology of the study: the present study is purely theoretical and is based on some research studies. Various research studies related to online learning, cognitive styles, and academic career COVID-19 pandemic have thoroughly been reviewed to design the current paper. While preparing this paper, researchers have consulted reputed journals of national and international level, reports, essays, etc. to achieve the objectives of study. Accessibility and opportunity to online learning during COVID-19. Having an access and opportunity to these online educational platforms could also benefit the differently able students to learn and educate them at their home. Some of the students who were facilitated instantly by their parents with digital equipment of learning did face least challenges rather than those who had not these facilities at their place. Implications of e-learning regarding cognitive styles of students. Cognitive style refers to universal perspective, which involve attention, perception, learning, memory, reasoning, decision making, problem solving, and making judgment, etc. Comprehensively exploring the relevant literature of national and international levels, it is eliminated that upshots of modern educational transactional approaches on cognitive functioning and its various styles is of supreme connotation. Academic career of students during COVID-19 outbreak. The true nature of the academic career of students lagged behind during the COVID-19 session and restricted their harmonious development at work. The success of teachers and whole education system is being evident from the prosperous achievement of students and insisted for needed improvements in the education system. Open education resources, OERs, MOOC with other online devices and applications like Zoom, Google Meet, Kisco, WebEx, etc. have conferred myriad teaching learning experience, need-based training and skills, which are mandatory for students to overcome these hindrances and jubilate their personal, social, and academic life. Efficacy of online learning during COVID-19. Findings of the study. In the current study, major findings and results depicted from the above exploration. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly augmented the level and opportunities of distance learning at all education stages. Cognitive styles are a primary unit for any educational contribution, and online learning technologies of education broaden the scope of intellectual functioning. These technologies offer great access and opportunity to broaden one's vision, perception, thought, mental operations to the highest. Inequalities we are also seeing in the system of education during COVID-19 because the average student did not possess the online equipment of teaching learning. Online learning have created an inclusive settings where children with special needs were taught along with normal ones in digital atmosphere. Online learning modes protect the students from being the victims of COVID-19 and save their precious life at home. The present study also revealed that academic career of students was badly affected to the great extent by the closure of formal interaction in the schools and ruined the social interaction of students as well. Some educational implications are being mentioned here. Online learning tools should be used at school level so that students will become competent to utilize these platforms in an intelligent way in the future. Workshops should also be conducted in which teachers and students learn in collaboration the use and consequence of these online learning tools. Educational boards and higher authorities should include importance of online learning tools and their application in the syllabi from the early stage of education. Curriculum frameworks must also include online learning pedagogies and its consequence in the education system and the real life of 21st century. Conclusively, the current online learning techniques and pedagogies nurtured the cognition, mental health, and academic career of students during COVID-19 outbreak and made them techno-savvy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Arif.
Thank you so much, sir. I invite Ms. Natasha Pallavi, Faculty Associate, the ICFI University, Dehradun, Uttarakhand, India. Her topic is Ethical Considerations in Augmenting Artificial Intelligence in Teaching Methodologies at School Level. After Ms. Natasha Pallavi, Mr. Anu M. George and Ms. Shalini Johar, be prepared.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaste from Natasha Pallavi. I'm the Faculty Associate in the ICFI University, Dehradun. I'll be presenting my topic. My paper was on ethical consideration in augmenting artificial intelligence in teaching methodologies at school level. So I don't need to be very emphasizing much on what is AI, but AI in education at present, the mission of AI, artificial intelligence has been affecting a lot of sectors, including the education. So the purpose of AI for Education 2019 initiative is to identify, showcase the most impactful impaction of beneficial applications of AI in the field of education and how teachers can be usefully trained to use AI in enhancing enhancing their teaching and the learning process for the students. So the benefits, as I have emphasized on my paper, is personalization, the teaching methodologies, the grading, how they can enhance the grading system, the creating of global classroom, and monitoring the performance of students' progress. I have been emphasizing on different modes, as you just saw. The personalization meant how the AI-based teaching learning methodologies can see the progress, not just the progress, but can individualize the educational needs. What students need is specific needs can be fulfilled through AI-based tools available for the teachers in the classrooms. For students, there are remedial students who require special needs. So in terms of inclusive education also, AI system has played huge role. As far as the teaching is concerned, in fact, there is AI is already being used in order to teach students in many different schools, progressive schools. We have seen smart boards, including the smart bots, are used in terms of providing them specific objective based learning. Also in terms of giving them practices, giving the learners the practice to practice what they have learned in different subjects. So just like human, there are tutors who can actually go and deliver certain topics. It is not, I would emphasize on this point that it is not all the topics can be taught. It is always that robots cannot overtake the human capability to teach the students, and hence the teaching or the education field will always remain at par with the AI. It is just as a tool, but yes, it is a very strong tool in terms of teaching certain topics and giving the learners special assistance wherever they need special needs. In terms of grading, the AI can have a particular domain. So different tasks which teachers are involved in day-to-day educational journey, they have to involve in a lot of tedious jobs in terms of keeping the record, progress, or recording the progress or evaluation assessments. These all things can actually be synthesized by the AI tool, and if they are using it effectively, if the teachers are trained possibly in a good manner, they can do the grading system or maintain the records very nicely with less time involvement of themselves. In terms of machines, now these days machines have become a lot of more advanced in the if we say 2019 onwards, as many of the other presenters have said. And I remember in the beginning of today's session, Dr. Das was mentioning about the involvement of AI in the educational field. Over there also he has emphasized how machines have actually see, machine learning and AI, I'm again putting it up together, but both of these involved in the educational field has huge and significantly increased the level of competency of teaching and the opportunities for the learners to learn better and make them capable of doing certain assignments or doing subjective type questions or understanding critical topics where they need to put their own opinions. I remember conducting one of the UNESCO's program in back in Dubai, where they were involved into, it was an UNESCO MGI program where a game was there in which the students were engaged, 11, 12 students were engaged to enhance their SEL, the social emotional learning content, where they have to go through a game which leads to n number of exits, and the choices that they have to make in terms of refugees. It was a Syrian refugee camps. Basically, the game was designed like that, where they have to make certain choices, and their choices were designed. Their choices actually led them to certain thinking where they can mold it and they understand how they respond. So such AI-based learning can actually help in molding the student learning. The global classroom, I don't need to emphasize much on this. A lot of other schools and the professors and doctors present over here are well under in the understanding that how schools are progressing in making efforts in bringing technology to the students. and everyone is getting benefited through this process. Well, my findings as far as this research was leading me to was I conducted one of the global summits in which students from different countries got involved in showing how AI is where the ethics are involved and how AI is strongly affecting our lives, and hence context, ethical considerations should be made more stronger through policy making and through. I'm so sorry to extend just 1 minute. Ethical considerations have to be made and emphasized, and the youth today who are coming up to be the leadership in the leadership position in the coming tomorrow can be focusing on the policy making, which is very essential in present day times. Thank you so much for making helping me out to make my presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha. And Natasha and Bhavna, if you are listening, I have sent you a direct message in Zoom chat. You can reply to that.
Right, sir.
Bhavna also.
Sure, sir. We'll love to connect.
Yes, sir, I will definitely check.
Okay. Okay, friend, who is next?
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Natasha. Our next participant is Ms. Anu M. George. Are you there, ma'am?
Okay, next.
Okay, moving on. Ms. Shalini Johar, research scholar, Gautam Buddha University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Her topic is role of self-directed learning and ICT in blended learning environment.
Okay, Shalini, please go ahead.
After Ms. Shalini Johar, Ms. Avehai Shoreen and Dr. G. Padmini Devi, kindly be prepared.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is role of self-directed learning and ICT in blended learning environment, and I'm the presenting author. Though since morning everybody has talked about blended learning, still I wish to convey once again, blended learning is an educational technology that is an amalgamation of face-to-face and online learning, and is backed with a technological infrastructure that assists teachers in organizing course content, communication, and common workflows. Both students and teachers must be physically present in the same learning space. Increase student engagement, improve teacher education and interaction, experiential learning, self-directed lifelong learning, differentiated learning, flexible environment, outcome-based learning are few of the many benefits of the blended learning environment. National Education Policy 2020 designed keeping the constructive approach in hindsight. Emphasis on learn-centered approach which ensures students' interest, needs, flexibility, and democracy in learning. It believes that when NEP was conceptualized, they thought higher order thinking skills, soft skills, independent and collaborative learning are not promoted to the necessary degree in traditional face-to-face instruction, resulting in skill gap and unemployment. Need for an alternative was thought on because NEP stresses on ICT usage and multiple learning pathways like self-directed learning. That's why use of blended mode of learning is the best option to achieve this. Now, how does technology support self-directed learning? What is first? Self-directed learning is a method of identifying one's own learning needs and choosing appropriate learning strategies based on those needs. Students can access supplementary resources, Google search, take notes, use discussion forums, watch educational videos. Teachers can facilitate by staff-folded instructions like giving explanation, illustrations, their recorded lectures, podcasts, PowerPoint presentations. ICT creates a connection between teachers and students and as well as educational content, helping in on outcome-based learning, that is creative learning, reflective learning, and higher order thinking skills. And some of the tools that help in self-directed learning are online learning, PLNS, personal learning networks, video conferencing tools, self-assessment, learning management systems. They all help in self-directed learning. Now, how students can develop these SDL skills? Both, it's not only the teacher or not the student, both together are solely responsible for self-directed learning skills. So the students as well as the teachers both should have the factors, knowledge, as well as motivation and skills to just have these SDL skills in them. So the ability to determine or know their learning needs, set goals to discuss their learning needs, identify resources to achieve that goal, apply learning methods and approaches, assess their own learning outcomes, because students are going to take the responsibility for their own learning. That's why students should have these abilities. The teachers should have the reflective thinking skills, a problem solving attitude, a non-judgmental and critical approach to help students in gaining clarity about their learning needs and objectives. Now, exactly what is this blended learning environment? Is blended learning environment help in achieving 21st century skills? So we can say they are, because it's a multi-dimensional hybrid environment where face-to-face classroom in where teachers are present, but it is like a facilitator whose motivation, skills, knowledge, the material she is providing, the assessment she is taking, whether formative or summative, the student-centered approach. OERs, they are using personal learning networks, the peer-to-peer learning, they are doing e-portfolios, reflective thinking, peer assessment, their self-assessment, whether their teachers are using rubrics, are all included in it. So I just wish to conclude, all the salient features outlined in NEP, including blended learning, government has to be implemented by institution to transform and democratize India and make it self-reliant. Government initiatives, NPTEL, e-Pathshala, Swayam Prabha, UGC YouTube channel, Shodh Ganga, will be quite helpful in implemented blended teaching. But the question is, those educational institutions are going to incorporate these blended learning into their classrooms, but the students should be able to do all these things themselves. How to help students develop their ability to learn independently? These are the points that we need to think upon. Even the colleges, even the institutions, those who are implementing. How challenging it would be for teachers to direct students active in self-learning. How to help students in choosing the appropriate resource from the array of endless open resources available, because YouTube is full of all the content. Even the OERs are there. How teachers can develop materials and encourage students to participate actively, and most importantly, the one who is going to design the environment should be well enhanced in using the technology. If teacher is not herself or himself well versed, then how she is going to just do the online teaching, because we all are being forced into it. Thank you so much. So I'm stop sharing my screen.
Yes, Shalini, thank you so much.
Okay.
And do say my namaste to Vinod ji.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next participant is Mr. Avehai Shireen, Ariel University, Israel, and SCE Shemoun College of Engineering, Israel. His topic is Engineering Education Capstone Project in the Age of Industry 4.0.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. After Mr. Avehai Shireen, Dr. Shalini Singh and Dr. G. Padmini Devi, kindly be prepared with your presentation. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Okay, well, hello everyone. A little bit about me before we begin. I'm a lecturer and the head of the product development and design track in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, SCE. I'm an industrial designer. This is a part of my project that's all around the world. And I'm a PhD student, and this is a part of my PhD research. We are going to talk about engineering studies, and especially the capstone project and the transition from the academy to industry. Engineering studies, please can you be in mute? Engineering studies are on the rise in Israel, and the prominent technical method is PBL, as we've seen earlier, learning through the product development process. The capstone project is a part of the PBL, and is actually the last project that the student does before he goes into the industry. The capstone project has several key milestones, such as team selection, development of alternatives, test, analysis, conclusion, and final presentation. Advisors, usually from academic staffs, guides, if necessary, the student during the process. In the industry today, we see a lot of changes. Industry 4.0, as we all know, Many products arrive quickly into the market. There is a new and unfamiliar development process, and competition really changed the rules in this field. Okay, I'll try to make it short. In our research, we focused on 4 main stakeholders: the academic institution, the industry, the lecturers, and the student and graduates. We conducted interviews, questionnaire, active participations, and the review of documents. And we focused on our questionnaire in 4 main topics: the importance of the project structure, coping with new challenges, and learning skills and guidance. Okay. As we can see, the project is really, really important for the studies. About 90% of interviews said that there is a great difference between the project and other courses. About 80% of students think the project prepares them for the industry. This is really important. And about 80% of interviewers from the industry say the project is important to them as well. They even use it as job interviews. And despite all the difficulties in the project, we can see that it's still recommended by students, even if it was not mandatory. Most of the students, 85% of them, tend to go to more in the industry after the studies. It's really important to understand this figure. We found a lot of gaps in the industry process and in the academia process, such as process time. In the industry, time equals money, and in the academy, there is no financial aspect. Or even in the industry, every project is part of the routine job. And in the academy, this project is an unusual project and something that the students does for the first time. The project has not changed over the years. In contrast to the transformation in the field due to Industry 4.0, there's a nice quote here from a dean I interviewed that said that the capstone project is done exactly the same as it was 42 years ago when he was a student. And you can see here a small example of 2 tennis machines, tennis training machines, capstone project. They're done 14 years apart, but looks exactly the same. The project guidance is really important for the students, but for the academic staff, they don't want to guide this project unless it's on their research field. And we can see a lot of skills during the capstone project, such as the ability of self-learning and multidisciplinarity. This is really important skills. And summary and conclusion. So we can see that the study confirmed the hypothesis that the project method is not suitable for what is being done today in the industry. It's need to be a better connection to the industry. Yes, okay. And the project must provide the sentinel skills. We need to use the project as a tool to significant learning outputs. And we don't need to cancel it. We need to change it because there are a lot of changes in the industry and the project remains the same. We thought different in the beginning, and the study refuted the hypothesis that advising by lecturing is significant and cannot be changed. Advisors prefer to give up guiding of the project if it's not in the research field. The study showed that the capstone project has many gaps, and there is no precise criteria of doing this capstone project. Academia must invest resources and embrace new innovative methods of product development. And to conclude, the capstone project is not being conducted optimally for all stakeholders. Academia must consider modifying the project to use it as a better pedagogical tool in the age of Industry 4.0. And academia must not only convey knowledge, but also adapt the way they convey according to the changing environment. This will give graduate innovative and relevant abilities help reduce the gaps between academic and industry. Thank you all for listening. I try to make it short as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shireen. It's a good, nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Avichai.
We couldn't hear you, Nitsa. Sorry.
Nitsa, your voice was breaking. Could not hear what you were saying.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I told him, Avichai, that it was a great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Your motivation is very important. Thank you. Okay, Radhika, who is next?
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Our next participant is Dr. Shalini Singh, Assistant Professor, BMLG College, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Her topic is Innovative Techniques for Assessment of Learning Among Students. After Dr. Shalini, Dr. G. Padmini Devi and Professor Sapna Desai. Be prepared.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay.
Shalini, if you just can go to your objectives, methodology, and findings, that would be great.
Okay, sir.
Avoid that introduction and review or
I will
other
conclude
things.
Very soon. My topic is innovative techniques for assessment of learning among the students in reference to new education policy 2020. As we know the historical background about assessment period, in past there were the period of Vedic period, which was based on the Gurukul system, then the Buddhist period. There the education has been given in mutt and viharas. Then in medieval period, maktab and madarsa education was there. In Britain, even in British period, no formal system of assessment was there. After independence, there were so many commissions were made for education, for reforming the education system of India. Then reforms in assessment for after independence. There are something. Assessment of students oral to written form, internal and external assessment, competency based assessment, continuous and comprehensive assessment work.
Sorry, ma'am, but your voice is not coming.
You got muted, maybe
Okay,
by, yes.
Okay.
It's okay now.
Okay. So essay type questions were there, long answer type questions were there, short answer type, very short answer type. Even we can say that the learning was only based on the rote learning, and there was no space for the co-curricular activities. Then in new education policy in 2020, aims of assessment in new education policy: be regular, formative and competency based assessment, promote learning and development of students, focus on assessment for learning, testing of higher order skills. Testing of higher order skills, that is analysis, critical thinking and conceptual clarity, etc. Help entire schooling system in revising the continuous teaching learning process to optimize the learning. Evaluation techniques: centralized spot evaluation was there. Analysis of answer scripts for the common errors and the question papers were there. ये पुरानी चीजों की बात कर रहे हैं. Mechanical processing of examination results, Supplementary examinations were there, compartment examinations were there, grade improvement examinations were there. Then the formative examinations and the summative examinations were there. But now in Education Policy 2020, the progress report is totally based on the assessment. And it is based on the holistic development approach that would also called be as the 360-degree development. But initially we were using the term all-round development. Multi-dimensional approach is there, focus on uniqueness of each learner in all the domains, self-assessment, peer assessment and teacher assessment. मतलब कि एक स्टूडेंट जो है वो केवल टीचर के द्वारा ही नहीं असेस किया जाएगा, बल्कि उसकी जो सेल्फ असेसमेंट होगी वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, एंड पीयर असेसमेंट के साथ है वो पेरेंट्स को भी हम इन्वॉल्व करते हैं. Ma'am, I will take just a minute. And
okay,
now the school education system is there. It is mentioned in Education Policy 2020. Then it is the pedagogical structure of the our education system. Pedagogy to be transformed by the 2022 in which we are living. Then learning should have, यानी कि जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है उसके अकॉर्डिंग जो लर्निंग है वो कैसी होनी चाहिए, एंजॉयबल होनी चाहिए, इंक्लूसिव हमारा जो नजरिया है वो कैसा होना चाहिए, इंक्लूसिव होना चाहिए, इंगेजिंग हो, होलिस्टिक और इंटीग्रेटेड और रियलिस्टिक अप्रोच पे बेस्ड होनी चाहिए. और ये भी यहीं पे एक जो हम कह सकते हैं कि जो एक स्टूडेंट है वो किस किस एरियाज में जो है वो उसका डेवलपमेंट जो है वो होना चाहिए. यानी कहने का मतलब ये है कि टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड एजुकेशन जो है वो होनी चाहिए. असेसमेंट फॉर द लर्निंग, इसके लिए रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज, बोर्ड्स और ये सब चीजें जो हैं वो बनाई गई हैं. चेक फॉर द बेसिक लर्निंग स्किल्स एंड एनालिसिस, बोर्ड एग्जामिनेशंस अप टू 2 ओकेजन्स, यानी कि 2 टर्म्स होंगे. और ओलंपियाड्स और ऑनलाइन बहुत सारे और भी प्रोग्राम्स जो हैं वो ऑर्गेनाइज किए जाएं स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, जिनसे कि उनका जो हम 360 डिग्री जो डेवलपमेंट की हम बात कर रहे हैं वो होना चाहिए. Then a criterion based grading system is there. तो यहाँ पे क्राइटेरियन बेस्ड, उसके साथ साथ एक चॉइस बेस्ड क्रेडिट सिस्टम भी आया. और जो ट्रेडिशनल और जो हमारा जो ट्रेडिशनल जो तरीका था उससे जो है वो अभी जो ओपन एंड डिस्टेंस लर्निंग के जो मोड्स हैं उनको ज्यादा फ्लोरिश करने की बात की गई, उनको ज्यादा डेवलप किया जाए जिससे कि स्टूडेंट्स का और ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हो सके. तो यहाँ पे जो इनोवेटिव टेक्निक्स हैं वो हो गई इवेल्युएशन थ्रू द टेक्नोलॉजी. और इसमें अभी सबसे पहले जिन्होंने प्रेजेंट किया था उन्होंने पीबीएल की बात की थी, यानी प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग की बात की थी, क्योंकि प्रोजेक्ट के लिए हमेशा कहते हैं कि जो लर्निंग होती है वो हमारी परमानेंट लर्निंग होती है. देन डिस्क्रिप्टिव असेसमेंट होना चाहिए, यानी हर जो पर्सपेक्टिव है उसका जो है वो ज्ञान उसको जो है दिया जाना चाहिए. तो आई एम कंक्लूडिंग माय स्लाइड्स. Thus, it can be concluded that the new education policy would set up as a landmark in the development of 360 degree or all round, or we can say holistic development of the students. Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to present my slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now our next participant is Dr. G. Padmini Devi, lecturer, Government College for Women, Autonomous, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Her topic is perception of teachers towards online assessment tools and analysis. After Dr. G. Padmini Devi, Ms. Babli Roy, be prepared. Hello, Dr. Padmini, you are not audible.
Sorry. Now?
Yes, ma'am, now you are.
Is my share is showing, madam?
Yes, ma'am, it is
My
showing.
screen, my screen. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am,
thank
it is.
you. Okay, thank you, madam. So due to this pandemic, we have adjusted to virtual classroom environment, but to make our students engaged in this virtual environment, we have to concentrate a lot on assessment, which plays an integral part of our teaching, learning, and evaluation system. So based on that, with that intention, I tried to analyze the perception of teachers towards this online assessment tool. With the main objective is knowing the knowledge and skills of teachers about various online assessment tools. And I try to also found out whether there is any correlation between the profile of the teachers and the knowledge and skills they possess. Coming to methodology, so I opted for an exploratory research design for the present study. Then I have chosen purposefully a faculty of higher education who actively involved in online teaching and at the same time assessment. Initially, we sent these questionnaire, structured questionnaire to 100 teachers who are actively involved in online, and among them 70 responses were completed. So we took this 70 as the sample for our study. Then to find the knowledge of teachers about various online assessment tools, we have given some online assessment tools with an option of any other information. So among them, we gave, if they know that tool, yes, and no options, 1 and 0 scores. Based on the responses, we have calculated the frequencies and percentages of each tool. So let us see, this is the profile of the teachers. Majority of the teachers belongs to females. At the same time, they fall under the age group of between 41 to 50 years of age. And most of them are PG in qualification because being a lecturer or any assistant professor, PG is the basic qualification along with NET. So most of the teachers are under post graduation, and the experience ranges between 11 to 20 years are the most of the respondents fall under this category, followed by 21 and above years of experience. Then coming to the disciplines they taught, most of the teachers belong to life sciences, then followed by arts, chemistry, and physical sciences. And most of the teachers are from government institution, and most of them were teaching undergraduation, and their class strength is up to 40 to 60. These are the profile characteristics of the teachers. Then coming to the main objective of the paper, that is awareness of assessment tools. Here, these are the assessment tools we have taken, and some they have included. Those are Google Forms, Quizzes, Moodle, Kahoot, Testmas, Plickers, Rubrics, Edmido, Canvas, Mentimeter, and Poll Everywhere. So among these 11 tools, most of the teachers have knowledge about Google Forms, Quizzes, and Moodle. Maybe because we all know that Google Forms, even before lockdown also, most of us known about these Google Forms, and we are trying to evaluate using these forms. Then coming to skills, they are more familiar with Google Forms, Quizzes, and Moodle because we all know about Google Forms. So I would like to say a few points about Quizzes. It's a game-based interactive assessment tool. So basically, most of the teachers use this to know whether the students are actively participating in their online classes or not, or whether we can able to actively engaging the students. So to for that, they have used these quizzes. At the same time, we can use this both at the time of class, and at the same time we can give time to these students so that they can learn according to their own pace. And Moodle being one of the initial assessment tools and e-learning tool, most of the teachers known and use this tool. And among these, Kahoot and Testmas also used by average number of teachers. So coming to the relation, with regard to knowledge,
There is a high significance of age, at the same time subject they taught and institution and experience, because engaged, that is teachers between the age of 41 to 50 are more young and they are more experienced, they have more exposure to these tools, so they have used their knowledge, at the same time their skill towards usage is more. Hence profile characteristics also up to certain extent are influencing individual to use these online assessment tools. With regard to skill also same experience, because a middle level experience, and due to this COVID pandemic, most of the government college teachers underwent training programs to learn about all these tools. So because of all these reasons, their qualifications, experience and age influenced their active role in involving in online teaching or assessment. So I can conclude from this. So jumping to these new modes of teaching is not a single day's work. Rather than that, the instructor has to upgrade his skills and develop gradually over a time with a continuance. So it is not a single day job. So to solve this problem, blended learning is very effective, where we have the facility both offline and online, so that teachers have sufficient time to learn, practice and produce new pedagogies for effective teaching learning process. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, our next participant is Ms. Babli Roy, Assistant Professor, District Institute of Education and Training, Degree, Hajipur, Vaishali. Her topic is Corporate Social Responsibility Towards Education, a case study of Life Insurance Corporation of India. This is the last presentation of the technical session 1. Ms. Babli Roy.
I shared my.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon all. And this is not the first time I'm meeting Dr. Amit Sharma. We have already met online in one of the courses on technological.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking too much.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are now audible.
I think I'm not able to share my screen now, so without screen only, I will present my paper. The topic of the paper is Corporate Social Responsibility Towards Education, Insurance Corporation of India. So corporate social responsibilities are the ethical practices in their business operations to have an overall positive impact on the society. My research is based on Patna region. In Patna region, LIC either supports directly to the schools or extends help through NGOs. Educational CSR activities of LIC in Patna region can be broadly categorized into 3 areas, namely infrastructure. LIC's education CSR activities in Patna region range from establishing school building to provide. These educational projects are made according to the need of people. The company spends a significant amount into these activities. The effectiveness of the programs is assessed through interview of the beneficiaries. They were asked to present their perspectives related to different facets of the activity. Many respondents said that education CSR activities help the children in better learning Mostly the CSR support comes in financial form. The beneficiaries sometimes face challenges while receiving support from the company. Heavy documentation requires companies. Most of the respondents said that the company performs such activities to fulfill their CSR compliance. The rest all cited their testimony and suggested some ways to contribute effectively for the society. Sustainable long-term financial support in the prior need of the beneficiary organizations. They stressed funding for projects that look at overall growth of the children, such as life skills and soft skill development. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am, you're not audible.
Have you heard my paper, ma'am?
Yes,
I read
ma'am,
my
we heard your
paper.
paper.
Okay, I completed. Shall I
Okay.
shall I do it again?
No, it's okay, ma'am. It's completely okay.
All right.
Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. Thank you all the participants for presenting your valuable thoughts and knowledge on different aspects of teaching, learning, and assessment. Now, I welcome Dr. Ramesh Sharma to kindly conclude the technical session 1.
Ma'am, I'm also there, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am. Yes,
also
ma'am.
there. Ma'am,
Ma'am, may I know your name, please?
Kumari Suchita. Actually, I lost my network connection. That's why Solanki ma'am told me to show my presentation at last.
Please go
Okay,
ahead.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. You please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Let me share my PPT, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, are you able to share your PPT or we are share? Or
Yes,
we
ma'am.
do?
Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
It is
sharing.
visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, all and one present over here. Myself, Sucheta, going to present my paper on effectiveness of STEAM education on critical thinking skills of elementary school students. This paper, this paper highlights the um, um, effectiveness of STEAM education on critical thinking skills of elementary school students. The paper focuses on the paper focuses on the curricular integration of essential subjects, skills, and capacities to reduce yes to reduce curriculum content to enhance the essential technology and critical thinking to move towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary education which includes STEAM, and STEAM. To promote students' activities and participations, to flourish the life skills, to develop all capacities of human beings, intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, and moral in an integrated manner. And NEP 2020 also emphasizes on education, as education is fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and progressive society, and promoting national development. STEM is the combination of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. STEAM is the combination of STEM with the addition of A, that is art. STEAM is the combination of STEAM with the addition of R, which includes reading good communication skills to solve critical problems. The STEAM education lets learners learn dynamic skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, collaboration, and innovation. So STEAM education is the combination of science, technology, reading and writing, engineering, art, and mathematics. Now, rationale of the study is critical thinking is used as a term to define forms of learning, understanding, and analyzing that go beyond the memorization and recall evidences and proofs. Critical thinking is a logical and reflective ways of thinking with its basis in rationality and synthesis. Critical thinking occurs when learners are analyzing, interpreting, evaluating information, and applying innovative thought to form an argument, solve a problem, and to reach a conclusion. STEAM education fosters 21st century skills which include 4 Cs, which are collaboration, communication, creativity, and the most important is critical thinking skills. Now, let's see the objective of the study. The objective of the study is to study the effect of STEAM education on critical thinking skills of elementary school students. Now, based on the objective, the hypothesis has been constructed. The research hypothesis is there is significant difference between the critical thinking skills of 6th grade students taught through STEAM and traditional methods of education. Design of the study. This study uses experimental design, which is the two groups pre-test and post-test equivalent group design. In the present study, the control group did not receive any treatment, whereas the experimental group had received treatment in the form of teaching through STEAM education. Now, the population of the study consisted of 6th grade school students of Gaya district in Bihar. The investigator sample is the investigator has used a purposive sampling technique. Purposive sampling technique and selected all the students of class 6 studying in two sections A and B of Government Middle School Delhi. Out of 80 students with 40 each in section A and section B, section A and section B treated as control group and experimental group randomly. Tools used. Cell-based tools were used to measure the critical thinking skills, and it was validated by the experts. The CTS test measure the skills, namely interpretation, analysis, evaluation, inference, and explanation. It was based on the 5 CTS adapted from Delphi report. Now the statistical techniques used were mean, standard deviation, t-test for analyzing and interpreting the data. Analysis and interpretation of data is the purpose of study was to discover whether applying STEAM education in classroom could develop and enhance critical thinking skills. The major objective of the study was to test the effect of STEAM education on critical thinking skills at elementary
Sorry to
school
interrupt you, ma'am.
students.
Kindly
Yes,
conclude.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So the based upon the hypothesis, null hypothesis, there is no significant difference between the critical thinking skills of 6th grade student taught through STEAM and traditional method of education. And the data obtained were as follows. Control group consisted of number of students, that is 40. Mean is 6.125. Standard deviation is 3.3373. Experimental group also consisted of 40 students. Mean is 11.375. And the standard deviation is 2.6281. T ratio is 7.8166. So there is significant difference. and therefore null hypothesis is rejected, and it can be interpreted as STEAM education in classroom develops and enhances the critical thinking skills. Now, come to the conclusion. To sum up, this research is one of the first studies to have investigated the impact of using STEAM education to enhance the critical thinking skills of elementary school students. Findings show that STEAM education can be acceptable into the classroom. Students will be able to integrate learning in numerous disciplines. As for science, T for technology, R for reading and writing, E for engineering, A for art, and M for mathematics. These disciplines cannot be separated to solve real life problems. STEAM education lets students able to evaluate, criticize, and solve the problems through various forms of art like drawing, dancing, singing, role playing, reading, writing, and many more. In addition, STEAM education allows students learn critically and creatively. They can use critical and creative problem solving skills through reading, writing, speaking, as well as listening, thus enhancing the students' learning skills which is needed in 21st century. So thank you. These are the references. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sucheta. And friends, since the time is already exceeded and our next technical session is to begin, Radhika, I'm just going ahead. Friends, thank you so much for presenting very useful papers. We have presentations from Israel, from Sri Lanka, and from our Indian colleagues. And you have covered a lot of important topics in your discussion. And we hope that the findings which you have shared here, they will be very useful for our readers, because when the conference book will come, all your results, they would be shared with us. So best of you for all for your future career, and thank you. Over to you, Radhika.
Thank you so much, sir. You have chaired the session in a very interactive manner. Here we comes to an end of technical session 1. Moving ahead, now it's time for technical session 3. In technical session 3. As we have informed earlier, the technical session 3 will be held on Zoom platform live here. If still any of the participants of technical session 4 are here in this meeting, so I request them to join accordingly. The technical session 3 will be chaired by Professor Farieh Eltney. Professor Farieh Eltney is a Vice Chancellor of Societal Research and Developmental Center, Institute of Graduate Studies, Faculty of Education, Near East University, Nicosia, Cyprus, near Turkey. I hope ma'am has joined.
Yes, she is very much present.
Yes.
And I suggest that our friends, they should be, because she has to leave around 3:30 our time.
Okay, sir.
Okay, very pleasure to chair the technical session 3 with the valuable presenters. Welcome to this session, and welcome to the e-conference, International e-conference. And we are going to discuss about the innovative trends in learning, teaching, and assessment with the support of the technology. As far as I review for the papers, from the papers, we have a great papers that we are going to share together. So shall we start with the first presenter, Livia and Dr. Neba from as a research scholar and head of the department, about the development of metacognitive strategic program for secondary schools.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm very much here.
And I really request from all of you to give the main idea of your studies, to use the time in an efficient way. Go ahead. Good luck.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry to interrupt. But after Ms. Livia PV, Ms. Shalini Yadav and Ms. Katrina Ruzeviska, be prepared with your presentation. Ms. Livia, you can go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Radhika, will you be able to help me in enabling the screen sharing?
Yes, ma'am, will.
All right.
For co-host now, you can share your screen.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Is my screen visible, Ms. Radhika?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Thank you so much. Respected chairperson of the day, all my respected fellow educators, my name is Livia. Without wasting much time, let me barge into my topic, development of metacognitive strategic program for secondary school students. Now, I'm not going very deep into the background and the need of it because it's important to understand the objective of the study. So statement of the problem says to study the effectiveness of metacognitive strategic program on the metacognitive awareness and achievement of English, the subject English, of class 9 students of one of the CBSE schools in Pune. And there are operational definitions for each and everything: English achievement, class 9 students, metacognitive strategy. So metacognitive strategy, I just want to say it's designed to monitor the cognitive process the children have. And it is an ordered process to control one's own cognitive activities. And there are many steps. And when we when the researcher says metacognitive abilities, it talks about the knowledge, that is the declarative, procedural, and conditional knowledge, as well as the regulation of it, that is the planning, information management, comprehension monitoring, debugging strategies, and evaluation. So over to the objectives of the study. The first one is to know the existing situation of the metacognitive awareness among CBSE class 9 students of Pune, Maharashtra, India. Now, the second objective is to develop metacognitive strategic program in English for the students of class 9. And third one, it is to study the effectiveness of this strategic program and to check the retention of this program in the students. These are the hypotheses. I'm just going to the program. So the main differences between the previous studies and this current study is the presence varies from the above whatever effort studies is based on its sample and the variables. Then the appropriate approaches have been used in the study, and the PowerPoint presentations have been done online because of this COVID situation, and many useful presentations have been made. Now, this research design is a multi-method research design where the researcher has used survey method, product development method, and experimental method, and the retention has been checked. So for the survey method, the whole Pune district has been taken into consideration, and out of that, a few schools in 5 of its theses have been selected. And this is the program that the researcher has designed, that there has been a matching pair pre-test where both the pairs of the study has to be matched for their equivalence. And then the program was given based on the lesson plans that the researcher has improvised. And this was done with the class 9th English text, which includes 5 poems, 6 prose lessons, and 7 grammar topics, and 6 reading lessons. Now, for all these things, different metacognitive awareness programs like evaluation strategies, planning strategies, and monitoring strategies were utilized. And finally, a post-achievement test was given to check the metacognitive awareness in each child, which was checked for retention using a parallel retention test. Now, this is the detailed study, which I have just given a gist of it previously. And these were the lessons that was being done. And these are the metacognitive strategies that was used in the third column, you can see. And this is the group on which the experimental study was done. And for evaluation, t-test, effect size, coefficient of correlation for retention, all these 3 were used. Independent variables are, a variable is the metacognitive strategy to be used. Dependent variable is the metacognitive awareness and achievement in English. Then you can see the actual thing. And now the reflections of the researcher, and the major findings is, from the survey, we understood that the metacognitive awareness is very less among the students. And from the program, it was understood by the researcher that the expert validation showed the program was really effective for the students. And findings from the experiment is the calculated effect size and the t-test analysis told that it was strongly effective for the children, the program, as well as for the retention of whatever they have studied. So, and the opinions of students and teachers were also utilized. It says that it has a favorable opinion. Both the sections have a favorable opinion regarding this program. So conclusion is students lacked metacognitive awareness in the district of Pune, especially in the regulatory functions. Then objective 2, the product is appropriate for the target audience, class 9 students. And objective 3, we have positive effects of this program on their metacognitive awareness, English achievement, and the retention also. So the implications for the future studies is such lesson plans can be utilized to improve the understanding, the achievement of English in adolescent students, and it will improve their English achievement. So contribution is this particular findings can be used by administrators, policymakers, educators in the school scenario, and it can be stretched to the college level higher education scenario also. And the awareness is very important for the teachers as well as the educators. The product developed can be applied and utilized in different levels of teaching. And the program developed is used in the CBSE schools, but it can be extended to other institutions, educational institutions as well. So suggestions for further research is similar studies can be taken in other languages or social sciences. And similar studies can be used for a wide range of school or college students. And other than Maharashtra or the district Pune, other states can also conduct such studies, and further researchers can focus on the training of teachers based on this metacognition and the students using these strategies. And these are the references.
Livia, your time is over.
Yes, some pictures from out of the survey conducted. And these are some of the writing produced by the children, and these are some video contents. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our next participant is Ms. Shalini Yadav. She is an assistant professor in GECIT University, New Delhi. And her topic of presentation is inclusion of transgender in higher education, insights from cisgender students. After Ms. Shalini Yadav, Ms. Rainey Matthew and Ms. Katrina Ruzeviska, be prepared with your presentation. Ms. Shalini Yadav, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing the screen. I have 5 minutes, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to be brief. As you know, it's something which is very...
Miss Suchita?
No, yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
It's okay. I can't see myself. I wonder why. Okay. Inclusion of transgender in higher education, insights from cisgender students. This is something which is very important, especially in India, because the minuscule number of transgender students, actually negligible number, which is there in India with reference to higher education, is the reason that this study was taken up. Right? Most of the transgender students face a lot of discrimination, even if they enter the campuses, they face a lot of discrimination, harassment, abuse in campuses. And the common issues and concerns being reported by most transgender students is that washrooms are often, sex segregated in higher education institutions, making it difficult for them to exercise choice. Secondly, most of the forms that they have to fill only have the option of the gender binary, 2 options, either it's male or female or girl or boy. Thirdly, they are hardly given any choice to use their gender affirmed names, which they identify. Fourthly, there are no clubs or common rooms in particular for transgender students to discuss their issues with each other. And lastly, there are no boarding facilities making their residential stay comfortable. So these are some of the very important issues which the transgender face. And this study was basically, conceived to look at the perception of students with reference to the reasons of exclusion of transgender in higher education. Then how prepared are students to accept transgender students in academic spaces? And how prepared are university spaces with reference to inclusion of transgender students in higher education, right? And how do students perceive the inclusion of transgender students in higher education? So for this, the survey method was decided to be used, and the data was collected using a Google form, and the collected data was analyzed using frequency and percentage analysis. Now, looking at the findings of these students, it was found that all the students, all the surveyed 55 students were aware of the term transgender, which was good. Almost all the students were in favor of inclusion of transgender students, right? And all the students felt that every higher education institution should have an inclusion policy in place, right? If you see most of the websites in India, even the premier institutions in India, higher education institutions, they do not have an inclusion policy in place. So this is something which is very, very important, that you have an inclusion policy in place. Then around 4/5 of the respondents felt that they would be comfortable in a class with transgender students. However, 1/5 also felt that they're not sure of their comfort levels. This is the reason being that they've never been interacted. They've never interacted with transgender students. And once, they have not interacted, I'm on the findings, right? So you can share the slide which has findings of the study. Yeah, thank you. So basically, when you do not allow healthy interaction, when you do not have the culture of the transgender students also being enrolled and both of them studying together, you can easily, understand that how can students predict that they will be comfortable or not. Then they also said that many of them were unsure with reference to their comfort levels, and the reason being that they have never actually encountered or been with transgender students. And 41% of the respondents, the next slide please, 41% of the respondents felt that higher education institutions are not inclusive spaces for transgender students. And when I say inclusive space is a space which is welcoming. Inclusive space is a space which is enabling. Inclusive space is a space where you do not feel marginalized or discriminated against, right? And 20% were unsure that, whether this higher education space is inclusive or not. On the other hand, 39% of the respondents felt that higher education institutions are inclusive spaces for transgender students, right? So again, a majority was basically believing that, the universities are not inclusive spaces. Then we also need to understand that the cisgender students, right? The cisgender students, because they feel that there is exclusion, because there is lack of acceptance and empathy on the part of different stakeholders. And respondents, 15% respondents felt that there is fear of being bullied and subjected to abuse is the reason for their exclusion. And on the other hand, 13% of the respondents felt that the faculty has not been sensitized and stereotypes are associated with transgender. And as a result, they are excluded from the ambit of education, right? So the way forward in this study is that first we need to have an enabling environment where the campus accepts transgender students. We need to make infrastructure changes in the infrastructure with reference to having separate washrooms for them, having separate common rooms for them, having a grievance redressal portal for them. And so that, this change with reference to the inclusion of transgender takes place.
Shalini,
So
your time is up.
Please. Yeah, I'm on the conclusion. Attempts have to be made such that the higher education space is inclusive for all, irrespective of your sexual orientation or your gender orientation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini. Now, in the line we have Joseph Sem. Joseph Sem. She has a combined paper with Renu Matthew.
Yes.
And so, Joseph Sem, are you there?
Yes, shall I share my?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Yeah, it is disabled.
Just a minute.
Yep.
We need to check out. Now you can share the screen.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Shall I start, sir?
Yes, Rani.
Okay, sir.
Rani, miss.
Good afternoon to all. So myself, Reni Matthew, Assistant Professor, Christodi College of Management and Technology in Changanashiri. Co-authors are Dr. Joseph Parakil and Dr. Joseph Sam. Dr. Joseph Sam will join me for the presentation. Our topic is Inclusivity and New Education Policy 2020, a Need of Time. So in 1994, the representatives of 92 governments and 25 international organizations is formed a world conference on special needs of education is held in Salamanca, Spain. So here they have to be decided the concept of regarding the inclusion for the disabled children. Inclusive education is when all the students are placed in the neighborhood schools in the age-appropriate general education classes, irrespective of any challenges. So traditional schools must admit and acknowledge the varied desires of these students while also having a range of support and desires to match their needs. The inclusion and participation are indispensable to human dignity and the enjoyment and exercise of human rights. So National Education Policy 2020 believes in incorporating the children with special needs into a mainstream of educational system. The policy envisages recruiting special educators into school who cannot attend the regular school, can opt for the homeschooling. Such students would be provided with skilled homeschooling teachers, and to help the students with learning disability, a National Assessment Center is intended as per this line, the Right of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. The objectives are to study how inclusive education is addressed in NEP 2020, to study how far the government is successful in providing educational opportunity to all the students irrespective of the background and capabilities, to develop the value of tolerance and acceptance towards the students with disability, to make suggestions to create social acceptance and awareness regarding the inclusive education. The methodology we use for the qualitative research, and we have to be used the secondary data, and for that we have to be used the research articles, newspaper, magazine. We have to be used, introduce, assess, describe whether the national education policy envisions inclusive education for all. And also we have to suggest tools that could be used to make inclusive education a reality. The scope of the study says valuing all the students and staff equally and reducing the students' exclusion from schools and focusing the increased participation in cultural and co-curricular activities to respond to the diversity of students in the locality and reducing the barriers to learning and participation for all the students in the school and acknowledging the right of the students to education in the locality. Recognizing that inclusion in education is one aspect of inclusion in society. The benefits are inclusive classroom is very supportive and care learning community in which very students feel very acceptable manner. So inclusion is changing the rule of the game so that everyone can play and everyone can win. The teachers have also get an opportunity for setting an example for non-discrimination and acceptance of people's differences and working closely with parents to understand students' strengths and needs and being a leader and a role model for the other educators and making significant change in the life of a student with a disability as well as others in the class. The goals of inclusion includes better instruction, more time on task, fewer interruptions, and closer monitoring, the higher self-esteem, the sense of belonging, and more risk-taking and teacher teamwork. The rest of the portion will be handed over to our co-presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Renimis. The key challenges. The new policy doesn't speak about the changes in the curriculum to include these children. The new policy fails to specify a roadmap to ensure that education is accessible to these children. Negative attitudes and behavior on the part of both educators and parents are particular challenges. Lack of joined-up thinking and practice within the Ministry of Education. The political challenges in securing leadership to develop, implement, and monitor an inclusive education strategy. Suggestions: place inclusive education needs at the center of education policy and decision making. Ensure that inclusive education needs are regularly taken into account when reframing and implementing educational policies. Develop the earliest practicable assessment of the education needs of every child. Encourage the earliest possible identification of special education needs. Promote the earliest feasible intervention to tackle the needs identified. And since it's a lack of time, just I move on to conclusion. Traditional schools must recognize and answer to the varied needs of the students with a disability while also having a range of support and services to match these needs. Inclusive schools are the most effective at building cohesion between children with special needs and their peers. Countries with insufficient or no special need schools should begin inclusively, not special schools. And of course, inclusive education is still a dream, and such conferences are very important that it may happen. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, next we have the next participant, Katrina Duseveska, and she's from Europe. And her topic is fostering students' engagement and diversity using escape room and Neopod, a pilot study. So I would request Ms. Katrina to please kindly share your screen. Okay. Now I can see you start, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to express my satisfaction with the opportunity to present today at this conference. My name is Katarina Rusavska, and I work at the Faculty of Natural Science and Mathematics at the St. Kirill and Methodius University in Skopje, Macedonia. And my colleague Marina Stoyanovska also comes from this institution. From the other side, Alexandra Blazhevska is a school teacher at Jana Moskomensky Primary School in Skopje. This background allowed us to look at the research from different angles, both as researchers and as direct participants in the realization of the lessons. We placed this presentation in this topic because we used activities that we directly implemented in online teaching. As you may know, last academic year, the teaching process in Macedonia takes place mostly online, as in many other countries world, due to a COVID pandemic. Our focus was on developing activities suitable for diverse students that come from different backgrounds. We wanted to create activities in which all students will be involved and will cooperate with each other. So not only that they will gain new knowledge, but they will have the opportunity for teamwork, they will have active involvement in activities, foster cooperation and mutual respect, and they will be put in a position to make decision together. These are the main goals of this project, which is aimed at the promotion of inclusive teaching practices for dealing with diversity. There are 5 partners in this project, each focusing on one dimension at the beginning. And these are low socioeconomic status, ethnic minorities, cultural backgrounds, low linguistic skills, and gifted students. But our intention is to develop and implement innovative methods, tools, and activities that deals with several dimensions of diversity simultaneously. Therefore, we have developed activities that are innovative and interactive, with which students develop problem-solving techniques and gain practical skills in a new, interesting way, develop their critical and creative thinking, communication, and develop positive attitudes towards the subject. And we piloted them in 4 classes in 9th grade. We conducted a research with 9th grade students, introducing novel activities in 3 lessons from the exothermic and endothermic reaction topics. 2 lessons were delivered using Nearpad as a tool, and 1 lesson by using escape room activities. This was actually a review lesson. On the next slide, some pictures and screenshots from activities done in Nearpad and escape room will be shown, and these are in Macedonian language. This is some of the activities from escape room. And the research was divided into several phases. Preparatory phase, in which we designed these activities. We were guided by the idea to encourage students to actively participate and to increase their interest and motivation during online teaching, but also we wanted to use activities that enable collaboration and discussion, in which both students' diversity and individuality will be emphasized. First, we implemented lessons using Nearpad activities. and distributed in first questionnaire activity, perception questionnaire for near-pet activity. Then we implemented the review lesson by using escape room activities and gave students the second questionnaire activity, perception questionnaire for escape room activity. At the end, we analyzed the data we have collected from this pilot research. The sample comprised 77 students from 9th grade, approximately 13 to 14 years old, 43 of which were males and 34 females. The research was conducted in the period from April to May last year. As mentioned, we used two activity perception questionnaires to determine the intrinsic motivation of students and to perceive their experience and opinions about the activities. For these questionnaires, we used items from the intrinsic motivation inventory questionnaire and motivated it to fit out specific activities. This is in fact 7-point Likert type scale that assess interest, enjoyment, perceived competence, effort importance, pressure tension, perceived choice, value usefulness, and relatedness. Out of these 7 subscales, 4 were of interest for our research: interest, enjoyment, value usefulness, effort importance, and pressure tension. Items from these subscales were translated from English to Macedonian and randomly ordered in the questionnaire. Translated versions from 5 university professors experienced in educational research from 2 faculties were compared and agreed. For delivering the questionnaires, we used Google Forms. They were filled anonymously during the last 5 to 7 minutes of the class. This way of filling the questionnaires and all related aspects were explained to the students previously. Next, we need to analyze the data gathered to score information for both questionnaires. First of all, we calculate the reverse scores for certain items by subtracting the item response from 8. Then, basic descriptive statistic, means and standard deviations, and t-tests were used to analyze data. Also, Cronbach alpha coefficient was calculated to examine the internal consistency. Due to the time, I will just show this slides. So on this slide, mean, standard deviations and Cronbach alpha reliability coefficients for both questionnaires are given, and we can see that Cronbach alpha for the whole APQN instrument was 0.838, ranging from 0.569 to 0.910. On the next slide, we compared males and females mean scores on the 4 subscales for both questionnaires. According to the results from independent t-test for APQ near-pet questionnaire, female students had significantly higher mean scores in 2 variables: interest, enjoyment, and value usefulness. This means that girls were more motivated to learn chemistry and found these interactive near-pet activities interesting and useful to them. On the next slide, beside these questionnaires, results from independent t-test and for APQ escape room questionnaire, which are shown, we can notice that results are significantly different for the effort importance variable. So we can say that boys put more effort and tried harder to do well in the escape room activity. Beside these questionnaires as quantitative indicators, there was a discussion with students during the classes about these activities. We were very happy to hear that they were satisfied to have positive experience performing these activities. Many of them wanted to perform escape room in person. And as conclusion, we can say that this approach that was aimed at this and at designing and implementing inclusive activities improved the teaching process. Students were more engaged during the lesson and actively participate in the activities. They were motivated to work as this was new to them and were satisfied with the overall achievement. Another important aspect is that reports that are generated with Nearpad give valuable information about students' engagement and achievement during the lesson. The teacher can follow how much each student is involved, whether his or her responses are correct, etc. These reports can be used for formative assessment of students, and they enable self-reflection for the teacher. Please keep in mind that this is just a pilot study and should be developed and used as a base for further researchers. Thank you for your attention. And I would like also to thank you to Madam Vediti for all nice and quick response in our communication during last few months.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of Vediti, I'm thankful to you. Now, next we have the next participant, Richa Sharma. So Richa Sharma, she has combined paper with her professor, Vandana Goswami from Banastali Vidyapeeth, and that is from India. And the topic is Trends and Innovation in Inclusive Education. So are you there, Richa Sharma?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. You kindly share your screen, Richa.
Good afternoon. Yes, ma'am, please allow me to do.
Yeah. Permission is given to you. Just kindly check.
No, ma'am, only for
Just a minute. Just a minute. I would request the technical team to please allow her to share her presentation. Now allowed, please. Now you start. Okay, thank you. Can you start now? Richa Sharma?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Yes, ma'am. My screen is visible to everyone.
Yeah, it's visible. Please start.
Yes, ma'am. So I am Richa Sharma, and my topic for the presentation is Trends and Innovation in Inclusive Education. And I am a research scholar pursuing my PhD at Banastali Vidyapeeth. Yes, so inclusive education, let us start with the meaning of inclusive education. It is the education system which offers education for all and includes all children regardless of any societal, community, caste, economic, class, creed, gender, language, and special needs. So trends in inclusive education, starting with the bit prior to the independence, 1880s, the Christian missionaries, then 1966, the Education Commission, then 1970, IEDC, 1986 and 92, NPE and the Planner Faction, 1944 to 1905, District Primary Education Primary Project, 1995, TDA Act, that is Person with Disability Act, 2001 Swachh Shiksha Abhiyan, 2005 NCF, and 2009 RAMSA, 2009 RTE, and 2020, that is National Education Policy. Now, need and importance of inclusive education. The first need of inclusive education is to achieve the goal of Swachh Shiksha Abhiyan and UEE, that is Universalization of Elementary Education. Second, to understand the child's potential and skills. Number 3, to increase the literacy rate of the nation, and the health index of India. Next is to promote no discrimination and zero rejection policy, to encourage cooperative and collaborative learning among peers, to promote diversity of India, and last, to make child independent and earn their own livelihoods. Next is challenges in inclusive education. So the very first challenges in inclusive education is the large population and the diverse population of India. Then we have shortage of resources. We lag in some kind of resources. Then the biased behavior of the instructor, that is the teacher in the class, the regular students, the peers, and their families. The bad experiences of the learners, sometimes they face their very bad experiences with the peers or the teachers somewhere, and they do not want to continue with the school. The peer pressure, the peers does not accept the inclusive child, and they do not want to come to the school. Then poverty and school dropouts. The parents are poor and they do not, or they are not able to educate their child. Then overcrowded classroom. Because of the overcrowded classroom, the teacher sometimes is unable to pay individual attention. Then unacceptance of families and societies. And the last one, rejected from equivalent access. Next is now the time to take innovative measures in inclusive education. So the inclusive education assesses the impaired children in fostering the feeling of pride in their work, since they really feel like they have achieved something, and teaching children with impairment along with their non-impaired classmates is viewed as one of the population of India. The another measures that we can take is, like, first one is 100% gross enrollment ratio. That is the plan of NEP. Next, the friendly infrastructure, the school facilities, and flexible curriculum and assessment system. Third one is to support there should be a support group for school and parents, right? Then inclusion of transgender, that was discussed by one of my friends just before my PPT. Then zero rejection policy, that the school should not reject or admit each and every child as per and according to the age of the child. Then reservation for economically weaker section, that is EWS. So these are the measures and innovative measures that should be taken by the schools to promote inclusive education. Concluding my presentation with like the Right to Education Act 2009 guarantees education to all children regardless of their caste, religion, abilities, gender, socioeconomic background, economic status, etc. It is essential to build an inclusive society through an inclusive approach. In doing so, we all have to face challenges, as inclusion is not just a method, it is an approach or way to include all the children of the nation with diversity under one roof, that is in one classroom. A good inclusive classroom focuses on the participation of all students in a regular classroom and attempt to benefit all learners. To meet these kind of challenges, the support of school, parents, guardians, peers, and society is required, as children are the combined responsibility of the school, parents, and community. To achieve the same target, the Government of India is also establishing policies in favor of inclusion. Last, the implementation of inclusive education stood up as an innovative solution to the question of how to educate all children more effectively and efficiently in regular classrooms.
Thank you, Richa.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now, next we have Neha Yadav. Neha Yadav, kindly share your screen. Are you there, Neha Yadav?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead. And thereafter, we'll be having the participant Sharon Tizor from Israel, and then Dr. Ruth Dorot from Israel. Kindly be ready.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my presentation today is addressing diversity in science classroom. I'll be enumerating some pedagogical strategies for the same.
Neha, can you please switch on your camera? Would it be fine for you?
Okay, ma'am. Just
okay. Yeah, it's okay now. Please start.
So diversity, just to give a brief introduction, as we are all aware that India is a land of diversity, but here in the school context or specifically a classroom context, I am talking about diverse learners here, which will entail all kinds of diversity, like diversity owing to gender or some different learning styles, some linguistic, culturally diverse learners, some emotionally needs students, or even some sort of disability as well. So a classroom is full of diversity as well, as represented in our whole India. So this is to enumerate some strategies which will help teachers to teach science entailing the diversity. The first is to teach history of science and the scientists. So here we have a little this picture where we have to see that we can explain while teaching science about particular law or how the idea of law came up. We can actually tell about how the law came into frame. So this is a huge this is a very famous example of Eureka moment. Similarly, we can teach history about some women scientists. We can teach history about certain scientists who were not that much, who had some sort of disability, but still they went on to become one of the greatest scientists of the centuries. Here are some examples given, which we can show students and explain them. Even though they were the greatest of scientists, but they were diverse, they were different. Different is maybe a wrong word to choose, but they had some sort of disability. For example, Alexander Graham Bell, as you all know, invented the telephone, but he was the one who had a learning disability. Just a minute. Similarly, Edison, he was also deaf and had a learning disability. Einstein, as you all know, suffered from Asperger's syndrome. Stephen Hawking had motor neuron disease. So we can show students these pictures and tell them that even though these were the people who had a very difficult childhood, they suffered from some sort of disability, but later on they went to become experts in their field and well-renowned scientists. Second strategy is teaching nature of science, where we can tell students about the difference between science and non-science. So generally there is a perception that science is more superior than other subjects, or it is the best method of coming to conclusion. But we have to tell students that it is not about the best and the worst. It is about science and non-science. The demarcation is between science and non-science, where if a method is science, it is said to be a scientific method because of certain parameters that it fulfills. And that's why it is called a scientific method. Next is the equity pedagogy. So where we have this equity pedagogy is one of the method, one of the dimension of multicultural education, wherein we can ensure equity in the class by making all the children, giving opportunity to all the children to be in one frame of thing, for actively listening to marginalized groups and their experiences of different social groupings. They can also, we can also use children from different cultural backgrounds and make them feel and explain their experiences in the classroom. Next is diversity pedagogy by Rosa Hernandez Sheets. In this, she enumerated various teacher pedagogical behaviors, how they are connected with student cultural displays. So I'm going to wind up. This is the picture of the teacher pedagogical behaviors that she displayed along with some student cultural displays. We can use this in a classroom by applying this method, which will help the students from all the diverse backgrounds to feel inculcated into the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite our next presenter, Ms. Sharon Tezor. Mr. Sharon Tezor, Education Studies, Ariel University, Israel. His topic is Learning Supported by Technology, Effectiveness with Educational Software. After Mr. Sharon, Dr. Ruth Dorot and Ms. Pragya Singh, be prepared with your presentation. Mr. Sharon, you can continue.
Okay, I can share the presentation.
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay. Okay, you can see. Okay, first of all, thank you for joining me in this. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm Sharon Tzu, a PhD student at Yale University. First of all, I am happy and excited to be with you today. I will present my research. In the last decade, many technological means were incorporated into the learning that change the way of teaching and made the teacher mainly a mediating figure and impart skills to the students. The goal of the study was The goal of the study was to examine the difference in the effectiveness of learning with educational software alone and further guide learning, but unlike other studies, a different level of knowledge and over a period at several months in order to assess erosion. There is a lot of study in this issue. I talk only about Schmeichel, that his study compared instruction, combined educational software and traditional instruction in class. Schmeichel found that there is no significant difference between technology enhanced and frontal instruction. We use in the research a lot of theory, the STEM model, the effective cognitive model of organizational communication, and Bloom's taxonomy. And in Bloom's, we use only the first 3 levels according to this model. The methodology, we randomly divided the learners into 3 groups who studies the same topic. One group study with the educational software only. The second with the educational software together with an instructor. And the third with an instructor who use presentation. In a first stage, the technician performed 2 questionnaires after the learning, one in 11 questions based on the STEM model, and the second 11 questions based on the TNI model. And we give the technician also a test with the 3 American questions, divided according the first 3 levels in Bloom's taxonomy. 10 questions per level, and 4 months after, we give him the test again to check the erosion of the learning. Okay, I took only, we see the finite that the educational software alone is the lowest. Other methods is better. And we see that in remember level is identical with all the methods. It's very important. I go to a conclusion and recommendation. It's required to adapt the training to the specific goals in order to stimulate motivation and allow trainees to participate and connected to the training goals. If a level of remember is required from the trainees, it's possible and use education software alone that provide an effective tool. At the level of understand and apply, it is not possible, and we need to training by a guide, face-to-face communication. At the level of applied, the guide bring in a particular exam from everyday life and help the learn to solve problem. It's very important that educational support is a statistic tool with a low thematic development in a dynamic and changing world. It is necessary to update the educational support more often, like last of half a year or year, not much. It is required to consider integration with other tools, such as integration of a skill class, like combined theoretical and practical instruction. That's very good for the learning. That's it. The study examined the effectiveness of e-learning. We learn from that. We change the method in the learning. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rahul.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, our next participant is Dr. Ruth Doroth, Education Studies, Area University, Israel. Her topic of the presentation is the challenge of the educational experience in the academic campus post-COVID-19. After Dr. Ruth Doroth, Ms. Sangeeta Singh and Pragya Singh, be prepared with your presentation. Dr. Ruth Doroth, over to you.
Yes, please. Can you share with me the screen?
Yes.
Can you see? Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear.
Okay, okay, thank you. I'm very glad to be here today, and I would like to express my thanks to the organizers and to the Transatlantic Convention. I would like to talk about the problems that we all experience today because of the COVID-19 pandemic, as was mentioned many times before my small or little speech. I would like to share with you a few thoughts of mine, and I hope I will have the time to demonstrate some little demonstration. My motto in life and in teaching, and I have been teaching for a few years already. My motto is that in each lesson I seek to captive the audience. Always, this is my target, to captive my audience, whether these are pupils, whether these are students, whether these are adults, whether these are young people, whatever. And to continue that, I would like to talk about principles, small principles that could be used in these crazy times my dear colleague, Professor Davidovich mentioned when she talked earlier this morning, the students that are not coming to the campuses today, that they prefer to sit in their pajamas at home and listen or don't listen to the lectures. We don't know exactly what they are doing at home. So teaching at the academia is very important. And teaching today at the academia is even more important. So I'm going to say maybe things that are known, or everybody thinks that this is, of course, the situation. But anyway, I think that these principles should be stressed. Our lessons should be very didactic. They should be built. They should be clear, they should be structured, they should be combined, and the student has to be able to understand them easily because of our work, not what depends on him. I would like to mention that in these times when we teach from remote, and sometimes even if we teach at the campuses, we have to give the student the feeling of being present, of excitement, not being a number. I have 100 students in my courses. I try to do my best way to learn names as much as possible. And when I call a student and I mention his name, he is very surprised. How do you remember my name? If you teach through the Zoom, before starting the lesson, before starting to transmit your material, make your business, or we have to make our business. I talk to myself all the time, to give the student a feeling of being in contact, to give the student a feeling that somebody is listening to him, forming a personal human contact, asking questions. How do you feel? How are you? How is somebody sick? Did he return? It's very important to contact them. We have many means by the Moodle, by WhatsApp, by SMS, by whatever, any mean to stay in contact with our students. We have to give them lessons that they can be part of the lesson, not be passive all the time, to exercise, to give them problems to solve, to try to make it interesting and not boring, like sitting 1.5 hours like it's used to be in the academia, by dividing the lessons into parts. I know that I do it and I succeed in it very well, and the students are appreciate it also. To try to connect between what we are studying or teaching to current affairs, to what's going on today, to what happens today, to make the analogies. It should be, the lesson should be interesting and to demonstrate. Now I would like to show do you hear the music?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, you hear the music. Okay. These are only a few sounds because I don't have enough time, but I would like to suggest a system of an interesting way of teaching, the interdisciplinary teaching. If you can combine between art and literature, I myself come from art, theater, literature, music. If you can combine between all these subjects, it makes the lesson richer, and it makes the lesson more interesting. And when I would like to talk about this portrait of the romantic painter Eugène Delacroix, that paints Frédéric Chopin, the great and renowned composer of the Romantic era, of the Romantic music. I showed the portrait and I try to let them listen to the music. I just let you listen here to a few sounds, because his music melts your heart and melts your soul and gets into your bones. And he has two sides in his music. He has the strong side, because he was a fighter for the freedom of Poland in the middle of the 19th century, at the Romantic era. And he composed romantic music that melts the soul, as I mentioned before. So when you show this portrait and you show the sensitivity of the man, and you show the vision of him, and his strongness, his force, and you listen to his music, and you explain his music, then you get a perfect perfect analogy, and the student not only enjoys the lesson, but first of all, he studies two different domains, and he's exposed to music that maybe before that he wouldn't have been exposed to it. You can do the same thing when you teach history. You can show famous paintings when for instance you teach history. If you teach the French Revolution, you can show the famous painting of Delacroix of the French Revolution. Or when you teach Bible, or when you teach any other holy subject, you can show the equivalent from the history of art, or from the literature, for instance. You can make a big combination between romantic, this is only an example, you can do it in all the styles, romantic poetry, romantic music, and romantic painting. In this way, you can enlarge the experience, and then you get a learning, a method of teaching that arouses the emotions, that involves the student, that makes him feel that he is aware and he is part of several domains, and not you stand in class, I say you, I mean myself, you stand in class and read from a sheet of paper the lecture that you have prepared at home a few days ago. This is the way to make something creative. And this is one of the most important things in teaching. And if we teach from remote, and if we teach in eras that people sit at home and listen to the Zoom, this is even more important. So I would like, again, just to let you listen to a few sounds where you can hear in the military Polonaise by Chopin. This is his photo. And the next one that I showed is the painting by Delacroix, as you saw. I would like you to hear the strengths of the melody that he composed. Okay. To conclude, what I've just said is that we have to seek for experimental and for new and for creative ways, and not to sink into our old manners and old lectures that we have prepared for many months or years or weeks or days ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. But if I can, one question, you don't answer, you don't, only to think about it. Is it enough that the student will stay in class and will come? Good.
You want me to answer if it's enough if he comes only to class? No, it's not enough. You have to, this is what I was talking about. You have to make him involved. You have to make him a participant. You have to make him part of your lesson. In either way you give the lesson. Of course, it's not enough to come. That's a passive student. We don't look for passive students. We would like involved students, and students who want to learn, and students who want to see new things, and who want to listen to new things and be part, and not come because they want only to finish university, of course.
Okay,
of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Sangeeta Singh, research scholar, School of Education, Ghaziabad University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh.
Good afternoon.
The topic of presentation is the role of emotional intelligence in online learning of senior secondary students. After Ms. Sangeeta Singh, Ms. Pragya Singh, and Ms. Dr. Miri Ben Abram, be ready with your presentation. Ms. Sangeeta Singh,
Ma'am, can you share my PPT? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Myself, Sangeeta Singh, research scholar from Ghaziabad University. And I am very thankful to the whole IPM team for giving me this opportunity of paper presentation. My topic of presentation is Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay. My topic is the role of emotional intelligence in online learning of senior secondary students. Firstly, online learning is the newest and most popular form of distance education today. Within the past decade, it had a major impact on senior secondary school students' performance. And the trend is only increasing. This type of learning is likely to take over traditional classroom attendance in the coming years. And emotional need represents the development of the child experience, their expression, and managing of emotions. As we know that emotional intelligence is highly important in students' development, there is a considerable evidence pointing to its role in helping students deal with stress, developing relationship, and handle the transition facing them. This paper explores the role of emotional intelligence in online learning and how emotional intelligence influences academic performance of senior secondary students of the process of online learning. Now, online education has completely changed the nature of education. Nowadays, online education is very prevalent everywhere, whether it is a village or city. You can connect with online education anytime, anywhere in the country or abroad. In the past few months, the epidemic had shaken the whole world, due to which the education of students, then the student become emotionally weak, which directly affect their emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the ability to stimulate the emotional and intellectual development of senior secondary school students, and allow to understand, control, and direct their own emotions and feeling of others. And now online teaching. Online teaching offers us exciting opportunity for diverse students to broaden the learning environment and learn. There is a shift away from top-down lectures and passive student to a more interactive, collaborative approach in which the education process is co-created by student teachers. Online education goes by many names and comes in a number of forms, but at its core, Audio, video, text, animation, interactive training environments, and live chats with teachers can be used with more versatility than a traditional classroom. And now, what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is generally said to include a few skills, namely emotion awareness or the ability to identify and name one's own emotions, the ability to harness those emotions and apply them to tasks like thinking and problem solving, and the ability to manage emotions, which include both regulating one's own emotions when necessary and helping others to do the same. Research has found that when our emotions are high, then our brain stops working. Our decision power also become weak. And now senior secondary students, the duration of formal education can be mainly divided into two levels: school level education and high level education. School level education can also be divided into three parts: pre-primary, primary, and secondary school education. These three parts of school education are suitable for the three stages of children development. Role of emotional intelligence. Role of emotional intelligence in online learning of senior secondary students. The first one is emotional intelligence helps students to manage socio-culture culture and interpersonal relationship of learners from different backgrounds. Emotional intelligence facilitates social skills in online courses as well as facilitates integration into learning so that students from diverse backgrounds learn to preserve their own culture as well as respect the culture of others. Thus, emotional intelligence provides learners with the skill to manage social and cultural relationships. And the next one is emotional intelligence remove the negativity of online teaching and communicate positive feeling to the students. Educators can incorporate a unit in online learning to assess students' progress and evaluate students' progress periodically. The unit should include such information from which students of secondary schools can get information about self-management skill. Various types of online assessment should also be arranged so that the learners can express their feeling about their classmates and online teachers regularly. And the next one is motivation. Motivation is a vital component to be successful in academic fields, and self-motivation allows the child to generate positive vibes in an online classroom and have a zeal to success in their online exams. The motivation. Okay, I can conclude my topic. Every online institutions needs to recognize the role of emotional intelligence in online learning. It is the way of solving problems related to the emotions of the learners and teachers. Emotional intelligence enables a student to cope with fear, anxiety, and other problems arising from the online learning. The inclusion of online courses and learning materials in the curriculum is key for demonstrations emotional intelligence as a predictor for success in online learning. So in conclusion, we can say that emotional intelligence plays an important role in online teaching of senior secondary students. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Pragya Singh, student, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Her topic is Teacher Emotion, a review paper. After Ms. Pragya Singh, Dr. Miriben Amram and Dr. Sapna Desai, be prepared with your presentation. Ms. Pragya Singh.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, am I audible correctly?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, so let me start with the screen share first. Yes, ma'am. So my screen is visible correctly?
हाँ जी हो गया मेरा
And there is a disturbance.
ठीक है सर क्या करना है तुम्हें हाँ ठीक है
Ms. Pragya, are you facing any problem?
Yeah, ma'am, actually there is a disturbance. I think someone's mic is not mute.
I request to all the participants kindly mute yourself.
Yeah, so am I audible correctly, right?
Yes, ma'am. Now you can start.
Okay, sure. So a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Pragya Singh. The topic of today's presentation is teacher emotion. It's a review paper. These are the content. This way, this presentation will go on. First, we will discuss the gap and the need of teacher emotion study. And then we will look how teacher emotion can be studied through the sociological lens by using two sociological theories, conflict theory and symbolic interactionism. After that, we will discuss the proposed framework by K.K. Singh and how this framework can be useful to study teacher emotion in the context of rural India. So these are the gaps. Basically, the studies like Karakos, King and Chen, they found that there are the domination of Western concepts and the way of study on the teacher emotion study. And there is a lack of mass level empirical studies in Asian countries. Apart from that, there is also a methodological glitch that majority of the studies are in the quantitative format. Teacher emotion is that concept which requires an in-depth and qualitative methodology in the study. So these are the gaps which these studies found. Let us understand why it is important to teacher emotion in the first place. So teacher emotion has an impact on the quality teaching. It has impact on student motivation, emotion, and achievement. It has impact on psychology and well-being of teacher, and it has a context-dependent feature. So it is important to study teacher emotion because of its overall effect on the quality education. And quality education is what is still a dream for many nations, not just the developing one, but also the developed ones. So we will study this teacher emotion. We will try to understand this teacher emotion through the conflict theory first. So as per the conflict theory in education, there are two groups. One is disadvantaged and the other is advantaged. Teachers are the part of the disadvantaged group, and the advantaged group, which consists the government, politician, school administration, and parents, they do dominate and they control the labor process of teachers. They control with the help of providing the curriculum framework. One second, ma'am. Yeah, so they do the curriculum framework, they do the accountability system, the public examination system, centralizing the decision-making process, and that's how they, control the teachers. Now, result of this control is not good because teachers started to lose their control over their labor, including their emotional acts, and they have to manage their emotions. And this is what the Hochschild called the emotion labor. How teacher perform the emotion labor? So Vinograd identified there are 5 rules for teachers through which they can manage their emotions. First one is to show love and enthusiasm to students, to be passionate about their subject matter, to avoid any kind of extreme emotion, to show the love to their work, and also to have a sense of humor. If teachers manage accordingly, according to these 5 rules, they are termed as professional, and if they are not, they are termed as unprofessional. The consequence of this emotional labor performed by teachers is we have seen that how they started to lose their control over their own emotion, and this leads to the emotional dissonance. Emotional dissonance refers to the incongruence between the feeling and display, which further leads to negative outcomes like increase in the teacher stress, burnout, depersonalization, turnover, frustration, guilt, and shame, which further leads to bigger issues like it started to damage the teacher identity. Teachers started to lose their confidence, the self-esteem, and this further leads to the depression. These are the some negative outcomes, but some studies they found that if teacher manage in perfect way, then they can have some positive outcomes. So studies like the Optic, Gallant, and you, they found that there are the positive outcomes if teacher manage their emotions. Now let us understand the symbolic interactionism and teacher emotions. So as per the symbolic interactionist, teachers are the reflexive agents. These are the social actors who are reflexive and they actively regulate their feelings and display based on their understanding of self and situation. So for them, emotion management is not a labor at all. It's a social practice. It's an emotional practice. So in an educational setting, there is an interaction happens between a teacher, student, parents, and colleagues. This interaction can affect the work performance and well-being of teacher. And this interaction and its effect can be better understood through the theory of emotional geography, which was propounded by Andy Harvey. This theory has the teacher agency as its main consideration. And this theory is based on the Denzian symbolic interactionist and the phenomenological theory of emotion. So let us understand what is this emotional geography. Emotional geography is a spatial and experiential pattern of closeness and distance in the human relation. Basically, how teachers maintain closeness and distance with the other social actors in an educational setting is what the emotional geography tells. So these are the 5 types of emotional geography. Based on this emotional geography, Andy Hargrave did some ethnographic study and found these kind of interaction. So the interaction between teacher and student have some positive and negative outcomes because of the professional closeness and the political distance between them. The interaction between teacher and parents, the majority of the emotions they is negative because of the moral distance between them, and the emotions in the interaction between teacher and colleagues, majority of the emotions are positive because of the political closeness. So that's how we can study teacher emotion with the help of a theory of theory of emotional geography. Now, there are limitations of both the theories. Like symbolic interactionism is criticized for their negligence of the constraints like the school administration, school climate, and curriculum. Conflict theory is also criticized for neglecting the teacher agency as an important aspect. So Sang proposed a framework which can provide a comprehensive picture by incorporating both structural and the agential influence. So Sang argued that in order to have a complete picture, we should focus on the teaching purpose and the social constraint in any teacher emotion study. So with the help of teaching purpose, we can understand, like the teachers can understand their work purpose through the positive, negative feelings during fulfilling their work. And we can understand the aspirations among them. And in the social constraint theme, we can understand how the macro level social constraint and the micro level social constraint affects the teacher emotion. Sang added one constraint, that is meso-social constraints, that is the school administration and the career stage. So that's how we can utilize this new framework by Sang to understand the rural India and teacher emotion by focusing on these particular concepts, like what is the teaching purpose and the meaning of teaching duties by teachers in rural India, how the construction of emotion happens socially among teachers based on the rural factors, the perception of teachers, how they manage their emotions in a rural setting, how the educational reforms in India affect the teacher emotion, and how the interaction among teachers, student, parents, administration, government happens in rural India. So that's how we can understand the teacher emotion in the rural India with the help of Sang's proposed framework. So in this paper, basically what I did is a very peaceful presentation or understanding of teacher emotion with the help of conflict theory and symbolic interactionism. And because of the limitation of this theory, how Sang proposed a framework which can provide a complete picture. And how can we use this framework to understand the teacher emotion in the context of rural India? So this is all about, these are the references I used And yes, that's all about the presentation. Thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Miri bin Abram,
Yes.
Education Studies, Ariel University, Israel. Her topic is School and Home as Study Spaces, Attitudes of Teachers, Parents, and Students to E-Learning during the COVID-19 period, the case of Israel. After Dr. Miri bin Amram, Dr. Sapna Desai and Shashikala Nishad, kindly be ready with your presentation. Dr. Miri bin Amram, you can start your presentation.
Thank you. Can you see our
Yes, ma'am,
presentation?
we can see your presentation.
Yes, we can see. Thank you. Hi, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to show our research. I make this research with Professor Davidovich in University of Ariel in Israel. Our study show that school and home and study places attitude of teachers, parents, and students to e-learning during COVID-19 period, the case of Israel. During the period of COVID-19, the bonds between home and school as a study spaces were wrong. School attitude entering the home with the parents and observe their children's e-lesson and the teacher teaching methods. Our purpose of the study to examine the impact attitude to the lesson present, teacher, parents, and student to e-learning. The study explains whether what during the attitude of teachers, students, and parents to e-teaching are compatible and what are the implications for the future. The research that thesis was one, the difference will be found in the attitude of the three group of teachers, parents, and students toward e-learning. Teacher attitude towards combined frontal teaching and e-teaching after a conclusion of COVID-19 will be higher than those of the parents and the students. Another thesis for our research was the parents' attitude toward the lack of interpersonal interaction experienced by them in e-learning will be higher than those of teacher and students. Teacher attitude toward interest, order, and organization on online lesson will be higher than those of the parents and students. And the fifth thesis was the personal parents of the teacher and students for e-teaching will be higher than the attitude of parents who occasionally observe online lesson. Our research was 5 areas explored in the study: pedagogic dimension, social dimension, benefit for the students, personal presence for the e-learning, parents are combining frontal learning and e-learning in the education system. 2 areas were planned following the cognitive emotion model devised by Hativa, the pedagogic dimension that increased the order, organization, and clearly on the online lesson. The second one, this social emotional dimension, it's include interpersonal interaction in online lesson. The other areas The two other areas explored in the study were planned according to the model devised by Cohen and Davidovich, a benefit for the students or the child, personal present for e-learning, and a purpose of combining frontal learning and e-learning in the education system. The methodology of this study is the research participants complete questionnaires online that present to respond 23 claims related to the effect of e-learning and the quality of e-learning in the independence, its advantages and disadvantages for this e-learning. The sample of our research, the sample include 124 parents and 104 teachers and 225 students study online during the COVID-19 period at school. If you can see the age of our population in this study was parents was 45, teachers 144, and the students was 15 age. Our research get great significance. We can see all the parents, teachers, and students in our dimension here, and also we have a great significance for all the measure of the study. If you can see here, you can see the benefit of e-learning for students more higher in the teacher, interest, order, organization, and clearly in teacher was higher in teacher. Lack of interpersonal interaction was higher in parents. Personal preference for e-learning was very higher in students, and preference of combined online and frontal learning was higher in teacher. We can also, the finding of this research, can we learn that no difference was found between teacher, parents, and student, higher among teacher, interest, order, organization, and clearly in teacher get higher among teacher than among students, and higher among students than among parents. Lack of interpersonal interaction was higher among parents and teacher than among students, but we get no difference between parents and teacher group. The second bench that we analyze that the person a preference for e-learning. We get higher among teachers and students than among parents, but we get no difference was found between teacher and student group. The last measure, preference for combining online and frontal learning in the school, we get higher among teachers than among parents and students, but we get no difference was found between teacher and students group. That will get the variables that the most affected personal preference for learning among parents are preference for combining online frontal learning and characteristic of e-learning. But if you can see the teacher, the variable that the most strongly applied personal preference for e-learning was benefit for the students, like provide a group in this group to provide like personal interaction did not affect parents. The last group was the students. All the independent variables significant spread or the preference for e-learning, which variable most affected personal being characteristic of e-learning, followed by lack and interpersonal interaction. Our research saw the conclusion and discussion that the period of the COVID-19 crisis clarified that the need necessary that relationship and comparison between home and school as two mind study spaces for independent learning. Also, the research finding rise the paradox that not only does technology not increase distance it was the point of the strong that relationship between parents, teacher, and school. The study points to the need of purpose holistic guidance science of personal development across which teacher, parents, student, tower e-learning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Miri. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Shashi Kala Nishad, Research Scholar, School of Education, Sri Guru Ram Rai University, Dehradun, Uttarakhand, India. The topic is Prevalence of Internet Addiction Among Asian Adolescents, a brief review description. After Shashi Kala Nishad, Professor Sapna Desai, be ready with your presentation. Ms. Shashi Kala Nishad, are you there?
Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I present a research study, basically a review, a prevalence of internet addiction among Asian adolescents. In the last 2 decades, information and communication technology had grown rapidly and achieved prime position in human life. Total 58.7% of the total world population is active internet user in all over world, in which Asians are the largest number of internet user worldwide, with 53.6% of penetration rate of internet. With 560 million of internet user, India occupied the second position after the China, who has 108 millions of internet user in Asia Pacific. In this review, a literature search was conducting using the database Web of Science on the research paper published after 2006 onward till December 2020, with keyword consisting of internet addiction, impact of internet addiction, prevalence, adolescent and adult. The data were organized concerning prevalence, associate factor, adverse effect on health of adolescent and adults. Total 70 research papers were selected from the above pool of literature, which met the initial inclusion criteria after excluding the impact of gaming mobile addiction. Out of 70 research papers, a further scrutiny based on only prevalence of internet addiction, 20 research articles were selected for this brief review. Now, in 20 review, 2 research found Coy and Rose 2006 and 2015. The Korean research and prevalence was found 34% and 31% respectively. Now, China Gong et al., Liu et al., Wang et al., Li et al., Li et al.
There is a lot of disturbance. Participants, please mute your devices.
Gong et al., Liu et al., Wang et al., Li et al., or Qi et al. This is basically Chinese research and found prevalence 8%, 11.6%, 7.5%, 6.3%, and 15.3%. In India, Kumar et al., Ranjana et al., or Sakya et al. Research reported prevalence of IA 31.69, 18% and 80.7% respectively. One research was Kozima et al. From Japan, 18% prevalence of internet addiction reported. And one is Elashali et al. From Iran, 60% prevalence of internet addiction was reported, or one more from Russia, Neverkovich et al., 52% prevalence of internet addiction was reported. Conclusion: the advancement of the technology and its uses are the symbol of development which affect the either side of the life, where it provides a sustainable and easy way to gather the information in a very short time across the globe, whereas on another side, it extravagant use upset the adolescent and adult student community. The uses of internet among Asian population is at par with other continent population, which provide them freedom of gathering the knowledge beyond the boundary and demographic reasons. The problem with higher user making the student more addicted towards internet in Asian country, especially in India scenario. Higher career goal, teaching hours, leisure social gathering, most of the virtual friends are key point towards more internet addiction. The students are more vulnerable to utilize their free time to the social sites rather than sharing their issues face-to-face with friends, family members, provoking them towards poor academic and personality issue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Professor Sapna Desai, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics and Law, Bangalore City University, Bangalore, Karnataka, India. Her topic is digital literacy with a special reference to intellectual property rights. This is the last presentation of technical session 3. Professor Sapna. Are you there, ma'am? Professor Sapna, are you there, ma'am?
Thank you all the participants for such a wonderful presentation. Now, I would request to Professor Perry to kindly conclude the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Dear participants, we have experienced different research activities for the future of the innovative practices in learning, teaching, and assessment. Basically, we have experienced the themes about the technology, inclusive education, and also different trends in the teaching learning strategies. I would like to thank for dear participants for their contribution to the conferences. And I wish a bright success in their professional and personal development in their research area. In this respect to this presentation and the shared researches, we have also experienced the different research methodologies. And thanks for the research from the projects, from the different dimensions of the online education, technology, and the teaching strategies, and hope to enrich the future collaboration from these nice experiences who they contribute to the conferences. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a great privilege that we are having you here. Thank you once again. Now, here we comes to an end of technical sessions. I hope every presenter has presented their papers on both the platforms. We will continue our event in few minutes so that other participants can also join here. In the continuation of the event, now I would like to invite Dr. Ramesh Sharma for addressing our participants. Dr. Ramesh Sharma teaches instructional design and chairperson of the committee to facilitate adoption of MOOCs for Swayam at Ambedkar University, Delhi. He has taught educational technology and learning resources at Babasan Open University, Malaysia. He is an expert in open and distance in technology-mediated learning and has served as a visiting professor at Universidade do Estado da Bahia, UNEB, Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, visiting professor at University of Fiji, Commonwealth of Learning is Director of the Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, New Delhi. He is the editor of Asian Journal of Distance Education, launched in 2003, and has been associated with several other peer-reviewed journals, including SSCI, Scopus Journals at Reviewer, editor, and editorial advisory board member in the field of open and distance learning. He has conducted workshops and evaluation activities for EGNU, CEMCA, COL, UNCTAD, and Aga Khan Foundation, amongst others. I would now request to Dr. Ramesh Sharma to kindly give his expertise with all of us.
Okay, thank you. Can you allow my screen sharing?
Yes, sir.
And you may see my two names. So just go with Dr. Ramesh Sharma, that one.
Okay, sir. के दो नेम आ रहे हैं, रमेश शर्मा को अलाउ करेंगे.
Okay, friends, thank you so much. And incidentally, I have attended almost all the papers which have been presented, and I'm very happy to note that wonderful researches they have been presented both from India as well as our international guests. I would like to begin with a story which is, I think, very useful for all of us. Based keeping in view the theme of the this international conference. You know, once upon a time, a very strong woodcutter needed a job. So he asked a timber merchant that I need some job, can you give it to me? And he got it. The pay was really good, and so were the work conditions. And for that reason, the woodcutter decided that he is going to do his best in the job. So the boss gave him an axe and showed him the area where he was supposed to work. He took him to the forest and said, look, these are the trees, you need to cut them down. And the first day, the woodcutter brought, say, 21 trees. Boss was very happy, said, congratulations, go on that way. And highly motivated by his boss' words, the woodcutter tried harder the next day, but strangely, he could cut only 17 trees. Third day, he tried even harder, but only could bring 10 trees. And day after day, he was bringing less and less trees. And he thought that he got disturbed. I must be losing my strength, the woodcutter thought. So he went to the boss and apologized, saying that I can't understand what is going on. So the boss simply asked one question, that when was the last time you sharpened your axe? The boss asked. And this person said, sharpen? I had no time to sharpen my axe. I have been very busy trying to cut the trees. I hope you got the message. And as in mathematics, we say after solving the equations QED, you need to fill it in about it. And this happens with we as teachers as well. That when we are new in the job, then definitely we are highly motivated. We try to do this thing, that thing. But after some time, our axe, its sharpness gone. And we need to sharpen our skills, sharpen our pedagogy. Those kind of things, they are highly needed. Otherwise, we will be also doing the same thing. So anyway, I want to share some of the thoughts about this new thing. Everybody is talking about metaverse. Mark Zuckerberg made it more, talk of the town. Otherwise, it has been with us prior to when Neil Stephenson, somewhere 30 years ago, published about it in his famous novel, Snow Crash. You can see these two red arrows where he has, given an impression of what the metaverse could be. And those of you who have played certain games, you may be knowing that this is how the Mario game has evolved over the years. And these are some other games, like the Doom Top some years ago, and the new one. You see the interface, you see the graphics part of that. The Tomb Raider 1996, the upper image, and the latest one 2018, the kind of graphics you can see. It looks like the visually so appealing, so realistic it happens. There are certain, okay, let me just see if it is there. Okay, there are certain virtual worlds. These are two in which I have been playing for some time. Just a quick intro. Just a minute. I think you won't be seeing the audio into it. So let me again activate that and share sound. Here it goes. Just confirm when you hear the sound that you got it or not. Okay. Do you hear the audio of the video?
Yes, sir, we can hear the sound.
Very good. This is a virtual world in which it is a free version. You can also create, and all the activities which can be done means like you can our physical actions, jump, walk, and then play. So many of the educational institutions, they have created their universities in which the teaching, etc., can be carried forward into that. And then this is one example. This is another one. In fact, this has been more popular. Second Life. Oh, sorry. Just a minute. Hello. Yes. So see the kind of visuals in it, and all the actions they can be there. You can fly. Let me just fast forward it. This is a, you can say, a precursor to the metaverse in something like that. So it's quite a video, so let us skip that part. If you want to see it in detail, you can go to my YouTube channel, and there is the full video is there. And now enter the metaverse, which is, now is being think of as the next generation technology, in which all the our activities, they may be being carried into it. So what is metaverse in a way? And here Tim Sweeney, who's the CEO of Epic Games, he suggests that it's a sort of a real-time 3D social medium where people, they engage themselves. So what is important here is engagement and having some sort of a 3D, the virtual in real time presence into it. And this has been enabled due to the more power on the internet. So when we had Web 1, which was a static web, we shifted to Web 2 very soon, which is called as the read-write web. And basically it is that era in which the Wikipedia emerged and became one of the, means it is the largest online encyclopedia now, popularly called as the read-write web, the Web 2.0, and now the stage of Web 3, which is interconnected, blockchain enabled, decentralized, and all those capabilities of this. So what has been a shift now in this ecosystem is that we have shifted from storytelling to story making. We have shifted from spokespeople to virtual humans. We have shifted from our direct consumers to, in a way, to avatar-based, experiences, and blockchain-based technologies. A shift to that. So now, what it will bring to us, all these things. Avatars. You create your own avatars, and you use them as your user ID. So no more the normal kind of boring, your lengthy name. And even if you try to find a username, sometimes nowadays the Google or Yahoo or Hotmail, they will say already exists, please select something else. But these are the virtual avatars you can create for yourself. Then the form of extended reality. You know about virtual reality, you know about augmented reality, and then mixed reality. Extended reality is a further extension to that, in which the physical world and the virtual world, they meet together with that. And it has an impact on almost all kind of things. You say about the fashion, about art, about education, about tourism, all these things, they are being envisaged that this will be the new platform in which the business transactions, they are going to happen. And then there are various drivers playing into about it. The growth of cloud-based technologies, the emergence of artificial augmented reality or virtual reality, growth of social media games, decentralized nature of, and particularly with the emergence of blockchain or NFT or cryptocurrencies, etc., etc. And then a very popular among people who are, we call them as MMORPG, massively multiplayer online role-playing games, etc. All these factors, they have contributed to these things. So how we need to focus, what is the implication for education? We need to pay more focus on UX stands for user experience, and UI stands for user interface. Anything, any application, you be any app in your mobile phone or on your computer, you see, even for social messaging, you use WhatsApp, you use Telegram, you use WeChat, same purpose, but you have different experiences, different interfaces on that. So learning design, those, it is going to be a very big field for there. The content, nowadays, it is powered by artificial intelligence. In fact, I was telling in the morning, I took a session for Indira Gandhi National Open University, a training session, when our inauguration, our conference here was inaugurated, and I was telling them that the artificial intelligence technologies, they help us to make a better decision. It's predictions based on that. So let us create, means if somebody would like to create, they can create such an application for it. For that, those like Dawood Ibrahim, if he has kidnapped one person, the software can tell that how much ransom you can demand, that the person can say yes to that. Means he may be agreeable on that amount, that, oh, okay, I can go with that. So you see the power of AI. And nowadays there are many algorithms appearing, or no code tools, they are being developed. You don't need to be a coder, a programmer for that, those things. Then it's reach all kind of platforms. These are being supported from there, and hardware has gone really very, very powerful with us. So the impact would be that even the community events, for example, graduate. And if you remember very recently, those of us from India, and in fact, our outside India friends, they also know about our festival, Holi. Just I think just few days ago, it was celebrated on a grand scale, and particularly after 2 years, the people got the chance to go out and gather there. Many people, they have celebrated Holi in metaverse. So these community events, they are, and during this lockdown, you must have noted that even the graduation ceremony, the virtual graduation ceremonies, many universities, they tried their hands with that, and it is going to increase in future as well. How the social media is being used, how the virtual and physical worlds, they are being integrated into it, because now you are having improved or augmented reality glasses, the HMD, we call them, head-mounted devices, be it Oculus, Microsoft is coming into it, Sony is bringing into it, Google is already working on their Google Glass, which once failed, but then they brought another version of that. And the UGC here, it is not University Grants Commission of India, it is here artificial intelligence user generated content, because the net allows us, the web is so that we as the user, we can generate the content for that. And then thus here we will be having dynamic artificially intelligent created avatars into it. It will be, we may have large scale simulations, the persistent digital identity. So you as a teacher or in some other form, you can and have it in real time through those visualization. So these things, they are going to make a big difference. And I hope that this conference will contribute to these developments in its own worth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for mentioning the importance of virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, and extended reality, metaverse and virtual avatars, and variation shifts from storytelling to story creator, consumer to producer, and how the virtual reality has changed each and every aspect of human beings. The focus on redefining learning design, contents, delivery model are going to help the contemporary teachers a lot. Now, we are moving towards the closing ceremony of the event. For closing ceremony, we will have valedictory session and best paper presentation award, which will be announced by our distinguished speaker, Dr. Shaili Sethi. Dr. Shaili Sethi is an associate professor, has been working at GHG Har Prakash College of Education for Women, Sidhwan Khor, Ludhiana. She is having teaching experience of 20 years. She has published paper in reputed national and international journals, books, conference, proceeding, etc. She has also been awarded with several awards. Now, I request to Dr. Shaili Sethi kindly address our students and also announce the best paper presentation award. Dr. Shaili Sethi.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. Pleasant evening to all of you. I feel very privileged and feeling honored to be part of this international e-conference on a very important topic, that is innovative trends in teaching, learning, and assessment, which is being organized by Center of Teacher Education, IPEM, in collaboration with Global Educational Research Association. First of all, I bow my head in the memory of legendary Professor B.K. Pasi, who visualized the establishment of GERA for the promotion of research and innovation in education. I'm rather grateful to the Executive Board of GERA, President Professor S.P. Malhotra, Vice President Professor Subhashini Pasi, President Headquarters Professor S.K. Baba, for giving me this opportunity to learn and interact. My sincere thanks are due to the Managing Committee of this institute, Worthy Director Professor R.K. Singhal, and Ma'am Principal Dr. Nishi Sharma, Organizer Madam Professor Vidhiti Rastogi, for assigning a pleasant task and opportunity to learn. The two tasks have been assigned to me in this valedictory session. That is, first, announcing the awards, and second, few words for our friends. As students are our friends, so I would like to talk with them. So if you allow me, I first announce the awards and then I will move to the speech part.
Ma'am, it is
Is
up
it
to
fine
you.
for the
What would you like to do?
Okay, so I would like to announce the awards because since morning, the paper presenters have done a wonderful task. They were, presenting. I attended one of the technical session. Really, as Professor Sharma was saying, they really did a wonderful job. They really did wonderful researches and presented well. So I think let us announce the awards first. So the organizers have selected 2 International Best Paper Awards and 2 National Best Paper Awards. I would like to share that more than 60 papers have been presented in this conference. That is really a wonderful thing, and congratulations to the organizers. So International Best Paper Award, the first award goes to Mr. Abhay Shurin. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it rightly. So Ariel University, Israel, Shamoun College of Engineering, Israel. So the title of the paper was Engineering Education Capstone Project in the Age of Industry 4.0. Congratulations, Mr. Shurin. Then the second award, International Best Paper Award goes to Katrina Ruzvezka. I do apologize for not pronouncing your names rightly. I'm trying my best. So she's a university professor, SS Cyril and Methodius University, Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, Macedonia, Europe. Congratulations, Catherine. Congratulations. The title of her paper, Fostering Students' Engagement and Diversity Using Escape Room and Nearpod, a Pilot Study. I request the organizers do share these papers with me so that I can go through these papers. I'm really interested. Then National Best Paper Awards, Natasha Pallavi. She's a faculty associate, the ICFI University, Dehradun. Congratulations, Natasha. And the title of the paper is Ethical Considerations in Augmenting Artificial Intelligence in Teaching Methodologies at School Level. The second award in National Best Paper category goes to Rani Matthew, Assistant Professor, Christu Jyoti College of Management and Technology, Kerala, and Joseph Sam, Dean of Studies, St. Joseph College of Communication, Kerala. I think it was a joint paper. The title of the paper is Inclusivity and National Education Policy 2020, a need of the time. I congratulate all the award winners, and I do congratulate to the presenters also, because you have taken the first step. Winning and losing is part of the game. Important is taking part. So should I move to the next part of the program now? Or do you want some ceremony here for the awardees or organizers?
They will get the e-certificates after the session over, after the event. Ma'am, we would like to hear you some words from your side.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much. So as per the organizers, the awardees will get the certificates. So it's indeed my privilege to share my thoughts on such a big platform. I already am very much thankful and feeling elated. Since morning, I am in the conference, and our worthy resource persons, Professor Raghu, Professor Ramesh Sharma ji, and I was hearing everybody very sincerely, and I took notes, even the screenshots. I recorded many things because I learned a lot. So first of all, I want to congratulate the organizers that in such a short span of time, you have managed people around the world to be on a single platform and share such a huge knowledge. Congratulations. Their words have induced a thought process among all the academicians and researchers who are here in this virtual platform. So they have all talked about the recent trends and innovations which we are using in the 21st century classrooms, or we will use. Still we are learning, we'll use, maybe we'll innovate more. Like they have talked about blended learning, flipped classroom, cooperative learning, digitalization, STEM, and recently about this, the Professor Sharma has talked about the artificial intelligence, Web 3.0 technology, metaverse. Sir, it was really, really very interesting. Your presentation was, and I really want to learn it. I would really want to create such kind of animations. But I have some thought in my mind, which I will start sharing with an anecdote. Friends, once I attended international conference in 2004 in Gujarat. That was the first conference which I attended out of my state. There, I just refused to present my paper. Just because we were talking about the children, their education, and there a child under 14 was working for the teachers. He was doing a labor job, and I refused, and I just said the organizers that I will not present my papers because about the children about whom we are talking about, they are not even included for the universal primary education, or we call it inclusive education. So let us innovate. I don't stop you here, but please realize your role. The more we innovate, the more responsibility of a teacher increases by leaps and bounds. As Professor Parsi always used to stress, that the whole is important than parts. We are focusing on parts. Only innovation is a part. We have to think holistically how, in a holistic manner, we can elate the child from so that he can think locally and act globally. Even today, the renowned educationist and chief guest, Professor Raghu, has pointed out that teaching, learning, and assessment is like a production. It is on-stage drama. It's a holistic thing, and that is the real classroom I think, where every teacher innovates with his team. The team is his or her students. And every day, the teacher, by his own living example, tries to inculcate the best of human behavior among his or her students. But with every innovation, as I said, there comes a responsibility. Responsibility of ensuring healthy living while protecting the physical and mental health of everyone involved in this educational ecosystem. Friends, I stress again and again that this is a shared responsibility of all of us, that while incorporating technology in the transaction of curricula, in the formal, informal setup, anywhere you are using technology, it's a welcome step, but please motivate our children to grow in a good human. Let us give them an atmosphere of reverence, devotion, service, and cooperation to achieve the goals envisioned in the NEP 2020. I believe, it's my strong belief, that no technology can replace a living teacher and provide the human touch. Here, I would again like to share one incident. 30 years back, I visited a primary school, and there it was very cold day. A small little child was standing by the side of the teacher for the notebook. The teacher was checking the notebook, and the child was feeling very cold. The teacher just took up the child in her lap, just wrapped the child in the shawl, and embraced the child. And friends, that touch which I watched, that no technology can provide. So technology is a welcome. I personally am using technology. I'm in favor of technology. I have developed so many e-contents, but I again pray, I again request that just bear the strength to live as per the path shown by our great educationists. Let us be the ambassadors of change. I'm not denying, but let us give a hope, love, and truth to all the mankind, to the students, and then let us try to implement in letter and spirit whatever we have learned today. So with these lines, I congratulate the organizers for wonderfully conducting this conference, which was much required. I again and again request each and everyone to implement little bit of innovation. अपने बच्चों को देखिए और उनको जैसी चीजें पसंद हैं वो करिए. अपनी लोकल हालात को देखते हुए इनोवेशन करिए. हमें आंखें मूंद के इनोवेशन के पीछे नहीं भागना है. घर में माँ भी हर रोज इनोवेशन करती है बच्चे को खाना खिलाने के लिए, दूध पिलाने के लिए. तो do innovate every day. You are doing innovations. Let us take a pledge that we will continue the innovations, but with the responsible behavior. हम अपने बच्चों को एक अच्छा ह्यूमन बीइंग पहले बनाना चाहते हैं, उसके बाद वो इंजीनियर हैं, डॉक्टर हैं, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की तरफ जाएं, रोबोटिक्स की तरफ जाएं, जहां भी जाना चाहें, we are with them. Once again, I convey my sincere thanks to our worthy executive members of GERA and managing body of IPM for this amazing opportunity. My thanks are due to all the dignitaries, guests for their esteemed presence, and dear members of the technical team. Your support behind the screen matters a lot. It is because of you people that this on-screen conference is possible. Thanks for being so supportive. Thank you one and all. Hope to see you all again. Stay connected, keep smiling. Congratulations to the winners again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Solanki, IQAC Coordinator of IPEM, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to extend my formal vote of thanks. So to begin with, I'm thankful to all the esteemed resource persons who joined this event beside having their odd hours in their country during the inaugural session. Thank you all. I'm thankful to our Professor Baba and the Executive Board of GERA, who are the with whom we have collaborated, and with their support, we could be able to organize this international e-conference at such a grand level. I also extend my heartiest thanks to the chairperson of all the 4 technical sessions who listened to the research papers of different participants very patiently and suggested some important things to the researchers. I am thankful to Professor Ashish Sharma, Professor Faria Althani, Professor Shaili Sethi, and Dr. Ani. I'm delighted to share that through the support of the technical chairpersons, the participants could be able to present the very relevant papers related to our international theme. I'm also thankful to our national and international participants who tried to put lens on the key areas and various innovative trends and practices related to teaching, learning, and assessment on the single platform. Thank you all the participants for sharing your valuable researches. Also, I'm privileged to have such a wonderful team in our Center for Teacher Education, with whose support this event could not be possible. Thank you, the team of Center for Teacher Education. I'm also thankful to the management of IPEM, who take a regular interest in organizing national and international events, which consequently result in bringing popularity to our institute even abroad. I am thankful to the director, Dr. R.K. Singhal, Dean Academics, Dr. Sugandha Goyal, our principal, Dr. Nishi Sharma, and my colleagues, along with the students. Thank you all for joining from different parts of the world and even from India. Thank you all. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am, for proposing the vote of thanks. Now, I would like to request all the participants to kindly switch on their cameras for taking a screenshot. Thank you, everyone. Now, our today's International E-Conference comes to an end. Thank you, everyone who presented their paper very interesting way. Now you can all leave the meeting. हाँ